How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
Sorry, Spoddy, before you throw that away, is there any chance I can have a quick chat to you about it?
Sure.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, maker and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old stuff into new stuff and sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
Look at that absolute box of joy. These are just fantastic.
In her search for tip treasure.
We've got to be able to make something out of that, haven't we?
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
I've got a little something for you.
Yeah, I thought you might.
Oh, this is a hard one.
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Oh my word.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
Well, I love this, so I would really like to have it.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
That is incredible, isn't it?
Today, Sarah's at the Bredbury Recycling Centre in Stockport, where up to 500 people a day turn up to chuck out their unwanted items. That is, if Sarah doesn't intercept them first.
It's really embarrassing to be caught looking in people's cars all the time. I've got to do it because they might have something good in it.
Remember, Sarah's got special permission to rummage about today, so don't go pestering people at your local dump or you could be the one getting thrown out. All right?
Would it be okay to have a look through your rubbish? Would you mind? Is that... Really?
Yeah, sure.
Sarah's searching for 3 pieces, which once reworked and sold, will hopefully produce a payout for the people dumping them.
You look like you're having a good clear out.
Oh, wow.
Sarah always has high hopes.
I get really excited every time somebody pulls up. I think it might be a Rembrandt.
Don't think there's going to be a Rembrandt in there, I've checked. But you never know.
And it's clear people have cottoned on to what she's up to.
She's a rubbish burglar. Yes.
But the contents of John's boot could mean all that prowling is about to pay off.
I was just looking in the back and seeing some of the older pieces in here.
Yeah, some of it is the mother passed away recently, so we're clearing the house out.
Okay.
With some of the.
It's got that sort of time warp look to it, hasn't
Got
it?
some old 78s in here. If you
Oh
want
really?
them.
I was just looking at the case actually,
Yeah.
and the. So were these weren't yours then?
No, these were my father-in-law's.
Oh wow, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
Yep. I would definitely like to have a look at them, and I really like the case as well. Yeah, look at that. And you've got a sewing machine as well. They're normally really heavy, aren't they?
Yep.
So get them out of the way.
Got this.
Do you know how to? Oh wow! Look, that's almost like brand new, isn't it? Wow! Look at, I absolutely love that. Look at that badge and stuff on there. There's something about that that's just so appealing. I think the little badges and all the bits on it.
Don't make it like that now, do they?
I haven't got anything else hidden in the trunk. No other old stuff.
I don't think so.
All right, Sarah, don't get greedy.
We're just clearing, mainly from my house out to my shed, which I'm clearing out for a new shed. But the sewing machine looks as though it's never been used.
And as Sarah pays homage to the humble sewing machine,
Oh look, it's even got its own instruction manual.
John keeps unpacking his trunk and brings her something with even more potential.
My word!
Forgot I brought this.
That's amazing. So original Bakelite.
Yes.
Whose was that?
I used to be on the removals.
Okay.
Somebody gave it me about 30 years ago.
That is the most fabulous thing I've
Yeah.
seen here. I absolutely love it.
Apparently, if they're working, they're worth about £150, but it's got a bit messy, so I couldn't be bothered.
I'm going to turn this into something fabulous. I tell you, this is so exciting.
Bakelite is an early type of plastic, and radios like John's are collectible pieces of social history from a time when the radio was the focal point of the home.
I love it. You've made my day. That is tip gold. Thank you so much, it's brilliant.
See, bye.
So, John's radio trumps the sewing machine and the old 78 to become Sarah's first item. She's got someone in mind who's sure to take it from the pits to the Ritz and make some money for John. Trot on Mark Phillips, also known as Horse. Electronic superbrain Horse was chief engineer for a world-renowned audio recording company for over a decade. He's now taken his love for restoring vintage sound equipment and made it into a business.
I enjoy refurbishing vintage equipment. It's always a shame to see stuff like that go to waste. I think it's great giving a second life to something that would have essentially just been smashed up, thrown in the rubbish. So yeah, it's definitely a job and a passion.
Something tells me Horse is in for a treat with John's Bakelite radio. So it's one item saved from the skip and two more to find.
Yes, loads of people here. I just can't, I don't know which end to go first, so I'm going up this way, see if there's anything coming in.
Oh man, I can't tell if Sarah's coming or going anymore. But as long as she doesn't go, that's the main thing. Come on you, get back to work. There's still loads of tired old stuff coming in.
So that's a nasty bicycle tyre habit you've got going on. The middle-aged men in Lycra Brigade.
Oh no, God, I'm not one of them.
You're not?
No, likely, I'm not.
You'll be shaving your legs soon.
Not a chance.
Really?
Not a chance.
It's a slippery slope, you know, Lycra.
Less Lycra banter, lass, and more searching for item 2, please. Hang on, what's this? Sarah's swooping in on Peter.
I'm just wondering if I could talk to you about your rubbish.
Yeah.
Are you clearing something out? Are you?
In the garden now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I was just looking at your table. Do you mind if
Yeah,
I?
sure.
So it's been outside, has it?
Yeah, it's got weather beaten. Came from my friend's house and his mum and dad had it, so it's quite old.
Yeah, it's got that sort of 1970s feel.
Yeah.
Is there any chance I would be able to take it away and see if I can make something out of it?
Yeah, you can use it.
Fab. Okay.
I'm glad you can use it.
What a find! There's a big market for retro furniture. Well, when it's not covered in mould, that is.
So I saw the legs of this sticking out of the back of somebody's car, and it is screaming Urkel. So they're sort of 1960s, 70s British furniture makers, and it's got a sticker on it here that you can see to back it up, the original one. The good news is that Urkel is collectible. The bad news is that somebody's left this out in the garden, and it's in really poor condition on the top. If this can be reconditioned and brought back to life, I think that maybe £100 profit.
100 quid? What do you think, Peter?
I don't think she'll make much.
We'll see about that. And with Peter's mouldy Urkel, that makes 2 items ready to renovate. The table's going to take a lot of work, but Sarah knows exactly where to take it. Jay Blades is a builder turned philosophy graduate turned furniture restorer. Jay has his finger on the pulse of modern design interiors. He loves reworking the very best of original British craftsmanship and bringing it bang into the 21st century.
I've always had a passion for the kind of heritage that the British designers have produced over the years. Traditionalists would love to keep it as it is, but to be reintroduced into the market, I like to just add a bit of colour and add something a bit quirky. I really enjoy adding my bit and not necessarily worried about other people's reactions. It's more about, do I like it? If I like it, then it's good.
The 60s table Sarah's bringing Jay sounds right up his street. But he hasn't yet clapped eyes on the state of it. So Sarah's got 2 items with Horse and Jay's names on them. But what about Sarah's own designer talents? She needs to find something she can put her stamp on. Here you go. Why don't you ask Ian what he's chucking?
Excuse me. Yeah. Sorry to bother you. I'm just here today looking at what people are throwing away. Right. Any chance I have a good chat with you about your rubbish?
Just general rubbish. It's been accumulating in the garage for a while, and just time to get rid of it.
I was just looking at your suitcase, and I was just wondering if I might be able to have a closer look at it. And
Absolutely.
did you know where it came from or
Yeah,
any?
it's my case from when I was a kid. It's been sitting around at home for ages.
I would love to have the chance to take it away and give it another life or use it again.
I would love to see something like that happen to it. I'm sorry I stamped on it beforehand because I broke the hinge to be able to get it in.
I'll be able to sort that out, but that won't be a problem.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's just got a lovely shape, and these details and the fact they've been worn and had a previous life, I think would be great to incorporate into a new something. So that's fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Don't think that's ever been out of the country. I think it was when I was a kid or a teenager. It's been on family holidays in the UK, and I think when I was a student as well, it was one of the cases I took to Polytechnic with me. So it's not really had that special a life.
I just really like the look of this case. It's just so 1960s. It's got some lovely lining on the inside. I really don't know what I'm going to be able to do with it, but it'd be nice to be able to think that I can send it on another journey.
Sarah's three-piece treasure hunt is complete. The radio will be switched on by Horse, the retro coffee table's going to furniture maker Jay, and the tatty old suitcase may have lost its sentimental value, but Sarah's confident she can restore its cash value.
I've saved 3 fabulous pieces here today, and I'm going to make lots of money from them. I hope.
Sarah's next stop is Manchester, where the cultural scene is buzzing with a task force of talented designers and artists. Riding high on the city's wave of creativity is electronics restorer Horse. He'll be working on the knackered old radio, but he doesn't know what's coming.
Sarah's going to bring me a piece of essentially rubbish, so I'm going to have fun seeing if I can make it beautiful again, make it functional again, depending on what it is and what kind of condition it is, I suppose.
Hiya.
Hiya. Good, yeah, very good.
I've got a little something to show you.
Brilliant. Let's have a look.
So I'm hoping this is your kind of thing.
Brilliant.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, pretty much exactly, yeah.
The only thing I'm worried about is my radio is actually in a bit of a state.
It's not as bad as it looks.
It's quite reassuring that still works, and I think this one.
Yeah.
Well, I think I've broken it.
Oops, Butterfingers. Remember, you're supposed to be adding value, Sarah.
It would be really nice to think that sound could come out of it again, and I was wondering whether that means it's an accessory for somebody's phone or whether it's just a radio, but possibly something a bit cool.
Yeah, the ideal application would probably be a universal kind of small powered speaker.
That sounds fab. So basically, it's going to be something that somebody can listen to their music through with their phone or their laptop or something like that.
Yeah, you can plug essentially anything into it. You can probably use some of the existing components. I'm going to use valves in it as well. They still make them for certain applications, mainly guitar amplifiers and high-end audio, hi-fi equipment. But they've just a specific warm sound to them.
That looks really cool. I mean, I just love that just as it is, you know, that's stunning.
Shame those valves are going to be hidden away inside, really. Now, Horse really knows his onions when it comes to modifying vintage technology to accept modern gadgetry. He'll make sure that smartphones and laptops with mini jack sockets can be plugged into this old valve-powered speaker. Who'd have thought it?
Hopefully will be a beautiful object that is functional and will sound really nice, and it's completely unique.
Horse will target a higher-end clientele with his finish on the radio, but how much will he charge?
You might be looking at sort of like £300 or so.
On that basis, I reckon full steam ahead, let's go for it.
Brilliant.
I think that radio is in really safe hands. It's going to sound amazing, and I think I might make as much as £100 from it.
Sarah's confident, but is Horse on the same wavelength?
I think it's definitely doable. I think it's in good enough condition. I'm looking forward to the challenge. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
With a bit of horsepower, the old radio could pump up the volume and the profit. Horse's expertise and materials will cost around £300, So Sarah will depend on that high-spec finish to make any money. Sarah's next stop is within the metropolitan borough of the West Midlands, Wolverhampton. And tucked away in the disused Bury Street factories is woodwork wizard Jay. Sarah's about to surprise him with the mouldy Urkel table, but it just might be too weather-beaten for Jay to work with.
All I know is she's got something from the tip that someone was throwing away, and then she wants me to be able to turn it into something that's going to make money. Could be anything with Sarah, but hopefully she'll bring me something that isn't chipboard. Real wood is what I'm after.
Hi, Jay.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. How are things?
Very good, very good. What have you got today? Oh, wow, table.
This is the good side.
This is the good side, okay.
This is the not so good side.
Wow, wow. Okay, it's been outside, obviously.
Yeah, I think the guys who dropped it off said that they had been storing their plants on it in the garden.
Oh, that'll do it. That'll put it in that state. Okay. It's beautiful. Even though it's in the state that it's in, I really like it. I really do like it. I've seen many Urkel tables, but I've never seen one with this kind of round, oblong kind of shape to it.
Urkel was a prominent British furniture manufacturer dating back to the 1920s. Its mass-produced furnishings found a ready market in post-war Britain. But now, vintage enthusiasts will pay through the nose for well-preserved pieces. Alas, this one's on its last legs.
The only bit I'm concerned about is here, where the plant pot has been down there for quite a while. But if you bear with me 2 minutes, I'll just get this machine on.
I love the machine. Everybody has better toys than I do. Everywhere I go, everybody has got these really cool things. I end up doing everything by hand, takes me ages.
The only thing I'm concerned about now is the red.
Oh dear.
Worst case scenario is that we rub it down and then that stain has gone straight through to the piece of furniture. Then what we will more than likely have to do is, I would say, paint it, because no one will want that kind of colour.
So ideally we'd like to have a surface on the top that is blonde and beautiful, but the
Yes.
chances are we might have to paint it.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I'm happy with that. What we probably need to think about is, you know, what kind of money do you think we'd sell it for, and is it worth taking it on?
I could charge 75 to 100. It depends on what is being done.
That's definitely a deal.
Okay,
You
cool.
always talk my kind of money, Jay. I love doing deals with you. You look like you've got your work cut out. I'll leave you to it.
All right,
Take care.
yeah.
Jay absolutely loves Urkel, and I think whatever he does to the top or the legs, it's going to look fantastic.
I'm just excited to be working on Urkel. This is something that someone was going to throw away, totally discarded it, put it in the garden, put some plant pots on it, and allowed the weather to do what it's doing, and the table never gave up. It never gave up on life. So all I can do is just make it look not as great as Urkel did back in the 1950s, or 1960s, I should say, but make it look as good as I can make it look.
Jay can always make Sarah smile when it comes to money. 75 to 100 quid? What could go wrong? So, 2 items with the potential to make some cash. Sarah's on a roll, but now it's time for her to put her money where her mouth is. Back at her barn, she's hoping to transform Ian's battered baggage into something profitable.
Well, this poor old suitcase has definitely seen better days. It's in a right state. It's been taped up. It's never going to have been a valuable object, and it is certainly not worth much at the moment. But I'm hoping that I can make it look just beautiful. They work just. Oh, it's quite tough to get it open. My plan is to paste some pretty fabric all the way over it. Probably not very big pieces, so I can use scraps of it and just patchwork the surface of it so it just looks bright and pretty and you don't see any of this black. Maybe I can get a price tag of £50, £60 on it.
Sarah starts by giving it a gentle rub down, being careful not to get it too wet.
Oh dear, that didn't sound good. I'm loath to take the paper out. Once I take the paper out, I've got a world more work. But I think I might just have to take out the loose bits. You can see how it's made. It literally is made of cardboard.
Cardboard suitcases were a lighter and cheaper alternative to heavy leather or robust wool luggage, becoming popular in the 1920s with the rapid expansion in automobile travel.
I really like the fact that it says an American Home Magazine selection on it. I might try and put that as part of the design.
Cardboard may have been a more convenient material for the day, but it wasn't built to last.
I've just got to get this roughly in position here. So it's just the main thing is to keep the fabric really taut. When you're getting the wrinkles out, you can feel them really clearly when you've got them. So you just need to work the fabric, stretching it.
Sarah's glued the fabric with a simple PVA glue, and once she's smoothed out the wrinkles, she can work out the details round the locks.
You can see where, just around the edge of where the fastenings are on the case, I've stretched the material around, and if you just push it in really neatly around it, you can give yourself a template to cut round. I always trim slightly inside the line, and then you can just run the fabric right up to the edge. I'm going to stick that in as close as I can. And then when it's all dry, I shall just get a craft knife and trim off those little extra bits there. I think that is a great start. Just a little bit more covering to do before it looks absolutely perfect. But I'm really pleased with that. I think that's well on its way to making some money.
Sarah's scraps and glue should only set her back about a £5. So if she can sell it for more than that, she's onto a winner. At Halsey's workshop in Manchester, some electronic surgery is about to be performed on the old radio. Look away if you're squeamish.
So to start with, I'm going to dismantle it, and then I'll just put in a very simple circuit with some new valves. I've got to put in a new mains transformer because it was potentially lethal. You definitely need to be careful. You certainly shouldn't just plug it in until somebody qualified's had a look at it. One memorable time, I got a shock and then punched myself in the face, pulling my hand back. So yeah, I'm quite careful these days.
Ouch and double ouch. Definitely don't try this one at home, folks.
This was a valve radio. I'm going to make it a valve-powered speaker. I'm sure there'd be purists going insane at this. It's not like they're rare, so it's fine. This is just the chassis. So what we need to do with this is clean it up and then put the bits back in that I'm going to be using, and then start building the circuit around that.
The case needs some serious cosmetic work too, and that's Halsey's biggest challenge.
What you can do is use what's called wet and dry paper, which is an abrasive, bit like sandpaper. You can start off with quite a coarse grit, and then you move to a finer grade and kind of keep doing this. It can be quite rewarding because it's quite nice to get the scratches out, but yeah, it can be pretty laborious, especially when they're as scratched as this one. It's lost its sheen a little, so I use this special Bakelite polishing paste, and this sort of takes a thin layer off and buffs it up to a nice shine.
If Halse can get the balance of shiny, new, usable, traditional old object right and up the value to over £300, this radio is on course to make a tidy profit.
It's nice to have a finished product that actually sounds good and is usable and means that you can kind of have such a nice looking object that's useful again.
All's tickety-boo in Manchester then. Back in Wolverhampton, Jay is sanding down the Urquell tabletop to determine if the stains can be removed so he can keep the natural colour of the wood. And it's bad news.
It's stained all the way through. So it's sad that we have to paint an Urquell, and I really don't like doing that. Kind of disappointed. If you was to paint this white to kind of blend it into a room, what you might have a problem of is this stain that's already here might start to bleed through to the actual top. So getting the red and the green out and also the black is virtually impossible because I don't know what that red is. It could be wine, it could be anything, but if we put a good primer on this, it should be okay. The legs are going to be the wood colour, but once I've sanded down the problem legs that have the stain, then I'll be able to tell if we can keep the legs as neutral as possible. I have to sand all of this. I have to especially sand that leg. That's one of the main, because that also is determining what the design is going to be like in the end.
So the top didn't pass the test. If Jay can't sand the stains out of the ends of the legs, they too will be destined for a paint job. So, Jay, what's the verdict?
It's very rare you catch me doing this, but I think it's going to have to all be painted.
What a shame.
We could do light blue on top, black legs, and light blue underneath. So light blue all along there, and black legs, light blue top, so then it will lift the top of it and just make it look light, because it's quite a big table, quite a big coffee table, and you don't want it to be too imposing into someone's house. You want it to be quite uplifting, and I think that's the design. That will be how I think it would look best.
Well, it's a shame to cover up that lovely wood, but if it can still be sold for more than £100, then he can paint polka dots on it for all I care. Back in Sussex, Sarah's nearing the end of her own restoration project.
Basically, I've covered the whole of this case in a new layer of fabric on the outside. I've carefully cut round the things that are on here already. It's tricky to get it done perfectly, but the overall effect of it, I think, is really pretty. And that should make it saleable. So I was hoping for £50, but I don't know, I might make it an even higher price. What do you reckon, 60? 70?
Before, this was a battered old cardboard suitcase. But now, after some careful craft, a bit of glue and some offcuts, it's transformed into luxurious luggage.
You wouldn't lose it at the airport, would you?
Time to hook a buyer.
I'm not sure I want to part with it. Tweaking the photograph so it looks absolutely the best it can. I think that's singing out now, don't you?
Sarah's success is measured in sales, and she always seeks out the best ways to maximise profits, hosting her own clothing and furniture sales in her barn.
Just sold the sofa.
Advertising and selling online, or selling directly to specialist shops. With opportunities galore in the things we throw out, Sarah's always looking to make money for nothing. So, Ian's old suitcase has been on one heck of a journey.
I was just looking at your suitcase.
Picked up by Sarah just as it was sailing over the edge of the tip.
I shall cherish it and make something amazing out of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry I stamped on it beforehand because I broke the hinge to be able to get it in.
And transformed into something saleable. Now, Sarah's back in Stockport to show Ian what she's done to the case and to hand over the cash. That is, if it's sold.
Hi there. Hi, Ian.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to meet you again.
Yeah, nice to see you. It's much nicer than where we last met, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Well, since we last met, and I took your case, and it actually turned out to be a project that I worked on, and I had a lot of fun with it. Am I right in thinking that it was just yours? It had one careful owner?
Well, I don't know about careful, but one owner, yes.
Lovely. Well, in the end, I actually made it look like that.
Wow.
I used lots of scraps of fabric that I had
Right.
left over from other projects and pasted it all over.
I think that's amazing. It had a very battered cover to it, so I was wondering what you were going to do with that. I'm actually quite pleased that you've made it into a case, so it can still be used as a case.
I shared it online and there was quite a lot of interest in it.
Wonderful.
Because it only cost £5 to renovate, there was a bit of profit from it.
Right.
I sold it to somebody who has a vintage shop who wants to use it as a display piece for her window.
Oh, wonderful.
And it turns out that in the end, she paid £85 for it.
Oh, that's amazing.
So, Ian, for you, £80 for your old suitcase.
That is incredible. Thank you very much. It was going to be thrown away as far as I was concerned. So thank you very much.
Sarah sold the suitcase online for 85 quid. Take off a fiver for materials and Ian's walking away £80 richer. But what are his plans for the money?
I think really to me it's all about memories. The case is an old case and memories of holidays with it. So I think I'd like the money to go to a society that deals with memories, something like one of the Alzheimer's related charities.
So, the money's in the bag for the suitcase, so to speak. And in Manchester, how's Hulse getting on with the radio refurb?
I finished it a couple of days ago. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with the way it sounds. It's valve, it's true to the original design. So yeah, I hope Sarah likes it.
Before, this vintage radio had sat in dusty silence for over 30 years. Now, Hulse has sympathetically repurposed it as a universal speaker for today's music-playing devices. It's perfect for someone with an eye for funky functionality and an ear for the rich tones of yesterday, as Sarah's about to find out.
Hello!
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, brilliant.
Have you got something to show me?
Yes, let's go and have a look at the radio.
Oh, fantastic. Does it work?
It does, you just have to wait for it to warm up.
Ah, Brahms. Piano Concerto No. 2 in B flat. I've never heard it sound quite so good.
It's amazing. And it lights up. Look, everything about this, the wood effect and the gold and the lights and everything, I am blown away. And the sound quality, it is markedly different from modern speakers, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
How do I make it work?
So this is just a standard common or garden mini jack connection, and that you can plug anything with an auxiliary output or any line output.
Talking technical now. I think you mean smartphone. Do you mean smartphone
I do,
thingy?
smartphone
thingy.
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of up to the spec of a brand new product, basically.
I love everything about it. I think it looks fantastic.
Ah, Sarah's gone all warm and fuzzy. But stay put, because Hulse has added a surprise feature.
I also put a 1/4-inch jack connection, and it means that you can plug a guitar into it, basically.
So it's an amp as well?
Yeah. The way that you make it, it's sort of silly not to, really,
Come on
you
then,
know.
let's hear it. Horse, you're a genius on so many levels. I think that just is the icing on the cake. That was lovely, wasn't it?
All right, Sarah, enough of the mellow jamming sesh. Let's get down to business. Hulse came in on budget at £300. Now, Sarah needs to get selling.
Right, so all I need is some of your excellent music connections and a nice buyer, and then everything will be perfect. I am seriously impressed with what Horse has managed to do with this radio. I mean, it was in a really bad state, and now you can play your music through it, you can play your guitar through it, and I think I'm going to make some money out of it.
I think she was generally quite chuffed with it. I think the addition of the guitar amp was a last-minute bonus. So yeah, no, I'm pleased. I'm glad she really likes it.
This vintage radio was nearly dumped at the tip.
If they're working, they're worth about £150, but I couldn't be bothered.
John was happy for Sarah to take it away for nothing. And with the expert attention of electronics engineer Horse,
hopefully will be a beautiful object that is functional and will sound really nice.
It was turned into a glorious custom-made speaker with a contemporary twist. And when Nick from online retro furniture store Smithers of Stamford took a look and a listen, he bought it.
I hope to do some more business with you soon.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
And now Sarah's back in Stockport to show John the radio's transformation and hopefully hand over some cash.
Hi there, John.
Hiya.
Hiya, how are you doing?
Not so bad, thanks.
It's a long time since I've seen you at the tip.
It is, yes.
How are things?
All right, thanks.
Lovely. I've just come back because I've got a couple of pictures to show you of your old radio.
All right, yeah.
Did you have any thoughts about it? Because it wasn't in great condition when we picked it up, was it? It's funny, it came all the way down south to me, and it turns out that the one man who restores and loves working with old radios like yours lives about 10 minutes down the road from here.
From here?
Yeah.
Right.
So it's been in a big circle.
Yeah.
It went to this guy called Horse.
Yeah.
And do you want to see what he's done to your radio?
I think very interesting.
He's turned it into its former glory.
Beautiful.
That is now an amp if you want to play your guitar through it. And also if you have a smartphone or something like that, you plug that in and it plays all of your tunes. It's got lights in it as well, so when you turn it on, all that lovely, all those old stations and everything, it all lights up. It does look and sound just really lovely now.
Unbelievable. I can't believe that.
So the good news is that in that condition, it did sell, and I've got some money here to give to you. I've got £50 profit from the sale of your radio, and so that's for you.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think about that?
Absolutely amazing, really.
Are there any ideas what you might do with that?
Well, I'm just going to buy a new shed, garden shed.
Are you? To fill up with more radios?
Yeah. That's the reason why that came out, ready to buy a new one.
Well, fantastic. I think that's a great idea, that something that came out of your old shed is going towards, a little bit towards buying a new one. So, brilliant.
Sarah paid Horse £300 for his specialist work on the radio, and it sold for £350, making £50 for John to put towards his new garden shed. Blooming marvellous.
I was a bit astounded, really, to how good it was. I thought about having it renovated myself, but I don't think it would have come up as it has done. I think it's quite amazing what he's done with it.
It's so satisfying to see an old piece like that radio restored to its former glory and sounding amazing. And I think that £50 might have been music to John's ears too.
With 2 out of our 3 items sold for a profit, it's so far so good. But Sarah has got one more pickup to complete the set. Maybe Jay's painted Urkel will leave her feeling blue.
I think it looks really cool. I hope Sarah would like it. I hope she will. Evidently, she's got to sell it. She has to sell this on. So if she likes it, then she will be able to sell it more. I like it, but I'm not going to be selling it.
I'm not sure how this is going to go. Well, there's only one way to find out. Get her in.
I love pickup time. I've got an Urkel table in here, but I know it had a few problems and I'm hoping Jay has managed to turn it around.
When Sarah picked it up, the table was on the brink of being lost forever. But now it's a fresh, modern gem with a new lease of life.
Oh my word, look at that!
You like?
I love it.
What a relief.
It'd be all right to have a quick look underneath to see what you've done.
All it is I've done underneath is just painted it black, is all I've done.
Yeah, it's amazing how well the black suits it, isn't it? I mean, it looks like it was made like that.
Yeah.
It looks like a massive, beautiful blue egg, doesn't it? It's stunning.
It does look like a blue egg, actually, yes. Or blue pebble. It looks like a massive blue pebble that you'll find on the beach. The state it was in when you first brought it in, it's a shame to actually paint Urkel, but I couldn't get the stains out.
I don't think you have to beat yourself up about this. This was going in a skip,
Right.
and now it's going into a really smart interior. If you think back to how it was when it arrived,
Yeah.
it was green, it had stains all over it,
Yeah.
it was falling apart.
Yeah.
You've completely transformed it. You know, this has gone from dustbin to designer. You know, it's brilliant.
Thank you, thank you.
Luckily, Sarah can see the sales potential in funky modern furniture. And what's more, it should still make a profit despite being painted.
He's really nailed it, hasn't he? That table looks fantastic. That beautiful blue egg. I think I'm definitely going to be able to sell that with a profit.
I'm glad she's happy, she can sell it, and then she can give the person that was throwing it away, give them the money back, and everybody's happy.
Well, we're not happy yet. Jay came in on budget, but Sarah still has to find a big buyer of blue before we can start jumping for joy. Who could have imagined that the Urkel table nearly reached the end of its life as a plant pot stand?
Just wondering if I could talk to you about your rubbish.
Yeah.
Sarah saw its potential,
So it's been outside, has it?
Yeah, it's got weather beaten.
even if Pete didn't.
Yeah,
It's quite old.
But with the magic touch of Jay Blades, it was transformed into a blue beauty. Sarah showed it to specialist buyer Martin at her barn. He's got a good eye for antique-y, vintagey type stuff to sell on in his trendy London shop.
It's a retro look, it's a very clean look. I love the colour, very saleable.
And guess what? He bought it. Ah, now I can sleep easy. Sarah spent £100 transforming the table. It sold for £200, meaning she has made, obviously, a £100 profit.
So the good news is that the Urkel table sold with £100 worth of profit. But the bad news is I haven't been able to make contact with Peter again and time has run out. So this money is going to go to children in need.
Give that girl a gold star, because Sarah's made a profit on everything she saved at the tip. The cardboard suitcase came up lovely and rosy. The vintage radios brought old school and modern technology into harmony. And the retro Urkel table is now cool, blue and contemporary.
There were 3 things that were saved from the skip that would have been lost forever. And who knows, maybe next time you're at the tip, I could be taking your rubbish and turning it into money.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
Sorry, Spotty, before you throw that away, is there any chance I can have a quick chat to you about it?
Sure.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, maker and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old stuff into new stuff and sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
Look at that absolute box of joy. These are just fantastic.
in her search for tipped treasure.
We've got to be able to make something out of that, haven't we?
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
I've got a little something for you.
Yeah, I thought you might.
Oh, this is a hard one.
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Oh, my word.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
Well, I love this, so I would really like to have it.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
That is incredible, isn't it?
Today we're at the Whitley Recycling Centre near Guildford, where 800 tonnes of waste is dumped by Surrey locals every month.
I have no idea what I'm going to find here today. It might be a chair in despair or a toy with no joy. But whatever it is, I'm hoping to find something amazing and make some money for nothing.
Award-winning interior designer Sarah is here looking for 3 items which can be saved rather than slung and turned into something new and desirable once again.
You just never know what's going to come in. Could be a Rembrandt any minute now. A Lowry.
It's more likely to be a Renault or a Land Rover, I think, Sarah. Still, all we need are items which, with a little TLC lavished upon them, could reflect a profit for their owners. And Sarah spotted something interesting, weighing down the back of Shane's car.
Hi, I'm really sorry to bother you.
Hello.
I'm just looking at people's rubbish today and what they're throwing away and just having a chat about it.
Okay.
Manhole.
We've had a new patio laid, and the builders left some of the old patio covers.
Wow.
So it was left to me to throw them away.
Well, we're looking at things that we can recycle and make into other things. And I know that they're not probably the daintiest thing I'm going to see all day.
Yeah, they weigh a ton, and they're quite old.
Is there any chance that I could take them rather than you putting them in the tip?
I'd love you to.
How many have you got? Have you got 2?
Got 3.
3? I'm going to get somebody to help me.
The provenance of these old manhole covers is important. Having come from Shane's patio, Sarah is planning to turn them into, well, something.
Never think it, would you? But looking at them, the moment you see them in that lovely crisscross pattern, geometric stuff's really in at the moment, that's going to make a fantastic garden table or something. There's some scrap weight there, isn't there?
Whatever she does make, it'll last a long time. There's a lot of steel there. They weigh a ton, so I look forward to seeing it.
If Sarah hadn't seen the potential in these manhole covers, it could have been money down the drain.
There's money to be made out of these drain covers, and I'm going to go for it in a big way.
I didn't think Sarah would be quite so into heavy metal, but fortunately, she knows a man who is.
Headphones.
Rob Scher has years of experience bending, shaping, grinding, and welding metal.
Years of experience, know-how, tips of the trade, so to speak.
Graduating from art school, his work is now regularly in demand by architects and artists. And Rob has turned his hand to making everything from church bells to climbing frames. He has no idea what Sarah's going to bring in today, but he definitely knows what he'd like.
An old-fashioned copper hot water boiler, like a really big one, about 5 foot by 500. You know, nice and substantial, like a torpedo, a copper torpedo. That's what I want.
Hopefully Rob will be able to redirect that passion for plumbing towards Sarah's dingy drainage.
I was only looking.
Just as well, Sarah. Of course, once items reach the skip, they can no longer be retrieved.
All I'm seeing is bush, grass, tree. Not much stuff I can recycle.
Sometimes it's difficult to see the wood for the trees. Janet and her partner Chris are helping Janet's mum move house and have surplus items which are not making the transition from old to new.
It's really grotty stuff today because it's just come from the loft.
Oh really? Well, you never know.
Did you mention grotty old stuff? Well, you weren't far wrong in the case of that old case.
It hasn't got the heirlooms in it, has it?
Without heirlooms inside, I think it's fair to say that case has seen the last of its travels. But hidden away on the back seat of the pickup is something with much more potential mileage.
Oh, they're really sweet.
Told you.
2 of those.
Yeah, they're quite nice.
They're so retro.
They're quite sweet.
They are. It's just finding things that have got that old-fashioned look, and anything mid-century is really collectible, and people are loving having it in their houses.
Okay, that's good. All right, yeah, no problem.
If you don't mind, I'd love to add them to our collection from you. I'm going to stand here and see what else you've got, because you never know.
A bit of sponge.
Tempting, but maybe not today, thanks.
How cool are they? If it's all right, I'm going to take them down here out of your way. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Looks like it's easy to get carried away around about here.
You better stay there and look at what else is coming out, because I'm going to look after these, but there could be more exciting things.
It's not always the case that people don't see the value. Sometimes it's just a question of time.
You just think, right, it's going to go, it's going to go, it's going to go. And someone else might have the time and effort to think, I know what I can do with that, I'll save it. You know, but at some point you've just got to think to yourself, no, it's got to go, out. That's it.
So how cool are these two? I absolutely love their styling. They are bang on 1960, don't you think? I think we could stitch something fabby over here and really sort out these seats. And I think I'm going to be sitting on a fortune.
So, item 2 today has the potential to be double money in the shape of these 2 gorgeous 1950s chairs. And Sarah has just the man in mind to help bring them bang up to date. Jay Blades is a builder turned philosophy graduate turned furniture restorer. Jay has his finger on the pulse of modern design interiors, reworking the very best of British craftsmanship and bringing it into the 21st century.
I've always had a passion for the kind of heritage that the British designers have produced over the years. Traditionalists would love to keep it as it is, but to be reintroduced into the market, I like to just add a bit of colour and add something a bit quirky. I really enjoy adding my bit and not necessarily worried about other people's reactions. It's more about, do I like it? If I like it, then it's good.
Never knowing what Sarah will turn up with, Jay often flies by the seat of his pants when dealing with her dump finds. The good news is, today he has 2 to choose from. Seats, that is. With only 1 item to find, Sarah is searching Whitley once more. Rubbish it may be, but luckily Sarah has spotted Chris with something much more suitable.
I got to stop you. So whose is that and why are you throwing it away? And
I don't know, I think it's just been in the house for a long time. No reason really why it's been there.
And you're just not using it, so it's
no, just not using it, yeah. And I think it's for some, I think it's like to put your suit on or something.
Yeah,
and then
it's really cool.
Maybe have your cufflinks here or something.
I love it because nobody has pieces of furniture that just do one thing anymore, do they?
No, definitely not.
I really like the styling on it. It's really cool. We're looking for things that we might be able to sell for people or repurpose or redo. Is that something you might be able to share with us?
Well, you can have it if that's what you want.
Yeah, I think just, I'm not sure if I'll be able to use it, but just to have the option to do it. Do you know what it is? It's the bits on the bottom, the fact that it's got such lovely little casters and stuff.
Yeah.
I just think maybe maybe there's hope for it yet.
Maybe, yeah. It could be revived.
Yeah.
Something, yeah.
Well, that's fab. Thank you ever so much for sharing it.
You're very welcome.
I don't know if I've got to find something to do with it now. Look at that. That's brilliant.
Good luck.
Thank you ever so much.
I'm sure you've got something up your sleeve, Sarah.
Just been sitting in my house, not doing anything. And I thought, you know, might give it to someone else or put it to recycling where it could actually be used for something decent, you know.
How cool is that? Nobody has a bespoke piece of furniture just for holding their suit these days, do they? And I can't really see what else I'll be able to do with it, but I just don't think it needs to go in the tip at the moment.
Don't worry, Sarah. If you hang around long enough, I'm sure something suitable will spring to mind. So, 3 items found. Rob will be fortunate enough to tackle the manhole covers, Jay the 2 1950s flavoured chairs, and Sarah will take care of the suit stand.
It's been a fantastic day here today and I've met great people, but I've been making all sorts of promises about what I'm going to do with their rubbish. I've got my work cut out, but I can't wait to get started to turn their trash into cash.
Walthamstow was home to the British Film Studio in the early 20th century, where Broadwest Film Company made many films in the silent era. These days, there's nothing silent about the Black Horse Workshop, where Rob Scher specialises in turning brutal into beautiful.
I never have any idea what Sarah's going to bring. It's always a bit of a challenge, always a bit of a head scratch. What would I like Sarah to bring? Something a little bit ugly, something a little bit brutal.
Look at those little beauties.
Something that I could beautify, pimp up.
I think I'm going to get Rob out here. These things are really heavy duty. Come with me, come and see what I've got.
No need to look so worried, Rob. It'll be something perfectly normal.
So these, it's a little bit unusual. Ready? Ta-da! Come in, what do you reckon? Yeah, completely random.
As usual, like completely off the shelf, completely off your trolley.
They're heavy duty. There's loads of metal there. There are 3 of them and 3 covers. And so I was thinking maybe we could make some kind of amazing desk out of them, stitch them all together, or...
Could do, a shelving unit.
Ooh.
Or, they're very macho, aren't they? They're very macho. I mean, maybe we can make a nice little delicate touch, maybe a little vanity unit.
I like the idea of turning it on its head. That would be so cool, to put this into a girl's space.
Because nothing says feminine like an enormous slab of old rusty iron.
Go on, impress me. How are you going to do that?
Powder coating maybe a very, very light pastel-y colour.
Oh, my word.
Keep the shape.
And then something quite fine on the bottom then to support it.
Let's get the weight hovering above the ground. Yeah, some hairpin legs.
Are we just talking about a table? Have we got a mirror at the back? What kind of thing are we looking at?
Mirror frame. I'm looking lighting in here. An LED like strip going around on the inside.
That really takes it up a level, and I think it just puts it in a different bracket.
Different price bracket.
Different price bracket, you know me and the money.
I know.
I've always got an eye on the cash.
It's all very well having an eye on the cash at this point, but this project won't be a success until we get our hands on some.
Talk to me about the money. In terms of powder coating costs, what are we, 100 quid, 150?
120 quid, you know, to get them powder coated.
OK, and what about legs?
Roughly about 50 quid.
And then the mirror?
50, 75 for 3 mirrors, yeah.
Roughly, materials-wise, we're in the kind of 400 quid ballpark then.
I would say about that, yeah.
On top of that £400 for materials, Rob's expertise and time will cost a further £600, transforming these 3 manky manhole covers into 3 makeover vanity tables.
Well, the van is a lot lighter, but I've just committed to spending £1,000 on 3 very old manhole covers. I don't know if I'll make any money on this one, but it's going to be interesting.
So really what I want to do is, you know, transfer a very masculine piece of material, a very masculine object, you know, a heavy bit of steel, cast. I want to try and make it kind of light, feminine. That's the challenge, really.
So, Sarah's committed to £1,000 of costs to transform 3 masculine manhole covers into 3 feminine freestanding vanity units. What could possibly go wrong? Wolverhampton is a city in the heart of the Black Country, whose city motto, "Out of darkness cometh light," seems appropriate for Sarah's quest to make money from others' cast-offs. She's here today to seek the help of furniture rejuvenator Jay Blades.
I tend to like to work with stuff that is real wood. Pre-1970s is my kind of flavour. It's going to be rather interesting because I don't know what Sarah's actually going to give me. Normally when she brings stuff down, it's weird and it's wonderful.
Jay is a retro modern craftsman who specialises in reviving ageing furniture.
Hello, hello.
Hello, how are we doing?
Yeah, really
What have you got?
well.
What have you got today?
I think I bought you a couple of crackers here, but I'm not quite sure.
OK. They look interesting. They do look really, really interesting.
Are they, I didn't know if they were sort of too new, too utility to be collectible or interesting, because I haven't found out anything about them.
The utility, yes, and not too new. These are beautiful. In my eyes, these are modern-day antiques. So these are things that you should not do too much to. You shouldn't, like, plaster it with gloss, or you shouldn't rub it down so you get rid of the wood. Personally, I think you should just
just lift it a little bit more than what it is now.
Do you have any ideas of what sort of fabric we might be able to put onto the seat covers?
The fabric that I think going into someone's house, I believe it has to be a velvet. Luckily, I've got something here.
Perfect. Wow, I would never have picked colour like that.
So I would probably leave the top, clean that up so it brings it back to life, but add a really luxurious velvet that once you sit on there, it just feels to die for. The other thing I would add, just a little bit of a twist, would be to put wallpaper underneath the seat.
That's quirky to have something like that underneath where, you know, not many people see it. It's a little surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely a little surprise. And it's a little talking point as well.
I think they're going to look fabulous, but you've got to tell me, what about the money?
I knew that was going to come. Well, basically, the money, I could do the cleaning and the wallpaper and also putting the fabric on top for £50 for the turban. How does that sound to you?
That sounds like a good deal. Hopefully, not too much work for you, and I think we could make some profit on that. So that, I think that's just where I want to be. That's excellent, thank you.
So that's a deal?
That's a deal.
All right, I'll best get to work then.
Brilliant.
OK.
I'm really pleased with how that went. Those chairs are going to get the update they deserve, and I might make a little bit of money out of it.
This is going to look so good that I would even have these in my house. Anything I tend to work on, I love so much that I would have it myself, but these should sell as well, with what I'm about to do to them as well.
Jay's plan to simply update rather than renovate could provide Sarah with a bumper profit. So, £50 in total for the transformation of these two glamour chairs. Seems like a proper bargain to me. Sarah is in London with the suit stand and is pursuing a more direct approach to selling this item.
So I've come to Portobello Market to see if my trusty suit stand can find a home. It's just the right kind of place. There are heaps of antique shops around here. It'd be really cool to get above 50 quid for this, but if somebody offers me a pink note, I'm going to take it.
The suit stand is an odd item in that it's a perfectly good and useful piece of furniture. It's just become unloved. Sarah recognised that to make a profit, the only work required is some fancy footwork in order to find the suit stand a new home.
No. Another no.
Easier said than done.
Hiya.
Hello.
It's very cool what's going on in here.
Yep.
Really nice. Are they all vintage clothes that you're selling, or are they mixture?
No, it's all new.
Is it?
Yep.
God, it looks fantastic. It looks really classic. I've got a little proposition for you.
Go on.
I am looking to find a buyer for this today.
Right.
It's something that somebody was going to throw away, and I'm trying to find a new home for it and hopefully raise a bit of money for the person who was chucking it away. So this one, I think, was the classic kind of butler's thing that people had in their houses when they couldn't afford a butler.
Okay.
So just a suit stand, it's got somewhere to put the shoes, somewhere for your trousers. I was thinking that if I could get 60 quid for it,
right,
I think it would be cool to go in a place like this. Do you fancy buying it then?
I think we could maybe negotiate, but, you know.
OK, well, I'm happy to negotiate because this is something that somebody thought didn't have any value. But if you think it's got, should we say 50 quid?
Despite Sarah's best efforts, £50 proved to be a bit too rich, and a suitable compromise couldn't be found.
If you change your mind,
okay,
I'll leave you some details. You can maybe give me a shout.
Lovely.
OK, thanks ever so much. Thanks for your time. Bye-bye.
So, a bit more shoe leather required if Sarah's going to gain a dividend from that old suit stand then.
These are the manhole covers. I want to see how easy it is to drill. This could be cast iron, so depending when it was cast, it could be like a real nightmare to drill. So the legs are going to sit something like that, I think. Yeah, what am I going to do? It's a bit of an ugly duckling, but they make it into a beautiful swan. I think that's why I quite like it.
Starting to make the legs, Rob uses brute strength to bend each iron bar to the correct angle, making the legs feminine and dainty. Suitable for any girl's bedroom, I think we said.
I reckon it's time. Let's see what we got. I must remember which way round it goes.
I think it's fair to say there's a bit of imagination required before you can see these slabs of old cast iron taking pride of place in any girl's bedroom. But what we are seeing is very likely to be a world's first. No one else would think to turn these into a vanity table.
See, originally I was going to have it coming out the back here, so it's going to be like a couple of arms, but I think it just makes the whole thing a little bit too wobbly. As it is, it's wobbly anyway, so we're going to have to sort that out. See, that's quite nice. That's, you know, just like if I can weld it on there, that'd be brilliant.
It's not certain at this point that the mirror frame can be welded to the base due to the nature of the cast iron. The only way to find out is to do a test weld.
If this cracks now, then I'll know that I can't actually do any welding this, and I'll have to, like, make... OK, so, I mean...
I think what Rob's trying to say is that if the welding is unsuccessful, that means an alternative way of fastening together the tables would be required, and that has time and budget implications.
I'm just going to go for it, and then breaks, it breaks. I think it's not the best strategy, but kind of against the clock a little bit here, so... Oh, horrible.
The worst case scenario would be that the extreme heat from the arc welder that Rob's using will cause the frame to crack.
Doesn't like welding. Normally, if you'd welded this to itself, you know, or a similar type of metal, it's just snapped along the line it was welded.
That's not such good news. Looks like a plan B is required.
Just let it cool down, and then I'll think about what I'm going to do.
Since Sarah's dropped these off, the thoughts that I had was to probably just keep it nice and simple and just put a velvet, a lovely deep purple velvet on the seat. But sleeping on it, I want to introduce some colour, and this is the frame I would love to paint. I would love to give that a nice green against the purple. So if I can get that there, because that works well with that, I have to add that just a little bit of ooh to it.
Ooh, that'll be a technical term then.
I would say for me, this is not a big task, but normally when you think it's not a big task, then it shows itself to be a big task. So personally speaking, this is a job I'm just going to get stuck into. And if there's problems, then I'll overcome those problems in due time. You never know with old furniture. I don't know where it's been, what kind of life it's had, what someone's done to it. They might have had an easy life. Imagine that, one previous owner. That would be cool. If you don't have a jar to put all the screws and bits and bobs in there, the best bet is to get masking tape, stick them all down. Right on a piece of tape, that's supposed to be a 1. And then on the bottom of the chair, you put a 1 as well, so you know which one, especially if you're working with 2 chairs that are identical.
Matching the old fixings back to the chairs from which they came makes putting them back together again so much easier.
I want this to go a kind of minty green, but I've got a darker green primer, and then get ready to rock and roll. It's just going to give the purple a lift, it's going to give the chair a lift, it's just going to make everything look fresh and new, even though it's not new. 60-year-old chair, giving it a facelift. Or, modern terms, a little bit of Botox. That's what we're doing.
Botox may seem an odd analogy, but of course we are hoping to reverse the signs of ageing and bring these chairs bang up to date. Previously in Portobello Market, the suit stand remained stranded with Sarah, but never one to give up. A change of location may be what's required.
So me and my special friend have come all the way from Notting Hill to Brick Lane to see if we can make a sale here.
Brick Lane can be found in East London in the borough of Tower Hamlets and is famous for its curry houses. Let's hope that suit stand will be able to curry some favour eventually.
I've been to lots of shops around here and I have met a man called Michael in this one who is interested in my Italian bespoke designer suit stand. He's not very keen on the camera, so I'm just going to pop in, see if I can persuade him to come out. Guess what, Michael? It's your lucky day. We're back.
Sarah's success is measured in sales, and she always seeks out the best opportunities to maximise profits. Hosting regularly her own furniture and clothing sales from home,
Just sold the sofa.
advertising and selling online,
Get that online.
or meeting commercial buyers in person to sell direct.
Seeing this is really refreshing, and it's good, and people are going to want more of it. It's going to grow, this thing, I think, that you're doing.
With opportunities galore in the things we throw out, Sarah's always looking to make money for nothing. The suit stand, salvaged from Chris,
You're just not using it, so it's
No, just not using it, yeah. And I think it's for some, I think it's like to put your suit on or something.
Yeah,
and then...
yeah, it's really cool.
has covered some miles searching for an elusive new home.
It'd be really cool to get above 50 quid for this, but if somebody offers me a pink note, I'm going to take it.
Sarah made a sale, and the only question remaining is, did she get a pink note? Sarah is back in Whitley to tell Chris what became of his suit stand.
Hi, Chris.
Hello
nice
there.
to see you again.
Nice to
Hiya.
see you again.
Thank you. I've got a few things to show you about your suit stand if you'd
Oh,
like
yes.
to come and catch up.
Oh yeah, sounds good. Come in.
Lovely,
please.
thank you. So we decided that it was probably the kind of thing that would fit well into a shop as a shop display piece.
Oh really? Yeah.
A really nice guy in a vintage shop, and he has all sorts of things in his shop. So he specialises in vintage clothing and accessories and that kind of stuff. He immediately said, "Oh, I really like that." So I did a bit of bartering, and I tried really hard to get, you know, like some real sales stuff behind it. But actually, in the end, I got £25 for it.
Oh right, that's better than nothing.
It is, and that £25 I've got here, and that's for you. So
wow.
It was really good fun.
Well, thank you very much.
My pleasure. It's not $1 million, but I don't know what you'd do with 25 quid.
I'll put it into the daily shop or something like that. Find somewhere for it.
But anyway, it was lovely to have met you again.
Yeah,
and
you too, thank you very much.
I'll be at the tip, no doubt, sometime soon. See you again.
See you again. Yeah.
Thanks ever so much. Okay, bye, Chris.
See you. Bye.
Sarah sold the suit stand for 25 quid, which is all profit.
I didn't think that the coat hanger would have any sort of value to it. You know, it looked old and abused, so, so I'm shocked there was any money made out of it, to be honest.
Rob has managed to manhandle the manhole covers into what can at best be called butch beautiful vanity tables. But it's not been a project without problems.
Everything that's been put together, apart from the actual frame, has been bolted or just placed. So we've drilled the backing for the mirror. The support here has been bolted on. Nothing has been welded except for the base.
The inability of the cast iron to take a weld has caused no end of problems. This has meant that the project has taken much longer than anticipated.
But we were going to utilise the recess here on the drain cover for lighting. Now, I had to work within the budget, and to be honest, it went way over budget with the lighting. So the next stage, if there is any next stage, is to talk to Sarah and see what she thinks about it.
This restriction on both time and costs has also meant that some of the final finish is a little more temporary than Rob would like.
It's the manhole makeover moment, and I'm here to see if Rob has managed to turn those 3 dirty bits of drainage into 3 fabulous vanity units.
When Sarah managed to save these manhole covers, they were destined to become molten metal. Now they are unrecognisable as dirty drainage and are just a tiny step away from being magnificent mirrored vanity units.
Hiya.
Sarah, how you doing?
I'm really well, how are you?
Not too bad. Come in.
It's quiet here, it's never quiet here.
Oh, relief.
Oh, really cool. That is amazing. I think the bases.
Even the broken one, I quite like.
Okay, you've done well there. I'm a bit worried about this though. What's that?
Well, the original plan was, because of the lighting, I wanted this suspended.
Okay.
So there would have been a bar across there, so you would have seen daylight around here, you had the
Okay.
lighting, that was the idea.
Okay.
Now we don't have that.
Okay, in terms of finish, I'm not sure that...
You don't like that kind of crusty finish? What about a bit of white in there?
Because the other alternative is to get new mirror cut, and so it actually fills the frame. But, you know, I think we've got to do one thing or another, because this gap here is going to cause a problem. Is it possible to see it spun the other way? Or?
So.
I'm just wondering if we were to sell these. If they go against the wall, they're going to have to go against the wall, aren't they? This kind of weight has got to be anchored against a wall in some way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
If we could have brackets on here that get screwed to the wall,
Yeah.
I think you're 99% there in terms of making these look fantastic. As a trio, they're really impressive. You know, as you walk in, and the colour that you've chosen, I had this idea about the sage green, and you've picked it up, and I think it's lovely. They're really impressive together.
Yeah?
Yeah, really.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and I hate to walk in and be critical, but I think you've got maybe 5% more just to get them completely finished.
Being just slightly rough around the edges is enough to make a profit improbable, especially if there's insufficient left to bling them up with the LED lighting as originally planned.
How are we doing on the budget? So I think we had £1,000 for the three.
We're up to budget on that, yeah?
Okay. I think that all three together, the finish, the really lovely legs you put on them, and the detail of that is cracking. It's just pushing that last bit. So give me a shout when they're ready to collect, and then I think we'll have something that's really saleable and really stylish, because I think they are so close to being perfect. So thank you very much. You'll be so pleased to see the back of me. Take care. Bye.
Clearly, when attempting to make a profit, costs have to be tightly controlled. And if just a little more of Rob's time invested at this stage means they can be sold for a much higher price, it will all be worth it in the end.
Well, Rob has certainly transformed those manhole covers, and I feel really picky because the colour on them is really good and the legs are really good detail. But I just need that 5% extra finesse because they need to look $1 million. I need to be able to sell them at a profit, and for that, they've got to be bang on.
What I'm going to do is put some hooks in the back here, raise the mirror. I'm going to tighten up the brackets, give them a good crank up to make sure that the whole thing's quite steady. Give Sarah what she wants.
Back in Whitley, Sarah spotted something distinctly masculine in the back of Shane's car.
Manhole?
We've had a new patio laid, and the builders left some of the old patio covers.
Rob, on the other hand, was able to spot the feminine potential.
Maybe we can make a nice little delicate touch, maybe a little vanity unit.
With the budget rapidly running out, the cast iron makeover required just one small push to prove its mettle.
And I hate to walk in and be critical, but I think you've got maybe 5% more just to get them completely finished.
Rob has taken these 3 dank, dirty drainage covers and, with a few necessary strong-arm tactics, has transformed them into make-up, touch-up vanity units. Rob's final finishing touches have created just what Sarah was looking for. And with those details taken care of, making these into a premium product, these unique units have been snapped up as stock for a prestigious London outlet. And, most importantly, for a premium price. Sarah has returned to Whitley to surprise Shane with pictures of what his cast iron manhole covers have become, and to hand over some profit.
Hi there, hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Shane, how are you doing?
Hi, nice to see
Nice
you.
to see you again.
Hello.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Becky.
Hi there, how do you do? Do you know what Daddy took to the tip?
The drain covers.
Yeah, and I have to say, I got a little bit enthusiastic about them.
Well, we're intrigued.
I did. Well, I took them to London, and there is this fantastic place in Walthamstow, which is an open studio, and there's a guy there called Rob, who's a technician who runs it. And he came up with the idea that they're very chunky, masculine things. We should turn them completely on their head and turn them into vanity tables.
Okay.
So I've actually got some pictures to show you. They turned out, we made 3 of them. He really went to town on them. Do you like them?
Yeah.
When they're all together, they look great, and somebody has bought them. Unfortunately, £1,000 to spend on them to convert them was quite a lot of money to spend. But we did manage to sell them at a profit. And I've got a wad of money here. I want to know just how much you think might be, how much profit.
Nice.
Well, there's £500 here, and I'm really pleased to say that's all yours. So I don't know who gets that. Maybe it was Daddy.
Calm down.
That was the one who took them.
We'll discuss it
Split it. That's a good
Maybe
thing.
give it to Mummy. She looks after it.
Gladly. The keeper of the cash.
Goodness gracious.
The 3-man hole covers cost £1,000 to transform, but with a sale of £1,500, Sarah has made a profit of £500 for Shane and his family.
Do you have any idea what you might do with it?
Well, your timing's very good. We're leaving early in the morning to go to France for our summer holiday, so I'm sure that these guys here will find something good to do with it.
You're going to have a really good time.
Very nice wine.
Lovely to
Thank
see you,
Thank
and
you.
have a really good time. Bye, guys. Really nice to see you. Bye bye. Thank you.
Back in Wolverhampton, those tired old 1950s chairs were left in the capable hands of Jay Blades, who has transformed them with a flash of inspiration, a lick of paint and some purple velvet covers.
Simple job that to a certain extent turned out a bit fiddly, especially this bit here. The original trim that was on there was made of plastic, just totally broke up, so I couldn't put it back together again. I think there's a touch of femininity with masculinity in there as well. So I think these appeal to a lot of people, but Sarah might not like them, or she might like them. She'll tell me once she sees them.
When Sarah collected these 2 chairs, they were looking a little bit dated and unloved. Now, Jay has transformed them into luxurious pieces of furniture, fit to grace any designer home.
Oh my word. They are amazing. I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
I think now they look like they've been brought into the 21st century.
Beautiful. What you've done is amazing. Really. Oh, look at that. You are a genius.
I'm trying to be. And both of them, rather than having a match up, they're just slightly different.
Quirky. I love it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. The finish and the quality is amazing.
You've got 3 different kind of finishes there. You've got the velvet, you've got a matte painted finish, then you've got the gloss here. Normally, those won't go well together, but when you look at that kind of contrast, they just look perfect together.
Yeah.
I think because you've got dark, light, it's semi-dark, but it's more warmer, this colour. So I think, yeah.
Did you manage to do them 50, or, I mean, we didn't discuss this top bit at all.
No, the top bit, I was going to leave it as it was, but when I put the seat on, covered the seat, and then looked at it, and the colours weren't matching up, so it was just inevitable that I had to do the back.
I love them.
So they came in, originally we stated, was it £50 for the 2?
Yeah.
Now they're £70 for the 2.
I think that you have turned something really ordinary into a statement piece. They are stunning. I'm really pleased.
The sales potential of these 2 old chairs is now obvious for all to see, and Sarah's leaving with high hopes of making some cash.
These chairs have gone from classic car boot fodder into high-end luxury item, and that's all because of Jay's hard work. He put an extra 20 quid on the bill, but I think that's money well spent.
I'm never too sure when I actually show people the furniture for the first time if they actually get it, but Sarah got it, which I'm really, really chuffed with.
Back at the tip, Sarah made a beeline for Janet and Chris, who had a pickup full of potential.
These are really sweet.
They are. They're not bad, yeah.
Recognising the 1950s flavour, Sarah knew exactly who would relish the opportunity to tackle these 2.
I have to add that just a little bit of to it.
Jay accepted the challenge, and by changing the covers and adding a splash of colour, Jay has brought these two 1950s chairs straight into the 21st century. Sarah invited retro furniture dealer Martin to be the first to view the rejuvenated chairs.
That's really nice. When someone just does that extra thing, that's sort of like a little secret, isn't it?
Martin loved Jay's chairs and snapped them up for his shop, the Old Cinema. Sarah is back in Whitley to show Janet and Chris what became of the chairs and to hand over the profit.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi Chris, how are you doing?
Oh, how are you? All right.
Yeah, really
Good,
well,
good,
really
good,
well.
good.
Are you coming out too, Janet?
Yes,
Hi there.
hello. All right,
Nice to see you again. I've got a few pictures to show you about the chairs. Yeah, do you want to come and have a look at them?
Yeah, by all means.
The chairs that you dropped off, this is how they ended up.
Oh,
Wow.
fantastic. Yeah.
They look
No,
brilliant,
they
don't
look brilliant, don't they?
They were really
Oh, it's
comfortable.
amazing.
They
Yeah.
did look, and this sort of turquoisey colour was amazing. Very high-end sort of feel to them.
Yeah. To be honest, the legs and they just look totally different, but I'm sure they're not. But it's because of the seats and everything, it's just made the legs stand out.
So we have managed to sell them at a profit.
Yeah.
It's not a massive profit, but it is £40 for you for those chairs.
Fantastic.
And I think you're keen on motorbikes and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I can always get something for the motorbike, or I suppose I could give in and take you down the mill for a mill, or the mill for a pub.
The two chairs were transformed for the grand cost of £70, and Sarah sold them for £110, leaving Janet and Chris with 40 quid to fight over.
Two things that would have ended up rubbish have now got a life, and they can carry on and be used by other people and appreciated. And we've got some money to spend on a BSA. Yeah, that's right, yeah. So that's yet to be discussed properly, off camera.
Sarah has made a profit on all of the things she saved from the crusher. The suit stand has found a new home in a London shop. The iron manhole covers have been transformed into 3 pastel-coloured vanity tables, and the two chairs reborn as chic velvet-clad beauties. Whoa.
So that is brilliant. That's 3 things that have been saved that might have been lost forever, and 3 people who've now got a little bit of extra cash that they weren't expecting.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
Sorry, Spotty, before you throw that away, is there any chance I can have a quick chat to you about it?
Sure.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, maker and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old stuff into new stuff and sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
Look at that absolute box of joy. These are just fantastic.
In her search for tip treasure.
We've got to be able to make something out of that, haven't we?
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
I've got a little something for you.
Yeah, I thought you might.
Oh, this is a hard one.
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Oh, my word.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
Well, I love this, so I would really like to have it.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
That is incredible, isn't it?
The Bredbury Recycling Centre in Stockport near Manchester. Every year we throw away 10 million pieces of furniture at centres like this. Most ends up in landfill, but some could be reused.
There is tons and tons of rubbish coming through this place every day, and I'm a woman on a mission. I'm out there to find those little pieces that are worth their weight in gold.
Sarah has special permission to scout these skips, so please don't go raiding your local recycling centre.
That's seen some fun then.
It has.
She's searching for 3 pieces which, once reworked and sold, will produce a payout for their original owner.
Copper's very on trend, you know that? What would you make out of it?
Some skis.
Skis?
Yeah.
Not sure about the skis, but I don't want to snow on anyone's parade. Looks like Sarah may be off to a flying start.
Is this going?
It is. She spotted John, who is offloading a big old item of furniture.
Oh, it's really heavy. Let me see. Was it yours or?
It was actually a great aunt of my wife's.
Wow, that's brilliant. Lovely. So it looks like it's got some Bakelite handles on it, so it's obviously got some age to it, hasn't it?
I would say it's sort of turn of the century kind of thing.
Brilliant. And so what was your wife's aunt's name?
Oh gosh, I forgot.
It was like Maud or Audrey, isn't it? Something.
You put me on the spot now, I've forgotten.
Come on, John.
Mary. It was Mary. Yeah.
Mary. Fantastic. Well, if you don't mind us taking Mary's
Of course you can.
chest of drawers
I would
away.
much rather it was put to some good use and thrown away on the tip.
I absolutely love it, and I think it's got real substance to it. Should we just pop up beyond that way? That'd be fab. Thank you.
Great Aunt Mary's chest of drawers could have major profit potential. Good work, Sarah.
If we just pop it, I'll just go in here with it. That would be great. Thank you.
Getting a hand with the heavy lifting. Genius.
What a great old piece of furniture. It's obviously got some history to it. It's not in perfect condition. There's a massive split all down the side here, and there's a few chips off the corners of it. But this is a solid, hefty, it's really heavy piece of furniture. It's something really good to work with.
And Sarah's enthusiasm has got cabinet maker John thinking.
Personally, if I was to do something with it, I would strip it, seal it, wax it, put new handles on, and just because it's a good solid piece of furniture, it can be reused.
If we just restored this, I think it would look lovely, but I think we can probably push it a bit further than that and make something really special out of it. So it's a really pleasing find.
And with radical furniture rejuvenator Zoe Murphy lined up to take on the project, this could become a treasure chest. Zoe is a screen printing and textile design queen. Her bright 50s-inspired designs have taken the reconditioned furniture world by storm. She even sells bespoke pieces to Liberties of London, and her work sells at a premium.
I work predominantly by putting images onto old pieces of furniture. Everything I make is a lot of the time about fun. I'm based in Margate. I really kind of revel in all the sort of faded glory and glamour of the place. So I really believe that things should always be given a second chance, and I try to see the good in stuff like that.
Let's hope Zoe sees the good in Great Aunt Mary's chunky chest. Back at the recycling centre, and Sarah is searching out a second item.
Would it be okay to have a look through your rubbish? Would you mind? Is that really?
Yeah, sure.
Nearby, Neil has some interesting looking kitchen worktops destined for the skip, and he's roped in father-in-law Roy to help him out.
I'm just the odd job man. I'm the guy who supplies the trailer and the car to bring the rubbish to the tip.
Do you mind if I have a look at your rubbish?
No, help yourself. Yeah, it's fine.
What, new kitchen is it, or old kitchen, or?
Well, it's part of what we've just put a new kitchen in, and it's what's actually left over.
Really?
Yeah.
And so you're getting rid of that bit?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's heavy.
No, don't worry, I'm not going to touch it. I was
Right.
just looking at it. Would it be something that I might be able to work with, or?
Well, yeah, when we put it in, I thought, crack, it's a shame to throw it away, but it's very...
Oh, you've got more of it?
Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic, this is my lucky day. Just here would be lovely, thank you. That's amazing. It's got a lovely luxury feel to it. I bet your kitchen looks great, doesn't it?
Does your kitchen look good, Neil?
Yeah.
Yeah?
These worktops are sometimes known as engineered stone, which is essentially ground up stone. In this case, marble, bound together by resin.
Is there any care that they've told you about using with it?
It's man-made, so it's a resin.
Okay.
So you polish it all up.
Okay.
Polish all the joints out of it. It's a bit like corian.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, fantastic. I don't know what I'm going to do with it now. Just big chunks of it, make it really useful.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thanks ever so much.
And straight away you can see that these could be made into, Neil, Roy?
I have no idea.
Make a desk out of it.
No, I don't know.
Make some chopping boards out of it.
Yeah, chopping boards, yeah. Yeah, but the big piece, that might do for a worktop somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, in a small kitchen, maybe. I don't know.
And Sarah's got her thinking cap on too.
It's really heavy, it's really chunky. It feels, it's got a cold stone-like feeling to it, so that makes it quite appealing. There are a couple of little side tables there. Is that something that goes in somebody's garden on a really cool pair of legs?
Perhaps reworking this man-made marble is a job for a woman. And if anyone can repurpose this surface, it's artist blacksmith Bex Simon. Beck's mastery of some of the toughest materials around allows her to create original, organically inspired design pieces. And although it can be hot, heavy work, it can also be truly rewarding.
This sort of thing is quite new to us because we normally work on a commission basis. So to be presented something and turn it into something else is quite exciting for us. So I like the challenge and I'm really interested to see what she's found and what we can do to it. So yeah, it'll be good.
Let's hope the man-made marble sparks Bex's imagination, providing a searing profit for Neil and Roy. With 2 items allocated to those clever craftspeople, Sarah is back searching the site for something of a personal project.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'll be able to make something or not. It's really, I think I might struggle to do something with it. Thank you ever so much for your time.
No problem.
So therapeutic.
As therapeutic as this may be, I don't think there's money to be made in broken crockery. And at the other end of the dump, Joanne has some old dining chairs that catch Sarah's eye.
And you've got a couple of them? You've got 3 of them?
Yeah, there's about 3, I think.
Fab, I'd love to have a look at all 3. I'm just trying to work out how old they are. So these, yeah, I think these are quite interesting because we've got 3 of them. That's fab, that's brilliant, thank you. And what else? You got dolls in there as well?
Yeah, a friend gave us some, and I gave them to my granddaughter, and she was scared of them.
Oh, really?
That one, she was really scared of that one.
You can probably see why, can't you, from a child's point of view? Wow. I think those I can't do much with, but I think the chairs might be worth. If I could do something with them, would it be all right to keep in contact and show you what I did with them and that kind of thing? Yeah? Fab.
Right, yeah, so you're going to restore things like that, is it?
Yeah, and these have got a recognisable retro style to them. So if somebody's doing up their house and they want it to have a sort of 1950s, 1960s look, then people are trying to buy up things like this to complete their look. So they might...
It would be really interesting to see what you could make out of something like that.
Yeah, well, I think it will only ever be a chair, but it just might be, just modernised a bit.
If these chairs scrub up well, Joanne could be sitting pretty with a profit.
I don't think there'd be any value in them as they are, no. But if she does them up, then sells them, good on her. Well done for working hard on them. I wish I had that talent to be able to do it. And the time.
I'd love to give them a new lease of life. I'm thinking strip off this tired old Draylon and put something really bright and beautiful on their seats. It would be really great if after a little makeover we might be able to get over £50 each for these beauties. And after we've taken out some expenses, I reckon £100 to hand over. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Now Sarah's designers each have their restoration projects. Zoe will reimagine John's chest of drawers. Bex will cook up something fantastic with Neil and Roy's kitchen worktops. And Sarah will set about Joanne's old seats, hopefully ending up with something sensational.
I've saved 3 fabulous pieces here today, and I'm going to make lots of money from them. I hope.
It's back to the sunny seaside town of Margate, where furniture design guru Zoe is poised to discover just what it is that Sarah wants to get off her chest.
I'm really excited because Sarah's bringing along a piece of furniture for me to have a look at. I'm thinking it probably will be something that is really well made, but definitely shabby and needing some care and attention. So that should be good. I trust her.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so.
Hiya! Hiya, how you doing? I'm really well, how are you? Good to see you. Now don't look, I don't know if you're going to like it or not.
It's massive!
It's really heavy as well. Are you right to just help?
Yeah.
Let's bring it in out.
Oh my goodness.
So heavy.
What a monster! So someone was throwing this away?
Yeah.
Oh, why?
Well,
who did it belong to?
I think the guy said that he'd had it in his garage for ages. He'd been storing things in it, and he was a cabinet maker.
Had he made it?
No, I think it'd just been in his family.
I really like it. It looks really good quality.
It's got all the dovetail joints and everything, so it is a solid piece. And you know something, I had all sorts of ideas, but I've just seen one of your new pieces. I think it's just blown away all the thoughts I had about it, so I'd really like to hear what you think you could do with it.
It's really big, but it looks really well made. I love padding drawer linings with fabric or bright coloured patterned papers and boards, and creating almost like oversized treasure chests. And
have you had any initial thoughts about what style of pattern or what kind of thing we could use for it?
in here is the beginnings of a bit of an illustration about the slightly more traditional, more arts and crafts sort of heritage designs that could go onto a piece like this. Masculine and kind of audacious and making a statement.
I think that looks fantastic. I actually love the bird, I have to say. That looks quite cool on there.
Yeah, I think that'd be brilliant.
Big, bold, audacious floral prints, new handles, new linings. I'm sure when it's finished, it's going to be the kind of piece which would easily be able to draw a crowd.
It sounds like it's going to be a labour of love. How much does that mean it's going to cost?
I think around about the £900 mark for us to work onto this for however many days it takes, do all of the design work, print all of those custom designs onto it, reline everything and make it perfect, ready to go.
I think that sounds amazing because I know it's going to be a huge amount of hard work. Just lining a drawer takes a long time, doesn't it? And to take on this, I think that's great.
£900 is certainly not pennies, but you'd expect to pay top rates for Zoe's input on a project of this size.
Wow, that girl has such fantastic ideas. The energy coming out of that studio is amazing. And that chest of drawers is going to look $1 million when it's finished.
I'm actually quite fond of this. I'm looking forward to lining all these different drawers, plus a nice big surface area to get a gorgeous print onto as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing it.
Great Aunt Mary's sizable chest of drawers will take a sizable budget to turn them from shabby to chic. And with such a big spend, Sarah will need to sell for more than £900 to make a profit. From the seaside to the heart of the Surrey countryside, with its rolling farmland, picturesque villages and its piles of rusting metal. Sarah reckons her newly acquired worktops are best in the hands of Bex Simon. Bex and husband Dave create all manner of metal fixtures and fittings in their blacksmith's workshop, and they simply love a challenge.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what Sarah's going to bring today. What do you reckon we're making? A coffee table? A chair?
A boat?
We think we're building a boat today.
Well, whatever you end up making, she's hoping her man-made marble will float your boat.
Hiya. Oh, both of you, how are you? Got a little something for you.
Well, let's have a look.
I've got
wow.
quite a bit of it.
Yeah.
I've got 3 nice bits. Ooh, brilliant, thank you. It's quite heavy. And you might be thinking, it's not very metal.
Yeah. It's very posh.
Yes, it is posh. That's exactly what I thought. So I was wondering about making some tables out of it with metal legs.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, how many pieces have you got?
I have got 3. I think this is. I bought this one because it's the smallest and the lightest. Shall I go and get the other bits?
Let's have a look.
This material is a bit of a departure for metal worker Bex, but at least Sarah's looking for metal legs.
Tell me about the bottom sort of frame that you had in mind then.
I know you've got your really long pieces of metal. It was a bit crazy to have the top and then it's like screw up a piece of metal so it does really weird things and make legs out of it.
I think doing 3 of those, that's going to take us a long time because then to make it level and looking nice.
I mean, that could be quite good fun. I'm up for that.
So that's 3 tables with geometric metal frame legs. Bex doesn't look convinced about the way forward, but Dave seems more decisive.
If it was between £100 and £150 per table.
If it's going well, we can, really go to town.
Yeah.
And make
you
it.
get more bends.
Get more bends. If it's a nightmare, we'll just simplify it.
A lot.
We'll just, work with that budget.
I hope you haven't stuck your neck out, Dave, and I hope it goes really well.
No, it'll be fine.
Okay. Take care. Thanks so much. Bye.
You seem like you're going to enjoy this one.
Yeah, no, I've got a good feeling about this one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I've just buried it.
Oh no, here we go. I'll get my coat.
I hope I haven't caused too much marital disharmony there. Didn't seem like they were both thinking along the same lines, so fingers crossed that's all right. I'm hoping with the marble and those really funky geometric shapes, they should look really cool.
With an approximate cost of £150 each for 3 tables, we're looking at a total bill of around £450. Selling them as a matching set could mean that Sarah might make a decent profit. From the rural idyll that is Surrey, we're shifting the action over to Sussex, where it's time for Sarah to get busy with her very own project.
I've been dying to get started on these. They look so dated at the moment, and I'm sure that if I sand them down, I can make them look pale and modern, and have a think about what to cover on that. They'll look great.
Sarah sets out by unscrewing those sad seats.
So this is not the first time that this chair has been recovered. You can see there's a nasty brown drail on. I'm thinking must be about 1980. And underneath it, the original vinyl that would have been on the chairs when they were bought. Okay, so that's how they would have been originally. So that would be pretty easy to recover. And these chair frames are really solid, so we've got a great base to start with. Just need to get sanding.
Wherever possible, it's a good idea to sand along the grain of the wood, as sanding across the grain can lead to unsightly scratches.
I've literally been sanding this down for 5 minutes, and I think that the transformation is amazing. It looks crisp and clean, fresh and expensive.
And an expensive look is just what we're after if we're to pocket a profit.
Now, I'm thinking, for the new covers of the chair, I need to have something that is fitting with the frames that I've created. So I do have a couple of bits that are sort of on era for this kind of thing. Maybe that's a bit early, a bit of 1940s. That's probably more about me again. But that might be really cool. I bought this in a charity shop for £2. So this is not going to cost me a lot of money. That looks amazing. That looks great. It's just different. It is almost geometric. We've seen a lot of geometric shapes in furnishings recently. It's really unusual. It's really bright. and it's really commercial. That could be the one, couldn't it? That could be the moneymaker.
Looks like there's a bright geometric future ahead for these chairs.
So all I've got to do now, I reckon, is about an hour's worth of sanding for each chair, pop some staples onto these, and then make my £150. Piece of cake. Walk in the park. Work of a moment.
Work of a moment? Well, better multiply that by 3 and crack on. Using the existing seat pads means Sarah is spending just £2 on that fab new fabric. I smell a decent profit for these 3 beauties. Meanwhile, in Margate, Sarah left a tired old chest of drawers beside the seaside, where Zoe is getting this not inconsiderable restoration project underway.
Okay. Oh, still a monster thing. I think we're probably going to take the lid off, strip the whole thing back to see what kind of condition the wood is underneath, and then changing some of these handles as well. These are kind of like plasticky, fake Bakelite ones. I've noticed on all the drawers there's actually a keyhole and a lock on every single one. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get these locks working again. We need to get these panels off in order to access the way to remove the lid. I've had to do a lot worse to furniture in order to restore it, would you believe? So sometimes demolishing it, seemingly, is the way that you can take it apart to get it back together again. Here we go.
So, from chest of drawers to jigsaw puzzle. Definitely not a project for the faint-hearted. Zoe's next job is to strip the wood, and for this, she uses a professional paint and varnish remover.
Leave this for about a minute maybe, nice and thick, and when it bubbles up, it'll have loosened all of the varnish.
Always wear heavy-duty protective gauntlets and a face mask when applying a chemical paint stripper.
Stripper is working perfectly. It's lifting the varnish, which is really good, although the wood underneath isn't amazing. A lot of the damage and watermarks are still there. So we're going to have to look at getting them out a bit as well. That looks like it's been in someone's shed and it's had a leak onto it or something like that.
With some of the heavy, dirty work out of the way, Zoe can start thinking more about the design stage of this rejuvenation. Back in the blistering heat of the Surrey countryside, Bex and Dave are getting even hotter under their respective collars with Sarah's triple table challenge.
We're starting work on these slabs. We're going to make a couple of coffee tables and a console table. So we're just making a temporary desk outside because obviously we'll probably be working with some long rods and stuff. So we're going to see if we can make all 3 right now.
Lengths of steel rod will form the table legs. Once Bex cuts the rods down to manageable lengths, each one will be bent into shape. Bex starts work on the legs for the smallest table by welding rods to a piece of steel plate.
That will just hold it in place. What we'll do now is we'll sort of heat it and start bending.
The steel will start to become malleable as its temperature increases. And if you want to know just how hot red hot is, well, it's upwards of 500 degrees centigrade. So this is the perfect job for this sort of weather.
Basically, I haven't drawn it out. Again, it's going to grow organically.
And while Bex bends, Dave drills. With the table designs developing organically, this really is a case of trial and error.
It's all back to front. I'm all confused. It's making it so you look at it and you enjoy looking at it rather than you feel uncomfortable looking at it. At the moment, I'm uncomfortable. But we'll sort it out. It's part of the fun.
And now Dave has spotted a flaw in the smallest surface. So how does that affect their plans?
But what do you want to do about that? You know, high-end table, chipping it. It's not really.
If that one's chipped, find a bigger one. We've got other ones over there.
Yeah, I know, but we've made that for this one.
With the smallest surface now chipped, the guys decide to go for plan B and try the biggest table on the existing legs.
It's running out of time not having anything, all like slightly built and very botched, which I would be really mortified at, or trying to make something work and look nice, you know, that a customer will, you know, like and still put in the house. So plan B.
So we're down from 3 tables to 1. Time to marry the largest tabletop to those spaghetti legs.
I think that's our best
Bet.
option now. She looks better being a more contained
Yeah.
block within the table.
Yeah. Like, I don't feel as annoyed with it, you know. So that looks nice. Oh, I need a glass of wine tonight.
Back at the barn in Sussex, those seat covers are going from drab to delightful.
That's perfect. That's absolutely smooth, really tight. If you're going to sit on that, that's not going to cause any problems. So I'd say that's actually quite a professional looking finish.
Well, we wouldn't expect anything less.
So I've finished the chair, I've sanded it all over and I've waxed it down. So you can see the grain of the beech coming out and just the natural colour of the wood. And I think it looks so much fresher than it did before.
These seats were in a sorry state. But now they're a triumph in triplicate.
My £2 car boot fabric, I think, has transformed these chairs. It's now beautifully hard wearing and sitting really well with this lovely grain up here. In fact, I think they look like $1 million. And I'm only going to ask £150.
Sarah sanded these beautiful beech chairs and spent a massive £2 on fresh fabric covers. If she can shift them for £50 each, there could be a very healthy profit. Back at the dump, Joanne's chairs had seen better days, possibly in the swinging 60s, but Sarah spotted their potential.
These have got a recognisable retro style to them, so love to give them a new lease of life.
I don't think there'd be any value in them as they are, no. But if she does them up, then sells them, good on her.
Sarah invited retro furniture dealer Martin to check out her chairs. So, what did he make of them?
This is 1950s, 60s, and people love this look.
For Martin, these were a must-have for his shop in London. Sarah has come back to Stockport to update Joanne on her 3 forlorn chairs. The refurb was inexpensive, so just how much profit has been made?
Got friends. Hello. Hiya. Hello again. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I've got some pictures to show you of your chairs that we found at the tip, but I was trying to remember where you said they came from and their history.
Right. Well, originally they were my husband's before we lived together.
I rubbed them down and did
Wow,
that
look at
to
them.
them.
They're dead bright. They were dead dull before. They're really nice. They're really nice. I don't think it'd go in my wallpaper though.
No, I don't think. And it turns out that somebody did really like them, and
Oh, really?
they were what they were looking for. So I did actually make a profit.
All right.
And that profit is for you. And
Wow.
There's £100 there for you.
You're joking. Never expected that.
Sarah has only spent £2 transforming the chairs, and she managed to negotiate a sale of £102 with Martin, so that she could hand over the full £100 to Joanne.
What will you do with £100?
Well, we're going camping next week, so I think that will cover the petrol.
Fantastic. I hope you have a lovely time
Oh,
camping.
thank you. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, and I'll think of you.
I know, yeah, that's brilliant.
Take
Thank
care.
you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I can't believe that the profit on them was £100. That's amazing. It's absolutely brilliant.
I really enjoyed working on those retro chairs, and I love the idea that Joanne's going off to spend that money on her camping holiday.
Sarah's back in magnificent Margate, where she left furniture and fabric designer doyenne Zoe with a sizable task.
Now, I left Zoe with a real challenge. She had a big, broken, brutal-looking chest of drawers, so I can't wait to see if she's managed to bring that delicate Zoe magic to it.
Zoe took a tired, tatty old chest of drawers and has created a stunning piece of bespoke furniture with hand-printed surfaces, lovingly restored woodwork and new fixtures and fittings.
I'm keen to know what she thinks about the all-over print on the front, because that's something a little different. I don't normally do that, but I loved making the pattern for them, so hopefully she'll love them.
Hiya! Hello, how are you? Really well. How are you?
Very good.
It's amazing out there today.
It is very nice. Thank you for bringing the good weather to Margate. I have something to show you here.
Is that it?
Yes,
I can see it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it's fantastic. What have you done? Is it paper? Have you...
This is all hand printed onto the surfaces, and this design has actually been made especially for this chest as well.
It's bespoke.
Me pulling on all my textile design background.
It is transformed, isn't it? It was never going to look like this, you know. I can't believe you've done it. This interior is just inspired, and I think that when people open it, it'll be such a surprise. Does it work?
Yes, I hated the idea of passing on something that had a function but that was redundant, so I jimmied out all of the locks and took them up to my local locksmith, who kind of winced a bit when I said, oh, can you fit some keys for this and stuff, but he did an amazing job, and actually we've got 2 keys that fit every single one, and they've even got little tassels on as well, so.
I know that we had quite a big budget on this. I think we left you with £900 to play with. How has that come out? Are we still on budget for that?
Yes, we're on budget. I'm always seeming to go a little bit over on things that I'm really fond of, but yeah, we're definitely on the 900.
I think it looks lovely, and your finish is always surprisingly good from what you can do with an old piece of furniture. So I don't know how you do it, but I'm so pleased that you do.
This restoration wasn't cheap, but then creating a unique design classic was never going to be. Zoe's design and labour costs came in at a whopping £900, so Sarah needs to beat that to make a profit. Back at the dump, this old chest of drawers had seen better days and was on the brink of oblivion, although cabinet maker John did recognise it as being a fine bit of furniture.
I would strip it and seal it, wax it, put new handles on, and just because it's a good solid piece of furniture, it can be reused.
But it's fair to say that Zoe has completely transformed this item. And it was sold to Janet at Margate's Lombard Street Gallery. Sarah's visiting John to let him know the fate of his furniture. But with costly reimagining, is there any profit in the air?
Oh, hi there. Hi, I'm Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? I'm Charlotte.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi.
Hello again, John.
Hi, Sarah.
Are you
Nice to
well?
see you again. Fine, thank you.
Just thought come back and catch up with you about your chest of drawers. I've got some pictures here.
Oh, wow.
Wow. You like it?
I do. I really do. That's amazing.
Zoe works with pattern screen printing and lots of different techniques,
Right.
and really breathes new life into furniture.
Wouldn't have thought to put those colours with that
No,
either.
no, that's lovely.
So it was always our intention that to try and sell your chest of drawers after we had done that to it. So we did sell it, and we made £100 profit on it.
Really?
Wow. And I've got that here for you. Who gets the money?
Me! Me!
Oh,
Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. So what do you think you might do with £100?
I think we may go out
I
tonight.
think we might go out tonight. What do you think? Yeah.
Something
yeah.
to eat and a drink.
Yeah,
maybe.
definitely, yeah.
Lovely. Well, I think Aunt Mary will be. You can raise a toast to her, can't you?
We'll raise a glass to her tonight, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank
well,
you
it was
for that.
Pleasure. Really
Thank you,
nice to
Sarah.
see you.
Yeah,
and
I
finish that story.
We'll have a few drinks tonight.
I love it. I'll be thinking of you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Take care.
Yeah, thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
So, Aunt Mary's drawers cost £900 to take them from dingy to desirable. This allowed Sarah to achieve a sale price of £1,000, which left a profit of £100 to be handed over to Charlotte and John.
What's done with it is something that we could never have envisaged being done.
No, we wouldn't have done that ourselves.
Absolutely not.
No.
And the colours that we used.
It looked fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Couldn't never imagine that to look like that.
No.
It was wonderful. Wonderful.
Well, that was a great reaction and hardly surprising, really, given that fantastic transformation of that old chest of drawers.
Back at Bex's Forge, the largest kitchen worktop cut-off has now been transformed into an eye-catching, iconic coffee table with the best-looking yellow legs in town, setting off the composite marble and creating a unique designer piece.
I'm here to pick up my white marble coffee table. I've only got one, and I was hoping for 3, but there is a chance if it looks really good that I'll still be able to make some profit out of it.
Bex and Dave are anxiously awaiting Sarah's arrival.
So how's this going to go then? Tears? No tears?
This is the no tears.
No tears.
Sarah asked for 3 matching tables with gilt legs. So, how would she feel about her single coffee table with yellow metalwork?
That's what she asked for, basically.
Yeah, but we have gone down to 1 and 3, but it's a very good 1 rather than 3 slapdash ones. But no, it is good. It's worked out really nice. It's a smiling table.
Hi, guys. What have you got there? Do I want to see? Do I want to see? Oh, wow. Now that is a real bit of fun, isn't it? It looks very cool. Oh, that's mad under there, isn't it? God, it's huge as well. I don't remember it being quite that big. The finish is beautiful as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's worked out really nicely, that top. Like with those lovely crisp edges.
It's really cool. I like the way all the angles change, somewhere wherever you go.
Yeah, it's organised chaos.
I think when you think it was literally about to be hoofed over into a skip, you know, I think you should be very proud of what you've done with it. Now, you were quite enthusiastic about the work, and you weren't, so how did it work out in the end?
Well, it was harder than we thought, getting it so it's level and it works and everything like that. So, we wanted it to look right. So, no, I think it's worked out really nicely.
So I know in our initial chat we thought we might really go for it for 3 tables, and that was at £150 a table. How much are we looking?
Well, I think we were saying that 250 to cover this one.
I think that it looks great, and that money, I think I'm really pleased with it.
Yeah, oh, brilliant. That's good. Another result.
Another result, yeah.
I think it's so cool to see the transformation of leftover kitchen scrap into fantastic designer coffee table. And I think there's some money to be made out of it as well, even though there's only 1.
That did go well. So, phew.
Yeah, another one down.
Yeah, another one bites the dust. Oh, I'm starting to get all singy again.
OK, we're down from 3 tables to 1, but the single coffee table has cost £250. So, can Sarah sell it for more than that and turn a profit? Neil and father-in-law Roy took a trip to the tip to jettison some offcuts from a new kitchen worktop. Roy wasn't particularly inspired as to what they could become.
I have no idea. Yeah, but the big piece, that might do for a worktop somewhere. Yeah. In a small kitchen, maybe. I don't know.
But Bex and Dave created an inspirational coffee table. With a brand new custom-made coffee table to sell, Sarah decided that this piece should be sold to someone with an eye for the unusual. And London's department store for antiques, vintage and retro, the Old Cinema, was just the place. Sarah has travelled to Stockport to catch up with Neil, from whose kitchen the spare worktop came. She is here to show him what became of his kitchen cast-offs and to hand over any profit.
Hi Neil, how are you doing?
Thank you.
Yeah, very well, very well. Nice to see you again.
And you?
I've got a couple of bits to show you about what we did with that old worktop.
Yeah.
We thought it would make a really lovely kind of luxury coffee table, and we decided that it would look lovely if it had some really fine metal work on to make the legs underneath, and we wanted to make it into something quite interesting. So I've got a little picture here to show you of how it ended up. This is how it ended up.
Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Do you think so?
That's nice, though.
We've sold your worktop, come table, and after we paid Bex her expenses and all her time for doing it, I've got 75 quid here to give to you for dropping that off at the tip.
Thank you very much.
So, Neil's offcuts cost £250 for Bex and Dave to transform into this contemporary coffee table. With a sale price of £325, Sarah has achieved a profit of £75 to hand over to Neil.
What would you do with 75 quid?
Probably spend it on my daughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Has she got stuff on her wish list at the moment? Or
Got all sorts on the wish list.
Well, thank you ever so much for being there that day, dropping off your lovely worktop, and I hope your daughter enjoys what you buy with her.
I'm sure she will. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Another satisfied customer. Today, all three saved items have made a profit. From the 3 dated chairs spruced up by Sarah to the drab drawers returned to former glories by Zoe, and finally the composite marble worktop transformed into the crazy-legged coffee table by Bex and Dave.
We're really on a roll. That is 3 great transformations and 3 chunks of cash handed over, and all going to prove that just with a little ingenuity, you really can make money for nothing.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
But just before you throw it away, would it be possible to have a quick look at it?
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, user and renovator of second-hand stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old into new and I sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
That's vintage gold, isn't it? It's really exciting.
In her search for tip treasure.
I love it.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
what are we going to do with that?
Oh no!
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Amazing.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
That's £80 profit.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's unbelievable.
Stockport near Manchester, where at the Bredbury Recycling Centre around 2,000 cars a week roll up with all sorts of random junk for the skip.
I've got no idea what I'm going to find here today. It might be a chair in despair or a toy with no joy, but whatever it is, I hope I find something amazing and make some money for nothing.
Sarah's got special permission to root through the rubbish for stuff to re-beautify and sell on.
It's addictive, eyeing up people's rubbish. Think, oh, what can I do with that?
Sarah is scouring the site for the first of her 3 items, and today it's rich pickings.
How about you? Got anything exciting in there? Anything in your rubbish? I love it.
Sarah wastes no time snaring her first item. She's spotted mother and son Amanda and Connor getting rid of some smashed up old-time glamour.
So it's a cocktail cabinet. Have you had it for long?
Well, it used to be my uncle's.
Okay.
He's had it for about 30 years.
Okay.
It used to be his mum's, funnily enough.
Is it something I could have a better look at and maybe
Yeah,
see if I might be able to take it away? Oh wow, I like the mirrors.
You're welcome to it. My mum will be over the moon.
Is it heavy? Do you think you could help me carry it?
Yeah, sure.
Top tip, when it comes to junk jumping,
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
enlist a strapping young lad to help with the heavy lifting. Nice and easy does it. This little beauty could soon be worth a bob or two.
Lovely.
Sarah thinks she can see a profit here, but what does Amanda think she'll do?
No, I haven't got a clue, but it'd be nice to see something good come off it.
I love this cocktail cabinet, but I think it needs a real makeover. There's lots of detail in it that needs replacing, and I want to rip out all of this old, tired-looking stuff. I want it to be funky, I want it to be fun, and I want it to be really expensive.
First item's nabbed. And Sarah has someone in mind to lift this cabinet's spirits and make some money for Amanda. She's scheduling a cabinet meeting, maybe over cocktails, with print designer Zoe Murphy. Margate-based designer Zoe has taken the reconditioned furniture scene by storm. Zoe's speciality is transforming fuddy-duddy old pieces with bright 50s-inspired designs. And her exciting reinventions sell in some of London's most prestigious stores, including Liberty's.
I have got a big issue with waste. I hate the idea of sort of inefficiency on the planet and things going to landfill. It's always bugged me loads, and to the point where I even wrote a letter to the Queen when I was 7 years old, telling her about the environment. And my love of recycling has brought me right round to using second-hand furniture pieces as well.
Sounds like Zoe's studio might be the last chance saloon for this old cocktail cabinet. Sarah is still sweeping through the car boots looking for her second item.
I love things like this when you can just see how much wear there's been. Look at that. That handle tells 100 stories. Look at the size of it, how much it's been worn down. I mean, that is literally careworn, isn't it?
Just a little too careworn, even for Sarah. Get a load of this though. It's Gary with a trunk full of trunk. Sarah needs to get her hands on it before it's in the skip and out of bounds.
Been doing a little tree surgery in the garden, have you?
Pretty much. We've been there a while, but it's time to get rid.
It looks like it might have been a birch.
Actually, Sarah, I think you'll find it's a white poplar. See those diamond patterns on the bark? Dead giveaway.
Any chance that I could take a few pieces? Yeah?
Help yourself.
Really? Oh, yeah, but I think that might be heavy. Is it really heavy?
My original plan was to do something with it, and then it dropped to maybe put it on the wood burner, and now it's just...
Get rid.
It's in the way.
Well, maybe I should make a whole range of seating or stools or breadboards or something like that. I'm going to wheel a few away, okay? Yeah. Thank you ever so much.
Sarah's on a roll now and full of ideas.
What do you reckon, 6, 7 big serving bowls? Something like that?
And what does Gary think Sarah might do with them?
A bowl or some seating. Maybe it'd be interesting to see.
So, Sarah, you could have just landed a pile of rotten wood. Good luck with that.
I'm hoping that you've got 6 enormous, beautiful bowls here, but I can't really tell what condition the wood is in the centre because obviously it's been left out and it's in bad condition on the ends, but must have some potential, mustn't it?
Well, if there's money to be made, yes, it must. Sarah's second find is a rather sorry-looking lot, but she knows exactly who to turn to for help. Top-notch craftsfolk Max Bainbridge and Abigail Booth. Hidden away in an East London garden shed, creative couple Abigail and Max run a successful business, making handmade homeware from reclaimed natural materials. From beautiful wooden utensils to luxury soft furnishings, the fine arts graduates really know their craft.
We're so flooded with manufactured throwaway consumer items. It's like, actually, we decided we wanted to make things that lasted.
There's a kind of physicality to it, which I love, from being out in woodlands and forests sourcing stuff or chainsawing it. There's a real physicality that you have to enjoy.
We love it.
Yeah.
But can they make anything out of Gary's sodden poplar stumps? Maybe they should carve a magic wand first. So that's 2 items in the bag. Now Sarah needs to find a third item to work on herself. After all, she shouldn't be hiding her own talents under a bushel.
You've got to love what comes in here. Somebody's just throwing away like a mini plastic car. It's just great.
You think that's mini? Take a look at Paul's little beauties.
Where are these from? Are these yours or are
Yeah,
these...
they're all dismantled and broken toys.
Pop it down the floor, they look heavy.
Yeah. I do know some of them were kind of collector's items, but they're pretty well shot, to be honest. My father died a couple of years ago, so we had to clear out from his house.
So did you actually play with these? Are these...
A long time ago.
Is this something that maybe I could take away and just see if I can do something with?
Yeah, fine.
That's fab. I shall cherish those and look after them for you.
All right, no
Thanks
worries.
ever so much.
All right, no problem at all.
I absolutely love this stuff. I love it. The condition is really bad, but these are just iconic 1970s fabulous things.
Die-cast model cars became a huge craze in the 1950s and are massively collectible now. Rare cars in pristine condition can make hundreds of pounds. Though making a profit on this play-worn pile will mean that Sarah will have to step things up a gear.
It's like Diamante and the lights. Absolutely love it.
I've still got some of it at home, which is kind of sentimental, really. Batman, Thunderbirds, Joe 90 stuff.
What does Paul think Sarah might do with this bounty of bashed-up toys?
No idea whatsoever. No idea whatsoever.
You and me both, Paul. Sarah's a champion boot raider. She's got hold of 3 potential treasures for free. The glass cabinet will be reimagined by Zoe, the wood blocks carved up by Max and Abigail, and those old toy cars will be transformed into something special by Sarah.
I've loved the things I've saved today. The question is, can I actually make any money out of them?
Sarah's next stop is the glorious seaside town of Margate, which has been enjoying something of an artistic revival lately. Happily riding the crest of Margate's creative wave is print designer Zoe, who's helping turn the town all trendy. Little does she know what Sarah's got in store for her today.
I do trust Sarah's judgment. I like how in the past she's really let me do whatever I want though, so yeah, I do trust her just.
That smidgen of trust might be thrown out the window when Zoe claps eyes on that clapped-out cabinet.
I've brought you another little beauty.
Careful, you two.
Brilliant, thank you.
Oh, wow.
First impressions?
Yeah, I like it. Very, very feminine. Nice, solid print on the glass.
Zoe's making all the right noises, but Sarah knows this is a challenge.
I think it'd be difficult to see it selling and being a very commercial object unless it has a real makeover.
The one thing I do have a lot of lying around that I do like to show off sometimes if I can is my high-heeled shoes. And I can really see a cabinet like this being great if repurposed as a kind of shoe cabinet.
Because this is a narrow piece as well, it'll put it in a bedroom maybe, or a hallway if you wanted it there.
I can imagine probably some big bold prints coming in across here. It will instantly make it more fun. So if it's potentially going to be really glamorous shoes, maybe we've got a lot of glitter going on, maybe we've got some sparkle, perhaps some gold detail and bright attractive colours that are all about, you know, a glamorous occasion or a big fun night out.
A glittering, sparkly high heels cabinet. I'm totally sold. But how much will the work cost?
It will probably cost me a couple of days' work and all of the materials, about £500 to do it for you.
That just sounds fantastic, and you're right, it's those people who love their shoes that will love this, and that will make it sell.
A glamorous showcase cabinet for shoes. What a novel idea. But can Sarah find a well-heeled buyer for such a niche piece?
She is just so creative, and that idea is absolutely inspired. And the price tag that comes with it means I'm going to make some money, I hope.
I hope so too, Sarah. Zoa's charging £500 for her work, meaning Sarah must sell high in order to stomp up a profit. Vibrant Walthamstow in London's E17 is awash with artist studios and galleries. Honest. Hidden away in a quirky little garden shed, creative couple and business partners Max and Abigail specialise in making luxury handmade homeware.
I can cut it on a chainsaw.
Very unexpected.
Yeah, great. Okay, let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
The woodblock should be in good hands, though they haven't got a clue what Sarah's rolling up with.
Well, knowing Sarah, it could be anything. You could end up with some pallets.
What Sarah thinks is a feasible idea could be somewhat of a challenge.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what can actually be made of these, but they've got plenty to work with, and they're really heavy. Hiya.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah,
Hello.
how are you?
Yeah, really well. I've got a lot of something for you.
Wow.
Do you want to come and see what
Let me have a
I've...
look.
Yeah, come on down.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're great. They're fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Things I do in the name of recycling.
So, time to find out if money does grow on trees.
I've had a few ideas, like things that I think would be great for me to be able to sell. And one of them was sort of this lovely suite of bowls. But I'm all ears to hear what sort of stuff you can make out of this.
Absolutely. I mean, bowls is definitely something that we do if the wood's okay, if it's kind of sound and there's not too many splits, and if it's not rotten.
But how will you know which direction to go in?
The only way really we're going to be able to tell is to cut into it, so to kind of get the chainsaw on it and kind of...
See what's inside.
Let's get to it.
If it turns out to be rotten inside, they won't be able to make anything.
Well done. So it's not rotten, but it does feel... God, that's really wet, isn't it?
It is wet, yeah.
Wet wood is not ideal, but at least this bit isn't rotten.
So, given this state, it's difficult to imagine what you can actually make out of it. Have you got any examples or anything that...
Yeah, let's, shall we take it in the workshop, and I've got some stuff inside that you can have a look at. So these are a couple of maple bowls that are from recycled stuff from a timber yard, but all of these are from red oak and English oak from Epping Forest.
These are absolutely beautiful. The shape on that is really lovely.
I agree, but you're not out of the woods yet, Sarah.
Looking at how wet these are, the risk when turning bowls really is that the moisture may mean that they crack.
And we can certainly try.
We've got enough. We've got
we've got enough, Sarah.
Cracked bowls ain't gonna sell, so we need a plan B.
If we didn't get bowls out of it, what utensils do you make? Because I know you make amazing spoons things.
A lot of spoons, coffee scoops. So this is a wild cherry coffee scoop that we're working on. You can see that these have got kind of patterning. So again, it all depends on what it's like when you start to work.
So there's definitely potential here, maybe for bowls, or at the very least some utensils. But how much will their craftsmanship cost?
I think if you leave us with 250 quid and let us crack on,
we can see what we can
we
get.
can see what we can get.
On that basis, I will happily hand over 250 quid.
That's great. Really, really
Lovely.
Good.
Excellent. Well, let me leave these with you. Brilliant. And you can get back to your chainsaw.
Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. Okay, bye. So Max and Abigail seem really optimistic that they can make something out of that wood. I'm just hoping I just haven't commissioned a £250 teaspoon when they find out it really is just rotten to the core.
Glass half empty, Sarah. It might not be rotten. Stay positive like these guys.
It's going to be a challenge, but I think that's that's part of the fun.
Max and Abigail are charging £250 for their time and expertise. Given the condition of the wood, carving out a profit on this lot will not be easy. The designers are firmly on board. Now Sarah needs to work on her third item, Paul's box of toy cars. In rural Sussex, two of her children, Libby and Edward, have come to lend a hand and play, while Bramble the dog snoozes. Then it's off to the barn for Sarah to shine a light on her ideas. Sarah has bought 5 simple slimline lamps from the high street, and she's going to stick the toy cars onto them and create novelty memorabilia lighting. Now, why didn't I think of that?
So I've got a plan. I want to keep it really simple and just stack a few of these up on the bases of these lights, then get stuck in.
OK, Sarah, penny on, lamps, cars and glue at the ready.
A kind of totem pole of vintage vehicles.
Time to get cracking.
It's going to take some doing. So I love Lady Penelope's car and I want to give it a little bit more space. I'm just popping these tyres on. And then I think this one. The Green Hornet, obviously. Aston Martin.
The most popular die-cast model car ever made was James Bond's silver Aston Martin. Alas, Sarah doesn't have one of them, but she's still hoping to make a pretty money penny.
This one's really cool, look at it. It's got a dog inside it.
I thought that one looked a bit rough.
Can I get the Saint on top in his Volvo? Oh, I think that looks fab.
Sarah has categorised the cars for maximum customer appeal.
This really cool rescue stack. Everything's got its little hazard lights, and there's a really sweet little snowplow there on the top. Can I get that on next? And maybe pop that one into there.
The cars are stacked, but need to be stuck. And for that, Sarah's using a special kind of traffic jam.
This is 2-pack glue, and it's really useful. It dries in about 5 minutes, something like that. Got a little bit of working time, and it's really thick and sticky, which is useful.
Yeah, I also find it very useful when glue is sticky.
So plenty of glue because there's lots of uneven surfaces on here, and I just want to make sure there's enough contact between the car and the wheels and the glue.
Sarah will glue the car stacks together before attaching them to the lamp bases. That way there's less risk of messy glue marks all over the new lights.
I'm going to put a big blob of it on the roof of the Green Hornet's car.
And remember, glue can be dangerous, so use with caution or else. Right, what's next?
So I'm just checking it from all angles because I'd like it to be as neat as possible when it's done. Because even though they're really scratched and old and shabby, it needs to have a certain cleanness to it, a kind of designer styling. Oops.
Sarah spent £180 on materials for the lamps. But with the spotlight firmly on the profit margin, the finished products will really need to shine. In Margate, the buds of creativity are starting to blossom in Zoe's studio.
So I have this really interesting looking piece from Sarah. It's been broken on the side here, and also the lock has been kind of locked open. When I talked to Sarah, I suggested somewhere to kind of put your glitzy, glamorous going out shoes and things like that, or your trainers.
Ah, I can see it now. My old trainers beautifully displayed for the world to smell. I mean, see. This cabinet needs serious TLC.
I'm not too intimidated by the challenge. I'm looking forward to it.
Some of the glass is broken, so Zoe's going to carefully remove it all to avoid further breakage, or worse still, the need for a plaster. Because the overall condition of the wood is poor with flaking varnish, Zoe has decided to send it off to be professionally polished. Meaning Zoe can take some time to nestle in her loft space where she does all her creative thinking.
It's always very important for me to sit down somewhere peaceful, surrounded by all my inspiration and a lot of reference books and colours and materials and art-making supplies, and then have a really good think about what I'm trying to evoke with the piece of furniture.
And it's here that Zoe's artistic muse really takes flight, away from that glitzy idea and landing firmly in, wait for it, Mexico.
I've decided to do a floral sort of stitched looking design inspired by Mexico. After putting a couple more layers of detail into this one, this should be ready to go later on to be printed onto the piece of furniture.
The cabinet's back from the polishers with a new coat of colour, giving it a more sophisticated sheen, I think.
All of these different colours are each going to be printed one at a time on top of one another using the silk screens. When I first started planning the piece, I was thinking quite feminine, glitzy and glamorous, but I'm actually liking this kind of like Mexican meets English patio garden that's kind of happening.
First, Zoe creates a rough surface for the paint to bind to. Then, carefully layers up the patterns using the silk screen she has made, one colour at a time.
First one done.
The floral stitch patterns she's using are influenced by fabrics she saw for herself on a Margate, Mexico exchange. We've all been on one.
Yes, yes, that looks good.
Ah, that is lovely. Zoe's made a strong start with her Mexico to Margate floral design. But building up intricate patterns with silk screens takes precision and concentration, so for now, we'll leave Zoe to it. So it's all rosy in Margate. In Walthamstow, Max has got his chainsaw out again. Some of the logs are in better condition than others. Once sawn through, it's time for a confab.
If I spin that over, cut that into slabs to see what we can get, because we can small kind of chopping boards or some cooking spoons or eating spoons. Yeah, I think that's probably the best.
Max cuts the poplar with the grain to maximise its strength. After the trauma of being sliced and diced, Max and Abigail indulged the new look wood with what can only be described as spa treatment, starting with a relaxing lounge in the sunshine.
We're just kind of laying it out in the sun just to kind of dry the surface off a little bit, so that when
make it more workable.
Yeah, so when we feed it through the planer, it's not kind of completely saturated.
With the little poplar pieces all dried out, it's time to make some shapes. Then the slabs are run through the bandsaw. Some of the wood's in too poor a state to use, so wastage on the good stuff isn't an option.
There's still more than enough in terms of depth for me to work with on this, and then it basically gives you a whole nother section of wood to get another couple of spoons from.
Max's wood carving techniques are rooted in tradition, and he spends many an hour happily whittling away. Whittle, whittle.
This is one of my favourite parts of the process. I mean, the colours are amazing. You wouldn't guess as you get in that you get the kind of greys and the greens running all the way through.
Like Michelangelo's David emerging from the marble, kitchen utensils are starting to take shape. But it hasn't been easy.
Even though Sarah brought us a lot of wood, it's actually been quite difficult to kind of process that down and get solid stuff out of it. But I think we've done quite well.
Max and Abigail now take time with the precious few utensils they have made and treat them to some gentle exfoliation.
When you're dealing with stuff that's all made by hand, there's not really a way of speeding that process up. It's kind of...
There aren't shortcuts, basically, are there?
No.
That's what you learn quite quickly.
It's great that stuff that they would otherwise just either have to take to the tip or would be burned, we can actually kind of take it off their hands and turn it into something that, you know, that then has another life other than just sort of landfill.
Finally, a loving wax and buff.
So it's a beeswax salve that we make ourselves, which is just pure beeswax and mineral oil. But it kind of brings out the grain of the wood much more once you've sanded. So you can see that the colour's completely changed.
The poplar pieces have had quite the makeover under Max and Abigail's care. They've lost weight, basked in the sun and enjoyed a thorough pampering. But I don't see any bowls. Back in Sussex, Sarah's in the barn putting the finishing touches to the vintage toy lamps.
Just use that last bit. There's Popeye. Just going to pop him on there. I think that's successful. So you can have a lot of fun using up your old toys to make some pretty lighting like this. I'm really pleased with the way these have turned out.
Before, these well-loved toy cars seemed way past their play-by date. Now, with a bit of imagination and some very sticky glue, they'll live another day as fun retro lighting. They're perfect for child-at-heart grown-ups who like to take a trip down nostalgia lane. At the dump, Paul's collection of cars had long run out of gas.
I do know some of them were kind of collector's items, but they're pretty well shot, to be honest.
Sarah created 5 bespoke lights with nostalgic charm. And they've all been sold to Rowdy Roddy Vintage Store Boutique and online shop in Glasgow. Now Sarah's back in Stockport to show Paul her car creations and hand over a profit, I hope.
Hiya.
How are you? All right?
Nice to see you again, Paul. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
Yeah, so it's been a while since we've seen you in the tip. How are things?
All right, yeah, good. Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
When I had a good look at the toys you dropped off, I just loved the fact that they were worn and they had, you know, like signs of age to them.
Yeah.
So I thought they had to be made into something that was decorative and where people could see them just the way they were.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I did with them is made them into lights.
Okay.
I've got a few pictures here.
Oh, wow.
Bought some retro looking lights, so they sort of had the right kind of feel.
Yeah.
And got some really strong glue and stacked them all up together.
Yeah, that's cool. I recognise, I recognise the old police band there.
We have actually sold them.
Oh, right, okay.
A collection of 5 has been sold all together to a shop.
Right.
And I've made some profit for you.
Oh, right, brilliant.
So I've got £145 here.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
To give to you for your old dinky toys and your old toys.
Wow, brilliant. Thank you very much. That's super. Brilliant. Super.
Excellent. Well, they were a lot of fun to work with. So thank you very much for letting me have them.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you.
Pleasure. Well, lovely. Thank you ever so much for that. Okay,
cheers.
take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sarah spent £180 on lamps and glue for the 5 car lights, and they've been sold for £325, meaning a pretty profit for Paul of £145.
Didn't expect anything at all. You know, it's a bit of all junk to me. It was nice surprise, definitely. I think we'll go out for something to eat. We maybe, you know, take the family out for some tea and treat the little one or something. So yeah.
In Margate, Zoe's waiting for Sarah to collect the finished cabinet.
This piece that she's picking up today, I would be very happy not to let go. I can see my shoes being inside the cabinet instead of someone else's. So, yeah, I'd like to hang on to it, but I don't think she's going to let me.
Before, this was a smashed-up cocktail cabinet whose partying days were well and truly over. Now, the wood's been lovingly restored, the glass replaced, And that broken lock's been fixed and is sitting pretty. Zoe's imaginative designs have been lovingly and skillfully applied, giving the piece a refreshing burst of colour, inside and out. It's the perfect place to house shoes or precious knickknacks. It could even be the belle of the ball as a cocktail cabinet again. But what will Sarah think?
Hello.
Hello.
Hiya. I'm really well. Oh my word, how have you managed that? Oh, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? It looks really classy.
I really, really like this one.
I love it. It looks just crispy and stunning. It's really...
Is it what you were imagining?
No, I have to say, it is so much fresher and so much more stylish. It looks expensive and luscious.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it.
I think it's safe to say she does, Zoe.
I don't see this as just something for shoes. I think what you've done with it is just make it into something that has got huge appeal. You know, this could be whatever people want it to be.
I really love doing it and I really want to keep it.
Well, too bad. You can't. Zoe's ideas change from a glittery shoe unit to a more, let's say, refined piece.
I think our initial budget, all in, we were hoping for 500 quid. Is that still the case?
Yes, we have just about made that.
Fantastic. Well, that, you know, it's great news all round. It looks absolutely beautiful.
At the tip, Amanda and Connor's bashed-up cocktail cabinet looked like it was suffering the mother of all hangovers.
Well, it used to be my uncle's.
Okay.
I had it for about 30 years.
They were happy for Sarah to take it.
You're welcome to it. My mum will be over the moon.
Sarah carted it off to Zoe, who added glamour and Mexican flair, and it was snapped up by Janet from Margate's Lombard Gallery. She doesn't need to second-guess the appeal of Zoe's work because she sold it before.
This lovely floral design on the top, it's so big and bold and vibrant. I love it.
Now Sarah's back in Stockport to show Amanda and Connor what's been done.
Hiya. Hi, Amanda, it's Sarah. Hi there, how are you doing?
Okay.
I've got a few pictures to show you of your cabinet and what we did with it after you dropped it off.
Yeah.
We chose a designer called Zoe Murphy who lives down in Margate. So your cabinet went on a little holiday down to Margate and I've got some pictures here to show you. That is what happened to your cabinet.
Oh, wow.
Does it look like the same thing? She stripped everything back and then lacquered it all over to give it a really luxurious finish.
Yeah.
And then put these lovely flowers onto the top of it. What do you think?
Brilliant.
She had a budget of £500. We've actually sold your cabinet and it sold for £600 in the end.
Wow.
So it was something that, you know, it was going to the tip and it sold for £600. And the good news about that is that I've got £100 here to give to you for the cabinet, so thank you so much. I like that reaction. Yeah. Any ideas what you might spend that on?
I haven't got a clue at the moment. Probably pay for some of these things the kids are doing.
Oh really? Are they on
with
summer
all
holidays?
these
Are they?
camps and scouts? No, it never really goes down to me. It's always spending it on the kids.
I've got 2 children. I know exactly where you're coming from.
Inclusive of work and materials, as well as a specialist polisher, glazer and locksmith, Zoe charged a grand total of £500. The cabinet sold for £600, making a sweet profit of £100 for Amanda. Lovely.
It's like it's been given a new lease of life. Well, I'm not that artistic really, but it gives you a good idea of things that you can try and do, you know, with old bits of furniture.
We've got a profitable pair, but Sarah wants a full house. In Walthamstow, the woodworking wonder couple have, well, worked wonders. Before, these mouldy old logs were destined to become charcoal and ashes. Now, they're luxury handcrafted utensils. Max and Abigail delved deep into the wood to tease out 3 eating spoons, 2 chopping boards and 3 pairs of coffee scoops, cooking spoons and spatulas. They used centuries-old methods to create 11 completely unique items and ladled them with love. They're perfect for any cook who values the quality of their tools as much as their ingredients. Max and Abigail were lumbered with wet old logs, and it was a hard-fought battle.
There was a definite panic stage, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was kind of like, at one point
Yeah.
it was just sort of actually, are we going to be able to get anything at all? Luckily, we were able to get some stuff then.
We've got quite considered, elegant designs, I think. I mean,
Yeah, I'm slightly nervous of what Sarah's going to say, just
Yeah.
because maybe she's,
I guess
she dropped off
yeah.
6 massive logs. And I guess maybe there's an expectation that you're going to be able to get a vast amount of stuff.
We're excited to see what she says.
Yeah.
But will Sarah be stirred by what's been made?
Hiya.
Hello.
You're excited.
I'm really excited. Wow. Was this
Oh, this is the carnage, yeah.
Oh my word! Wow! That's fantastic. Wow. That is made from that wood.
Pretty much for every kind of spoon that we made, we probably had 5 or 6 that didn't work. You got to a certain point in the process and there'd be just a kind of patch of rot, or it would just snap or split.
So basically what you're saying is it was a total nightmare to work with.
Once we got stuff that we could work with, it was you could just kind of get back
Yeah.
into the sort of process which we really love. We talked about making bowls and that kind of thing, so we had a go.
Oh wow.
And it was, the kind of the actual, again, the wood itself, it was just kind of, you got to a stage where you just kind of had to stop working.
So you can kind of see here how pitted it is.
I think that is beautiful. But I can understand why your integrity is admirable.
I think your soup would end up on your lap with that bowl. A real shame, but despite setbacks, Max and Abigail have worked a mini miracle with those utensils.
It's really difficult to imagine that this came out of the wood, and also to just how light it is.
It's quite a kind of lightweight wood and it's quite a delicate design, but they're more than kind of capable of standing up to
being used.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's all good in the hood, but how did they get on with that £250 budget?
We used every penny of that £250 in terms of processing and just kind of like man hours and labour and stuff.
So do you think it's touch and go whether we actually make a profit?
I think it's probably going to be a little bit tight.
It is not always going to be that there is a huge profit in these things. That wood, I know, is really difficult to work with, and to have made anything out of that is actually usable and have this kind of finesse, I think is a real achievement. So thank you so much for taking on the challenge.
What she dropped off turned out to be quite a challenge, and
More so than we expected as well.
I'm pleased, and I'm glad that Sarah's pleased as well.
Yeah, I think she really likes them.
and the fact
Secretly wants them.
Yeah.
At the dump, Gary's wood blocks were about to be chucked.
My original plan was to do something with it, and then it dropped to maybe put it on the wood burner, and now it's just...
Get rid.
Get rid, it's in the way.
Max and Abigail created luxury kitchenware. And it's all been bought by Ali and Nikki from online homeware store Such and Such, who specialise in selling handmade products.
Oh, we'd love to take all of them if we may. 'Cause
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
so beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we can box them up and we'll be ready to go.
Now there's a happy ending. Now Sarah's in Stockport to visit Gary and give him some good news, with any luck.
Hiya.
Are you all right?
Hi, Sarah.
Nice to meet you again.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, not bad.
Come on down, let me show you what we've done with your tree stumps.
Yeah.
There are a pair of amazing makers called Max and Abigail, and they are like modern day foragers and woodworkers. So they were a great fit for your logs. So I've got a couple of pictures to show you. Any ideas what we made out of them?
Not a clue.
They made beautiful handmade spoons, chopping boards, tasting spoons. What do you think?
Yeah, really good. It's, I didn't expect them to be anything like that. It's really impressive what they've done. I mean, I just thought they'd go for landfill or something like that. So to see them like that is really, really good.
We gave them a budget of £250 to do that.
Yeah.
And after that, they have been sold. And we sold your pieces for £300. So I've got 50 quid here for you.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
How does that feel?
Yeah, it's good. Good. Well, money for nothing.
Yep. Bang on, that's exactly what it is.
Max and Abigail charged £250 in total, and the 11 utensils were sold for £300, meaning Gary is now 50 quid richer.
With the money, I'll probably get something for the garden. Just there's always something I can add to it. We spend a lot of time out here, so that's probably what we'll do.
Sarah saved 3 items singing their swan song at the dump. The played-out toy cars became quirky novelty lighting. The sodden wooden blocks became luxury kitchen tools for discerning cooks. And the lacklustre cocktail cabinet got more than just its glamour back. It became a hot little Mexican number. Fantastico!
Well, that really was an eclectic mix of stuff that we saved. But in the end, all 3 bits looked amazing and turned a profit. And it just goes to show, with a little bit of imagination, you really can make money from all sorts of rubbish.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
But just before you throw it away, would it be possible to have a quick look at it?
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, user and renovator of second-hand stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old into new and I sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
That's vintage gold, isn't it? It's really exciting.
In her search for tip treasure.
I love it.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
what are we going to do with that?
Oh no!
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Amazing.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
That's £80 profit.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's unbelievable.
Sarah is at the Whitley Community Recycling Centre in Surrey, where the people of Whitley and the surrounding area bring a treasure trove of unloved and unwanted items destined for landfill.
It's so exciting. People are flooding in here all day long, and I'm going to turn their old into gold, their trash into cash, and make some money for nothing.
Sarah's here looking for 3 items with the potential to be turned into something desirable again. And Sarah has spotted Dion and Trevor removing something very interesting from the back of their car.
Sorry, just before you throw that away, sorry to bother you. I like your jerry can.
It's yours.
Really? No, tell me about it. So where's it from and how long have you had it and why are you chucking it away?
I've had it for 8 years and it's got a hole in the bottom.
Oh, that says it all. I know why you're chucking it away now.
I'm throwing it away to be recycled.
Do you know something? We're trying to take stuff from people and make things out of it that we think might give things a new lease of life. There's something about that that's so classic. It would be really cool to see if we can make something out of it.
What could you make out of that?
I don't know, but I'll have a think about it. What am I going to make out of that? It could be turned into lighting. maybe we could get some really cool legs on it and just make it into a little occasional table, something like that.
You could do, if you want to.
Well, if I did, and I did manage to make something, could I come and show you what I've done or keep in touch to let you see it? That would be fab. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Occasional table, lighting. I'm sure Trevor and Dion can't wait to see how this one turns out.
I don't hold my breath, if I'm really honest, but who knows?
I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but I just love its styling. I love the fact that when it cleans up, I'm going to get left with something really shiny and cool. I've got to think of something fabulous that this can be made into.
So, with Trevor and Dion's old petrol can safe from the dump, all we need now is someone to fuel those ideas. And Sarah knows just the person.
Headphones.
Rob Shear has years of experience bending, shaping, grinding and welding metal.
Years of mental libraries of experience, know-how, tips of the trade, so to speak.
Graduating from art school, his work is now regularly in demand by architects and artists. Rob has no idea what Sarah's going to bring along today, but he definitely knows what he'd like.
An old-fashioned copper hot water boiler, like a really big one, about 5 foot by 500. You know, nice and substantial, like a torpedo, a copper torpedo. That's what I want.
Hopefully Rob will be able to redirect that passion for plumbing towards Sarah's punctured petrol can. At the dump, Sarah's picturing her next opportunity.
What do you reckon? How am I looking? Is it?
I think the point is, Sarah, you don't appear to be looking, and the search is still on for 2 more items.
I've just seen a table in the back of this guy's car, and I'm hoping he might be dropping it off and he might be able to share it with me. Hi there. I'm really sorry to be loitering outside the back of your car. I was just looking at your table and wondering if that's something you're dropping off today as well, or?
I am, yeah. My family's got increasingly bigger.
Right.
It's too small. So we've had it for 20 odd years. But sadly, it's not got nowhere for it to go anymore. And with 6 of us in the family, it's too small.
It's got a lovely scrub top to it, though, hasn't it? It's got loads of appeal to it. Yeah. Is it something that I could take away and try and remake something?
I'd be delighted, because I'd hate for it to go to waste.
This table really is on its last legs, but the top is fantastic. This is really cool. They're really solid boards, and they've got that patina of age to them that you just can't recreate.
That's a second item found that's now destined for a new beginning. Sarah won't be tackling this tatty table alone. She has someone in mind who specialises in working wonders with other people's waste. Rupert Blanchard is a sought-after furniture designer based in Margate.
I love making things that appear really clean and simple, but the cleaner and simpler they get, the more complicated they are to make. Basically, other people's waste, I find some kind of beauty in it and spend a lot of time and give rubbish a lot of attention to try and bring it back into use. Anything that you might find in a skip, basically, I'm happy to work with it.
He may well love working with rubbish, but Rupert's yet to clap eyes on Sarah's latest find. Of course, it's important to remember that not all that glitters is gold.
Don't you love the dump?
Probably not as much as you, Sarah. With 1 item left to find, Sarah spotted Janet and her sister Julie, who are helping their mother move by clearing out items which won't make it to her new home.
Hi there.
Hello.
I'm loving the look of the stuff in the back of your truck. I'm looking for stuff that maybe we can give another life to or reuse in some way. It would be great to get this out and have a look and then maybe see what other stuff you have.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I love a carpet sweeper. Look at that. Isn't that great?
Sarah's already saved some of Janet's stuff before, but she's straight back in there for round 2. And for once, she's spoilt for choice.
Don't know what to pick first. I'm quite interested in the chair because I know things like this recovered, or perhaps really good to go into bedrooms, and you know, they're usable pieces of furniture because they're quite small.
It was given to my mum by a friend of hers, so she wanted something in her hall, and the cat, as you can see, sat on it most of the time.
I'd love to have a go at giving this a new lease of life. That would be fab.
It'd be nice to see it revamped.
It's not in great shape at the moment. It's covered in cat hair. It's got lovely brown velour on it. So at the moment, it's not looking lovely, but it's a really easy makeover, this. It's got a wooden frame. It means you can staple stuff to it and cover it, and it will look fantastic.
The chair's going to look lovely, actually. I think if that's covered in a nice tapestry sort of material, vintage material, that would look really lovely. But, you know, wait and see what she does. It'd be interesting.
So, Rob's taking care of the petrol can with a hole in it, Rupert's dealing with the old table, and Sarah's fixing up an old velour chair which the cat is missing already.
I love the things that I've found, but I hope I haven't bitten off more than I can chew, and I can actually make some money out of them.
Walthamstow is not only a suburb of East London, but also the name of the first album of East 17, one of the 90s most popular boy bands. It's also where Sarah has brought her old petrol can, looking for a spark of inspiration to ignite the imagination of Rob Sher, who I'm pretty sure has never been in a boy band.
I think Sarah's coming along today. I hear she's got a few bits and bobs for me. Got no idea what they're going to be. A real mixed bag of stuff she brings, a real surprise. Sometimes good, sometimes absolute trash. And I've really got to try and make a pearl out of a swine's ear, as they say.
I think it's a silk purse, actually, Rob, and you'd be very lucky to make one of those out of that old petrol can.
I've got a little something for you.
Yeah, I thought you might. What have you got for me today?
Well, do you know, I saw this and I thought of you, and then I thought, I'm not quite sure what I can do with it. So, first of all, I thought maybe it's a table, you know, like a sofa table or something like that. And the only other thing I thought about was it's kind of the right size for carry-on luggage, like a wheelie bag.
Wheelie bag, petrol can on an aeroplane. Good idea, Sarah.
That's not going to happen, is it?
No, it's not going to happen, no.
Go on then. What would you do with it?
What we could do, maybe I could cut this out, give maybe a little bit of a graphic feel, a little graphic flame looking all the way through, seal it off, and then maybe put some kind of light feature inside.
So not candle, but plug-in light, like...
A plug-in light, yeah.
That's really cool. So something, what, for somebody's, like a man office or the garage, you know, like...
Man office.
Do you know what I mean? Like
I know,
a den.
yeah.
I think that's really good, and lighting is a great option.
It's going to appeal to the boy in the man. Man in the boy, boy in the man.
Clearly designed to appeal to a cross-section of the male population, this old rusty punctured petrol can is about to become a unique designer lamp, perfect for gracing any man office.
So what are we talking about money-wise to get that done like that?
Well, I've got to take the surface off, I've got to cut it open, I've got to make the tube which goes inside, finish it, rivet it on. I mean, it's about 250 to 300.
So we're looking at quite a high-end item here in the end, aren't we? This has got to sell for a load of money. It doesn't look great now, but I have every confidence that the next time I see it, it's going to look really fantastic. So I give you the challenge.
Always a challenge from you, Sarah. Don't worry, it's going to look lovely by the time we come back.
Rob is a genius. That light is going to look amazing. I can see it going into all sorts of different places, so I couldn't be more pleased. Brilliant.
Sarah's going to have to spend up to £300 for Rob's expertise. But with premium price tags for lighting, Sarah is still hoping to make a profit from the old petrol can. Margate is a traditional British seaside town which has recently been rejuvenated by a cultural renaissance, a part of which has been the burgeoning revival of all things retro. It's where Rupert Blanchard has his workshop.
Today I'm hoping that Sarah's going to turn up with something really rotten, really far gone, something that most people would only assign to landfill, and hopefully I can pull something out of it
Sarah knows that if anyone can save Andrew's table, it's Rupert.
There's a really sweet story behind this table. The guy was dropping it off. He's got 4 kids, and you can see where there glitters all over it and everything, and they've just grown out of it. So they've got a new, bigger table, and this one, surplus requirements. But I was wondering if there's anything we can do to make it into something like smaller or cubey, or just not a table.
Oh, this is a hard one because it's such a nice table, but it's obviously outgrown its use and it is actually rickety. If we're working with the material as it is,
yeah,
it is a lovely worn kitchen table, so why not have it as a worn kitchen table? Maybe just becoming a bigger table.
You're talking about putting slabs of new product in here to make it into something really substantial.
You can have a split, perhaps it does pull apart, if another element comes in, something that just really brings it up to date and celebrates what it is.
It looks like Rupert is convincing Sarah to see the inner table in this dinner table.
I love that idea, and I love the fact that it was redundant because it was too small, and now we're making it into something really impressive and bringing everybody together around the table again. That will be brilliant.
However big the table becomes, Sarah will be hoping the cost stays small.
So if we're looking at some kind of insert in stone or something like that, are we looking at 400 to 500 quid, depending on the material a little bit more?
It's about 2-3 days work, depending on what we're casting or, as I say, the material. So, yeah, I think you're about right.
Brilliant. OK, that's a great place to leave this and then go forward. Hopefully come back and find something much more substantial. I love the fact that Rupert has recognised that that table has been at the centre of so many good times. And I know with his radical redesign, it's going to be surrounded by a lot more fun in the future.
With this transformation costing as much as £400, Sarah's going to have to sell the table at a premium before she sees any profit. Back at Reclamation HQ deep in the Sussex countryside, Sarah is about to give that tired old brown velour chair a whole new lease of life in the hope of turning that dowdy cat seat into lots of dough. To keep costs low and profits high, Sarah has an idea which will turn her collection of old free rags into riches. Sarah's idea is to create a new patchwork material as a luxurious replacement for that old brown velour.
I'm going to cut all the offcuts and all the random bits into the same size square. I'm going to sew them in strips first and then sew the strips together to make a whole panel of fabric. So I'm going to put the fabrics with their good sides facing each other and then sew along. And then I'll do the same again and again until I get a long strip of fabric, but just using all the scraps, and that makes it cheaper. That's really pretty. And that, on the back of the chair, that'll make money. I've given the chair a good old clean up because I'm going to cover it completely as it is. I've got some fire retardant calico here, which will bring it up to the right regulation, so I know that it's safe to use. Just given the chair one quick layer in this fabric, and I think it looks much better already. Now I'm going to lay on our new panels of patchwork fabric. I want this to go all over the seat and the back. And then here, right round on this side, I'm probably going to use a piece of plain fabric. I think that's loads.
A tip of the trade is to begin at the front edge of the chair with the fabric turned back on itself. That way you can achieve a nice neat finish with the staples hidden below the fabric.
Right, so that's a really good neat start there. Quite lucky there, I've got a line going all the way along the back. That makes it look like I almost planned it. Very well, it's fine.
With the new patchwork cover securely stapled, that old brown velour chair is already totally unrecognisable.
Looks better already, doesn't it?
In Margate, Sarah's tatty old table find is revealing to Rupert the reason why it ended up in the tip.
Okay, so this one, beautiful table, Sarah dropped off to me. Although I say beautiful table, it's had its day, it's sadly knackered. I'm just trying to work out how it's made, so I'm just going to try to separate it all.
It shouldn't be too taxing, given that it's already ridden with woodworm and barely hanging together as it is.
I can already see that this table's had a strong history. There's marks and glitter and PVA glue from the previous children playing around the table. And sadly, the family that this came from, they just outgrew it. Often with old wood like this, when you start playing with it, you reawaken old smells, or all sorts of things. Every meal and every glass of wine that's been spilt on it. A nice old kitchen pine table always makes me hungry. Could go for a nice sandwich around this table right now. That's the last piece of the top.
Walthamstow was lucky enough to have a new fire station built only 3 years ago, but hopefully we won't be needing their services today.
This kind of goes into the risk assessment. Put that there. Headphones.
Of course, we all know there's a perfectly valid reason why we avoid all forms of ignition when dealing with petrol.
Okay, so more importantly than any of this is to get the proportions right. So what I've got to do now is cut this right. I'm only going to get one chance. So tape measure. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! The form's right across this line here. That's good. That's good. It's meant to be. It's meant to be.
Now, at the moment, you may be thinking of a flame silhouette light for a man office. But Rob has had a spark of inspiration, potentially a dangerous thing when dealing with a petrol can. Having noticed a striking resemblance to the shape of a Zippo lighter, Rob is now going to cut the top from the can and have a light in the lid. Not sure what Sarah's going to think of this radical rethink.
Okay, here we go. Not looking good. You know what?
You're going back to the original plan?
I was going to put a little bit more water in it.
No, thought not. If Rob doesn't combust in the making of this new Zippo lamp, Sarah's going to be in for a big surprise when she sees the new design. It's difficult to watch.
Ooh, the design's coming out of me. I mean, maybe we could actually...
Whoa! I'm sensing another change of plan.
I don't dare say this because it... But maybe... Okay, so we've got this. Instead of putting the light there, if we could get the light there, maybe a nice light there, like almost like kind of a nice flat LED type light, yeah? And then we have a little wooden bar there, so we have like a little, almost like a hip flask and maybe 2 glasses set in wood. Oh! Gotta think, Rob. Gotta think. Okay.
Back in West Sussex, oblivious to all Rob's design detours, Sarah's pressing ahead with the transformation of Janet's old brown chair.
It's not perfect, and not all the lines are completely even, but that's the beauty of patchwork. It won't be for everybody's taste, because some people like things really neat, but for me, I think that's pretty, and once I get the back panel on, I think we're nearly there. I've got a leftover piece of blanket ticking here. Front's a bit ugly, but I really like the worn bit on the back, so I'm going to use that as the panel to go over the back of the chair. Because I want to get a really neat finish all along the sides, I'm actually going to hand sew it in place, tucking it under as I go, like that, so I don't have to buy any expensive braid or anything to finish it off. And I think some little hand stitches, happy for them to be visible so it looks handmade. Just catching the chair and the fabric. And that means the whole of the chair is going to feel really tight and the fabric underneath won't be moving around. should have painted the legs first. But at least now I can see what colour's going to look best.
That's a relief. We thought you'd just forgotten.
I think I will have to paint them.
From a chair to a table, in Margate, Rupert is thinking on his feet as his design develops.
I talked to Sarah about just cutting the table in half, pulling it apart and inserting a new material. I'd rather do it more randomly, almost as if the table had been blown up and glued back together, introducing some new materials, but they're reclaimed materials. Every time I walk past a building site or a skip on the street, I always have a look at what they've got. These came off of around the hoarding, around a development site. And I think this sort of colour might be perfect for the table. So I'm going to just take a few of these and start playing with it. I've kind of worked out what I'm going to do with this project, and it's just a case of doing it now. Assembling the many pieces of this jigsaw back together. I've got to work for quite a while to get it all nice and level, all sanded, all lovely. But I might put a thick sealant on it, maybe several coats of varnish, to get it to a really clean, glossy surface. Try to give it a little bit of an edge. Something a little bit different table.
With Carlos the cat overseeing things, this table has grown from a table too small for a growing family to a tabletop large enough to seat a party. By adding extra materials sourced without costs, which add a splash of colour, Rupert is definitely thinking big.
So, that's pretty tight there. So actually this is, having done all this, I think I'm gonna have to take this bit out, yeah? This bit is gonna come out and then we're gonna have the light bulb running in there. That's gonna sit up like so. And I've got to find some kind of catch to hold this, almost a bit sharp, hold this down when it's being moved. So there's gonna be a hinge on this side. Haven't quite found a hinge yet, the hinge, or maybe I'll just make one. And then when we lift it up, like so, got to find some way of actually keeping it up there. Okay, so a few little bits and pieces are going to take the time.
It's unusual for Rob to have such freedom of design on a project. More often than not, when working for architects and artists, specific plans are provided detailing exact dimensions and specifications. So, with all this creative freedom, anything could happen.
Not quite even, so I'm going to have to start again on this.
As part of the ever-evolving plan for the old petrol can, Rob has placed an order for a hip flask, which will sit in a copper-lined recess, sunk into the wooden insert at the bottom half of the can. At the same time, in the lid, Rob has installed a light bulb of epic proportions.
What I'll do is quickly fix this in so that's fixed in. So I want to replace it with some... I might even just use roofing nails, like zinc roofing nails, which might look okay as well. I just want that kind of whack. And now it's kind of like changed a little bit.
Did you mention change? If this continues, there won't be much change from that old petrol can. With an ever-evolving design and limited resources in the shape of the original old petrol can, it's important for Rob to keep in mind that whatever we end up with still has to have a potential for profit. Back at home in the barn, Sarah is nearing the completion of the revamp of the brown velour chair.
So the only thing I'm thinking about now is these legs are looking really odd because they're still brown. I do have a few pots of paint that maybe I could try out to see what looks best. I think the blue is too harsh, and the green is a bit dull, so that one I think. I hate painting. I'm going to give it a quick and dirty coat for the first one and then a nice neat one afterwards.
Of course, if you'd remember to paint the legs before covering the cushions, it wouldn't be a dirty job at all.
It wouldn't have been worth a £5 before. I'm going to ask over 100 quid for it now.
Over £100 for what was a tired old velour chair. But now, after plenty of patchwork, patience and painting, it's transformed into a modern piece of furniture that's sure to turn a profit. With Sarah spending just £15 on a fireproof calico material and sample pots of paint, this patchwork seat has the potential to provide plenty of profit. Back at the dump, Sarah picked up from Janet her old brown velour chair, which had definitely seen better days.
I'm quite interested in the chair. It was given to my mum by a friend of hers, and the cat, as you can see, sat on it most of the time.
Sarah took the chair home and provided it with patchwork and paint.
You're going to do a quick and dirty coat for the first one, and then a nice neat one afterwards.
With the transformation complete, the old brown velour cat seat had become a stylish piece of modern furniture. The revamped patchwork chair was perfect to be offered for sale in Sarah's very own barn sale of recycled items. With a suggested price of £125, bids were invited, written on folded pieces of paper, with the chair being sold to the highest bidder.
Fingers crossed they might buy it.
Sarah is back in Whitley to show Janet how her old brown velour chair has been transformed into patchwork profit, and to hand over the cash.
Somebody friendly there. Hi there, hello again.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I've got a couple of pictures to show you because after we took away your brown velour chair,
Yes.
you're laughing. We did some work on it, so I thought I'd show you what we did to it.
Yeah.
We made it vintage style.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Well, I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
So I made a patchwork fabric using lots of offcuts and things that I'd had from other projects.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing. So
Oh, it looks really pretty, doesn't it? Isn't
yeah,
it nice?
I think it was a good makeover. Do you think your mum would approve of it?
Yeah, I think she will. Actually, she likes flowery things, so I think she would see that as a big improvement.
Excellent. So in the end, somebody actually paid £100 for it.
Good grief!
So that means I've got £85 to give to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Oh, my
It's
pleasure.
unbelievable. Wow. Good grief, who'd have thought?
So, Sarah spent just £15 on this transformation and was able to achieve a sale price of £100, which leaves £85 profit to hand over to Janet. So, what does she have in mind for the money?
Behind Cork Castle, there's a cattery, and she always used to love to go there. And so what I was thinking is we could take the money there and we can give it to the cattery. And so, you know, I can say, you know, that's what we've done with the chair.
Is that going to be a problem? Does she know you've got rid of the chair?
Yeah, no.
Really? Oh no.
It might get me off the hook a bit. So.
She's going to know now. I tell you, you're going to be in lots of trouble. Well, maybe, yes, maybe buy her an ice cream to sweeten her up first. Use the fiver for the ice cream and give the £80 to the cat. It was really lovely to see you again.
Too. Thank you very much.
My absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See that cat over there? That's the cat that sat on the chair. All that cat hair? Is that one over there?
I think if we give the money to the cat's home, buy Mum a cream tea, that means that everybody's happy. Then the cats are happy, Mum's happy. So yeah, a good result.
With the patchwork chair producing a profit, Sarah now has high hopes for the punctured petrol can belonging to Trevor and Dion. She's back in Walthamstow, where Rob has finished fiddling with the old fuel can, which, after a number of different design directions, has come full circle and is back to being a table lamp for a man cave.
The original idea was to cut a hole all the way through it and put a light in it. After she'd gone, I had a little bit more to think about it. I quite like the shape of it, a Zippo lighter. So that's when I decided to split it. And I was originally going to have a hinge on it and have the clip. And I preferred the idea of having a much more stationary kind of fitting, a much more stationary fixing. More of a table lamp you'd have on like a little low table.
Well, I'm not quite sure what I'm here to pick up from Rob. I know that it's changed a little bit from our high-end lighting, and it's got something to do with a hip flask, which sounds very interesting.
You might want to take a big gulp from that, Sarah.
I don't know what she's going to say, actually. I hope she likes it. I really hope she likes it.
When Sarah saved this old petrol can from the dump, it was on its final journey. But now it's been refitted and repurposed with the intention of reselling for a profit.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah.
How are you? Dark in here today.
Yeah, we didn't have any money for the meter, but...
Oh no, is that my budget blown? What is that? That's really cool. Oh my word. What have you, so talk me through, what have you done to it?
Let's have a look.
Ah! Is that where you wanted the...
Why I asked to bring it floods.
And so turn the lights on. Let me have a proper look at the finish, if that's all right.
Yeah, of course.
It's really cool, isn't it? So was it a tricky process? It looks like it might have been through a few stages of development.
It went through a constant stage of development. It was, you know, it was designed on the fly, really. So...
Rob was left with a budget of up to £300, but including the price of the hip flask, the final cost has risen to £330.
I have just some reservations about the finish for that kind of money, just to tidy it up. I mean, if I know that
I think there's a few little things you could do, and one of them was actually put a car trim. You know, like the trims you get on a windscreen?
Yeah.
I quite like that as a reference to the car.
Okay, so if...
It's like a rubber trim around the edge.
I think that we'll definitely just have to make sure that that is tied up, if that's all right. I think that... Give me a shout, and I'll get it picked up when that's finished up, but for taking on the challenge. Well done, Rob. I love Rob's imagination. That looks really quirky and it's an interesting piece, but I do have my reservations about the finish. And I hope he doesn't mind me asking just to push it a little further, because with something like that, the devil's in the detail.
I think Sarah liked it. I think she was pleasantly pleased. Pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly pleased. Pleasantly surprised.
Rob finished his petrol can creation for £330, so all that remains now is for Rob to smooth out those rough edges and for Sarah to find it a new home. Back at the tip, Sarah spotted the potential of Dion and Trevor's petrol can.
I like your jerry can.
It's yours. I've had it for 8 years and it's got a hole in the bottom.
Sarah's potential ideas were met with a certain cynicism.
I don't hold my breath, if I'm really honest.
With the help of Rob, that old punctured petrol can has now, after a few changes of plan, become a Zippo-styled table lamp. Sarah's returned to Whitley to show Dion and Trevor what has become of their old petrol can.
Hi there. Hello, Tara. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Hello. How are you?
All right, thank you.
Nice to see you again. I've got a few bits here to show you about your jerry can.
All right.
No. Come on out, let me show you. So that's what it ended up like. This has got a fantastic, really bright light inside it, and he's cut it in half and opened it up, so it was sort of like a Zippo lighter. What do you reckon?
Oh, well. Very different. A lot of work got into it.
It's not something I'd endorse.
Normally at this point I would say, great, it went really well, I've got fantastic news, I've got money to hand over to you, but I haven't managed to sell this yet. Some things you sort of think maybe they should have carried on at the tip, but we've had quite a lot of fun with this. And yeah, I'm sorry not to be handing over hundreds of pounds for a high-end piece of lighting, but...
We've got some more rubbish if you like it. I mean, recyclable bits.
So, despite all Rob's hard work, the search continues to find his light a new home. With costs of £330 spent and no income generated, this could be a potential loss for Sarah of £330.
We weren't sure quite what she was going to do in the first place. We were stumped at that one, and I think it's been a bit of a struggle for them to come up with a design, but they have, so good luck with that.
Well, I think Trevor and Dion were really good sports because there was no money for nothing to hand over, but we've had a good laugh and quite a lot of fun with that jerry can.
Back in Margate, Rupert has managed to complete the jigsaw puzzle that was this new table, but he's not sure what Sarah will think of his radically different approach to what was discussed.
It was a bit of a battle with this table, and I've made it into something new, and hopefully she's going to like it and find a suitable home for it.
Last time I was here, I dropped Rupert off a real challenge, a table on its last legs. I mean, like hardly attached to its last legs, in a really bad state. So I can't wait to see what he's managed to do with it. Hiya!
Hey.
How are you?
Hey, Sarah. How you doing?
Yeah, really well, really well. How about you?
I'm okay. I'm just about ready for you.
Really? Has it been tense?
It's always tense, but it's done somehow.
That is amazing. Is it? Can I touch it?
You can. It's not actually wet. It's high gloss.
It looks like sort of nail varnish or like something's poured on it.
It's really
or...
thick. I wanted it to look like a toffee apple.
That's what it is. It really does, doesn't it? It's beautiful.
So
it's huge.
It is rather big. I know originally I said maybe I'd just cut it in half and cast a new bit in the middle. But when I looked into that, the table was so rotten and it would have cost so much over the budget to cast a nice piece. So I decided I'll work with exactly what I've been given, make something new.
It
out of
is
something old.
absolutely amazing.
The red sections are actually reclaimed wood. So the budget hasn't changed at all. I've perhaps spent another £3 on it.
Really?
That's it. So it's ready to go and have a new life and hopefully lives for some more years.
I think you've just absolutely nailed it. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. It looks fantastic, glossy, beautiful, and I'm going to go all out to try and get that back into the heart of somebody's home.
I'm really pleased that she liked it. I just hope she can find a suitable new home for it now.
The final cost of Rupert's work on the table has come to £400. Sarah's going to need to convince any potential buyer that this is the perfect family table if she's to make any profit at all. When Sarah first met Andrew, he was throwing out a rickety kitchen table his family had outgrown.
So we've had it for 20 odd years, but sadly, we've got nowhere for it to go anymore.
He was pleased when Sarah took an interest.
Is it something I could take away and try and remake something?
I'd be delighted, because I'd hate for it to go to waste.
And now, with some reclaimed wood and a tin of varnish, Rupert has served up a large and strikingly beautiful family dining table. Sarah invited Martin, one of the country's leading retro furniture dealers, to take a look at Rupert's transformation.
Whoever's done this is a very creative guy, and it's good.
And he loved it so much, he snapped it up for his shop, the Old Cinema. Sarah has returned to Whitley to show Andrew and his family what has become of their kitchen table and to hand over any profit.
Hi there. Hi, Andrew, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi there. Oh, hello, girls. Hi there. This is the big family you were talking about.
Yes.
Some of them.
Most of them.
They're four, aren't there?
Yeah, there's my son's hiding away somewhere.
I don't know if you remember what your dad dropped off at the tip. Do you know what we're here to? The table. Yeah. And did you all grow up with that table? Do you remember it being in your house?
Yeah, it's a little kitchen table.
Do you know what we did with it? We made it into a table. I've got some pictures. This is how your table ended up.
Oh, wow.
It's had a whole new lease of life. Your table went to the most amazing designer called Rupert Blanchard. So he spliced every single bit of your table together with some new material to make it into a table for 10.
Wow, that's incredible.
Somebody has already bought it.
Oh, have they?
Yeah. Somebody who wanted a big table paid 750 quid for it.
Wow.
So we spent £400 with Rupert, which means that I have got 350 quid to give to you guys.
Really?
For your table.
No way.
Yeah, really. So that money is yours to do whatever you like with it. That'll be a really good night in the pub.
Well, I'm amazed. Thank you very much indeed.
So, transforming Andrew's table from a table into a table has cost £400. But Sarah was able to sell the finished item for £750, which leaves Andrew with a profit of 350 quid. If he can keep it from the bar, does he have anything else he would like to spend his money on?
A new bed, probably, for me and my wife, because we've been sleeping on the same one for 25 years and it's pretty worn out. And having just come back from holiday, my wife has got used to sleeping in a proper bed, so it'll go towards that.
So a drink at the pub and a new bed. What better way to spend money for nothing?
So Sarah managed to make a profit on only 2 of the 3 salvaged items. The dining table restructured by Rupert and the brown velour seat seen to by Sarah. Rob's petrol can lighting has still to find a new home.
Well, that's 3 things saved and only 2 things sold. Sometimes it's not as easy as you think to make money for nothing.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
But just before you throw it away, would it be possible to have a quick look at it?
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, user and renovator of second-hand stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old into new and I sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
That's vintage gold, isn't it? It's really exciting.
In her search for tip treasure.
I love it.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
What are we going to do with that?
Oh no!
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Amazing.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
That's £80 profit.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's unbelievable.
Today, Sarah's at Merchants Way Recycling Centre in Walsall, about 10 miles outside Birmingham, and there's a whole lot of dumping going on. Although much of what we throw away each year could have a newfound purpose.
It's so busy here today, and I know that there are fabulous things coming in. All I've got to do is find them before they get dumped.
Sarah's search has been given the thumbs up by the local council, so don't think this is an invitation to start raiding skips in your local tip.
That's not rubble, what's that?
It's an old tripod, belongs to my dad a very long time ago.
It's amazing what you find amongst the rubble.
Sarah's not going to quit until she's got her hands on 3 items which, once repurposed, can be sold at a profit, meaning a potential pocket full of cash for their original owner.
They're being thrown out.
But some people are more happy to see their things gone for good.
My other half is on holiday and he doesn't know I'm getting rid of all this. He comes back tomorrow.
Luckily, Sarah's found Don, whose other half is more than happy to get rid of their old furniture.
Her indoors doesn't want it.
Really?
It's got threadbare and it's worn, isn't it? And the cat's been at it. It's all been scratched to death. And this is how it is. No one wants old furniture. You just have to chuck it out.
Well, I tell you who might want it. Me.
Oh, you can have it if you like.
Because it's got a certain something about it that is now quite popular with people because of its retro styling, because of those little wooden armrests.
You say to that to my wife.
Well,
She'll laugh at.
It doesn't fit into everybody's home, but this is the kind of thing that I'm up here looking for, hoping to give a new lease of life to.
Well, there's a great big bucket full of broken glass here when the window broke in the storm the other week. Do you want that as well?
She'll be fine with the chair, thanks, Don. Stick your glass in the rubble skip, because glass is made of sand, you know.
This looks so brown, it's so old-fashioned now. It's going to look amazing.
You hear that, Don? Amazing.
You can cover them if you really want to, but people don't tend to do that these days. New stuff is so cheap, relatively. They'll go and buy, they just go and buy another one.
Sarah has her first fabulous find. So what are her plans for this big brown beast?
It's brown, it's a bit dirty, and at first glance you probably think that this is in exactly the right place here. But actually, I think this has huge potential. This is teetering on the brink of being a very trendy style, and I think with a new cover, some exciting fabric on it, it's going to look $1 million.
And Don's old scratching post is destined for Anthony Devine and his Ministry of Upholstery, no less. Mancunian Anthony is a passionate upholsterer who loves to combine the experimental with traditional techniques. And he supplied furniture for the likes of Harvey Nicks and the QE2, no less.
I like to explore other things in what a traditional upholsterer would do, so I would use digital fabrics. I like to mix like kind of screen printing and printing your own fabrics. Yeah, I like to explore opportunities.
Which is good news, because Sarah has your next big opportunity lined up. Your next big brown opportunity. Sarah's seeking out her second item, and she has a spring in her step.
I love you.
What's that?
I love you for you, Trish.
Here, I'll do the jokes, thanks. And to put an even bigger smile on Sarah's face is Bob and his boot full of metal. Thanks to Bob, Sarah has her second item to renovate.
Just before you throw everything away, tell me what you're doing here today and where this has all come from.
A rotting garage.
I love the look of the metal. I know it's rusty and it's old, but there's something about this sort of stuff. Is this some sort of old drill fitting or something?
Yeah, exactly. The drill goes in there. It's a drill press.
But it's not working anymore. No. Do you know something? That doesn't matter to me. I love the fact that it's got some writing on it and it's really chunky. This is really exciting for me.
It's at least 40 years old.
That's why I like it so much, because they don't make them like this anymore, do they? That's really cool. If I could take that away, I'd be so chuffed. If I make something out of a drill thing, would it be okay to come and show you what I've done?
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much for that. I absolutely love this.
So what does Bob think of Sarah's scavenging?
I have no idea what you could use it for. It's a difficult shape to work with. It's large, it's heavy. You prop a door open with it, but that's all I could think of.
I'm so excited to have found this. I absolutely love it. This beautiful retro styling, the lettering, all the colour of the paint that's left on here. It's a really interesting piece and it'll look great as an interior design lighting feature.
Bye.
Thanks to Bob the Builder, Sarah has her second item to renovate. But she'll need help. Luckily, she has just the right man for the job. Say hello to the Rag and Bone Man, aka Paul Furbank. Launched during the London Design Festival in 2011, the Rag and Bone Man brand is best known for creating high-end interiors from salvaged heavy machinery.
Normally we're working with, say, aircraft components or vintage motorcycle components, things that are really well made. I think people don't often throw metal away because it's worth some money and you can take it to a scrapyard. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what somebody has taken down to the tip. Hopefully it's not a shopping trolley.
Paul will be happy to hear it's not a shopping trolley, but I can't imagine he'll be much happier once he sees the rusty drill press. So, with 2 items safely stowed away for Anthony and Paul, Sarah now has to find something she can sink her own teeth into.
So much going on, I don't know where to start. Look at them, they're queuing up round the block. Every time I look in the back, I have to see, is there something I like?
Well, Sarah might like the look of what Les has in his boot.
Just being nosy. I'm just wondering if those wood blocks would make chopping boards. What do you think? I think they would.
Better watch out for the guard dog, though.
Who's your friend? Hello.
That's Gracie.
What's the wood from?
This is wood I use for my wood burner, but I make things out of them, see.
Really, what do you make out of them?
Well, anything.
How many have you got? Come on, let's see.
It'll be about 8, I think.
Are you sure you've got more? You don't mind sparing them?
No, no.
I'm such a scavenger.
Yeah.
Are you a woodworker, or have you got the right tools?
I just make little things.
What have you made out of them?
Well, I make a lot of signs for the caravan club.
Okay. I feel really embarrassed taking them, but if I do manage to make something...
Look, I wouldn't give you them if I needed them.
Well, you're very sweet.
I think Gracie approves. Sarah reckons these timber cut-offs could make adorable little chopping boards. Do you think she can do it, Les?
I'm the clue. I don't know her skills. Clearly she's got some. She sees something in them to have them up with. It was that, the caravan or the fire. So she creates something, which it is created. Good luck to her.
There are 8 or so chunks of these fat little bits of flooring joist, and I think I've got a plan for them. You know when you cut up the lemon that goes in your gin and tonic and it tastes of garlic because you've used the wrong board? Well, these are going to be beautiful, bespoke lemon boards for your drinks cabinet.
Sarah's 3-piece treasure hunt is complete. Anthony will dream up something dazzling for Don's armchair. Paul will devise a new use for Bob's drill. And Sarah will be slicing up lemons in no time with Les's blocks.
It's been a really good day here today. The people of Walsall have been brilliant, and in between the bin bags and the garden waste, I found 3 really excellent things, and I know I can turn them into hard cash.
Sarah's first stop is cool, happening Manchester. It's alive with established and emerging designers and artists. Sarah's taking Don's brown lumpen chair to furniture maker Anthony Devine. Anthony creates bespoke, handmade, upholstered pieces that are a world away from what Sarah's bringing him.
Sarah's coming today. It's never just a simple footstool or just a simple dining chair. There's always kind of something big and ambitious.
Anthony!
Hello!
Hiya!
Are you well? Do you want a hand?
I'd love a hand. Look, how cool's this?
Very nice. No, it is. It's actually really nice. Right. Talk me through it then.
It's not really being done any favours with the brown Draylon, but I thought it was actually really... Oh, don't break it already.
Sorry.
Steady on, Anthony.
I thought that it could be absolutely bang on trend and looking really cool.
Yes.
And so I brought it to you.
Yes. Well, this is the kind of thing that's kind of fetching big money at the moment. It's nice.
I didn't know whether we should cover it in blocks of fabric rather than a patterned fabric, so you could really see the structure of the chair and the way it was designed. But I know you're dealing with this stuff all the time, so I'm all ears to hear what you've got to say.
We're using some great fabrics from Guatemala, of all places.
Really?
All hand woven, and I think it would look amazing on this chair.
Hand woven Guatemalan fabrics? That's exactly what I had in mind. Uncanny.
Oh, wow.
This is 1 metre by 50, and it takes over a month to produce.
Do you know something? That's going to be so out of my budget you wouldn't believe.
Well, I was thinking we can put this part here, then these, and then this. Possibly that way or the other way around.
This is a bit controversial, Kate. I'm slightly worried that if we put all this on here, and I was hoping to keep the wood exposed, we might end up where we don't actually see the shape of the chair.
The patterns certainly are eye-catching, but is there such a thing as too eye-catching? Why don't you move them all about the place, Anthony? Maybe that will change her mind.
I think that will work.
I'm not sure she's 100% convinced. It's a big money gamble with such pricey fabric.
What am I looking at to get this whole thing done, including the fabric?
We're going to be around, you know...
Spit it out.
Dare I say the £800 mark.
800 quid?
It's a big commitment for me to spend
I know.
800 quid on something I found
I
at a
know.
tip, but you've talked me around and I think that we're going to see something just amazing.
Are you staying to help me then?
Not a chance. Nice to see you. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, every time.
Don't go slacking. I think we got there in the end, didn't we? I'm hoping that that combination of fabrics and that shape of that chair really come together. But whatever happens, I'm spending £800. It's got to look fantastic, and I hope to make a little bit of profit.
I dread the times that she turns up, but she always leaves me with more work. But I like this one. Lots of potential.
So, for a whopping £800 to produce, Sarah's going to have to sell it for a small fortune. Next up, Sarah is off to Margate in Kent, which is rapidly becoming a hotspot for all things upcycled and vintage. As a result, there is a thriving community of artisan craftspeople living and working here. And Sarah knows just the right one to transform her rusty drill press into something saleable. It's Paul.
Hello. Hiya, how are you?
Not too bad. Just what have you got here? This...
Oh, a little something. Shall I hand it over to you? It's
Yeah,
really
let me
heavy.
take
It's
that off
really
you.
heavy. Let me have that bit. How are things?
Yeah, good.
Paul should be feeling good. He specialises in transforming old rusty machines, and you don't get rustier than that.
I can't believe somebody's actually thrown this away.
It looks so cool with the cha-ching kind of handle.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure we can get that to move.
Really, because I had a few ideas. I mean, when the first time I saw it, I thought, you get this kind of ice cream coffee machine. There's something about it that has that kind of American diner sort of feeling.
It would probably take us a little while to kind of strip it down and actually get it all moving again. It'd be quite cool to turn it into some kind of like a wine bottle opener or something like that. I mean, this will obviously come up and down if I can get the mechanism free and get it moving. You could do something like that, but
It would be great to sell it into a commercial setting.
okay.
And it looks something like it would look good on a bar or something that along those lines.
What about a nutcracker or something like that? Something really simple.
Love it. That's a really cool idea.
So you kind of buy your pot of nuts from the bar or whatever, and matey says, oh, you know, welcome to the crusher, and you can kind of pick what flavour you want and crush away. We could, you know, try something like that.
You know, even if it was 5, a little handful of them that you could cha-ching in there.
Sarah's got cha-ching on the brain today, and so she should. To produce a nutcracker out of the drill will cost upwards of £300, so she'll have to find a buyer with plenty cha-ching to make it worthwhile.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
Got your work cut out. Look forward to some beer and some nuts very soon. Every so often you come across somebody who just blows you away with the ideas they come up with and the creativity, and Paul is just like that. I am so excited about what he's got planned for that drill bit, and I just can't wait to see that nut crusher. It's going to be amazing.
It certainly will be amazing. Sarah's not getting it for peanuts. With Paul's labour and materials estimated at £300, let's hope it's just the nuts getting squeezed and not the profit margin. From marvellous Margate to stunning Sussex and the barn where Sarah is about to start her own project. She rescued a pile of anonymous-looking wooden blocks and has a nifty new use in mind for them.
So these I want to make into chubby little lemon-shaped chopping boards. I'd like to cut them out into a really sweet little lemon shape, and these are going to be for when you have that gin and tonic at the end of the day, when you sit down, and you take a sip and you can taste garlic on the lemon because you cut it on the wrong board. These are just to go in your bar. These are just for cutting up your lemons.
You're right, Sarah. I've never been keen on gin and garlic.
So I'm just going to sketch out a rough sort of lemon shape.
That looks lovely and lemony to me, Sarah.
I made one of these for my grandparents when I was about 10. They quite liked gin and tonic.
Your grandparents were fond of the gin. Should you be telling us this? Sarah now carefully cuts out her lemon using a jigsaw for accuracy.
So I'm going to sand off the whole outer layer of the wood so that it's all clean, and then I'm going to use some olive oil just to seal it, and that should be fine.
There are lots of safety considerations when thinking about allowing recycled wood to be used with food. If you're unsure, then pop a suitable liner between your board and the food. And if in doubt, leave it to a professional.
You have to hold it to really like this because it feels amazing. It's like suede or something. It's really smooth. And I think it looks kind of lemony, doesn't it? So I'm pleased with that. Just another 6 more to go.
Sarah's not charging for her own time or her olive oil, so there's been nothing spent, but a lot could be gained. Back in Manchester, Anthony's stripping back the retro brown chair and uncovering about 50 years worth of dirt. Ugh.
Thank you, Sarah.
I hope he washes his hands, because Anthony's handling the very pricey Guatemalan fabric. Many textiles from this region originate from ancient Mayan culture, so it was an obvious choice, eh, Anthony?
It would be easily to just be able to put like a kind of a nice wool or a nice felt on there, just kind of really blocky colour. Given this opportunity, we wanted to just have a little play around with something new.
Anthony's upholstering one arm of the chair as a guide to work out how to arrange the other fabrics. And if I remember right, Sarah wasn't totally convinced with his plan.
There was a lot to discuss on the day when Sarah came round. I know she was quite interested in keeping it quite defined.
More defined? That should be easy.
If that goes in there, what do we think of these colours? Like, does it affect your eyes too much?
Having this there takes it away from that, I think. Like you were saying, less is more sometimes.
Yeah, I think more is more on this one. What I'm thinking now, this is a centre, a thinner stripe of that down there. Option number 2.
Pretty soon, all of Anthony's upholstery students want to give their 2 cents worth.
It's just a bit busy.
It goes better vertically.
Something like that. That's your focal point for me.
How many upholsterers does it take to choose a fabric?
Well said. Why don't you leave the hard stuff till later and get on rebuilding the insides? Anthony stitches and staples Hessian material on the rest of the chair.
We're going to stitch this in?
It gives him a strong base to work from and prevents the luxurious fabric catching on a spring unit. Anthony attaches much-needed padding to the hard wooden frame using an air-driven staple gun. And on top of that, a nice fluffy cloud.
So after the foam, we use this wadding, and basically what that does is help take the friction and help the fabric glide over your fabric better.
Once all the material is on, Anthony will apply a fire retardant spray. This will bring it up to code with current fire standards.
This is just a little bit of dark wax, and I'm just going to apply it over the front of the arm just before we put the fabric on, so we don't run the risk of getting wax on the fabric, which would be a nightmare.
Upholstering a chair from scratch is a very skilled and time-consuming process. And Anthony's not even decided on the fabric yet, so it might be a long night. Back in Margate, Paul has been working on the new designer nutcracker. But after dismantling the old drill press, he's discovered a major problem.
To actually make the whole thing food safe, I kind of realised that where the carriage is sliding up and down, it needs to be oiled. There will always be kind of traces of steel and oil very close to food, and I think to actually make it food safe is maybe going to push the budget way over. So I'm now actually thinking that we redesign it and turn it into a lamp. I hope Sarah's all right with it, but that's kind of what I'm thinking at the moment.
Sarah did love that nutcracker idea, but if you run the risk of getting oily nuts, probably best not to bother. So what's your plan for the lamp?
What we'll actually end up with, we're going to end up with this coming out and then coming back on itself, something like that. If we add the fire extinguisher, if that gets added here, but then the whole thing's back over there, if I'm making sense.
Wait a minute, fire extinguisher?
I've been cutting these for years, and that, as you can see, was a fire extinguisher, but when you've put a nice cut on it and that's polished, and it becomes a lampshade, it's actually quite hard to tell that it was a fire extinguisher in the past. So it's nice. It makes a great lampshade.
If you say so. Paul's biggest challenge with the new design is creating the angle on the post for the light to sit on. To do that, he's going to have to try and cut that solid iron bar.
Here goes.
Paul's using a circular saw. It gets very sparky, so if you're cutting your own drill press at home, remember, goggles. Having successfully made a V-cut in the bar, it's now time to see if it will bend.
Fingers crossed there's enough of that, so I should just be able to bend this back and... It's got a square cut, actually.
Go on, Paul, put some welly into it. Good job, sir. After Paul welds the joint together, he can get on with the drilling, screwing, chiseling, and whatever that is. And after all that, what do you reckon, Paul? Is it going to work?
It is coming together. It's all so well made. I mean, as a lamp, you'd pretty much be able to throw that on the floor. It shouldn't break. Compared to modern day lamps, that's quite cool. You'll easily get 100 years out of it, give or take a light bulb or two.
With the design set, all Paul needs to do is get the light fitting sorted, polished up, and pray that Sarah didn't have her heart set on that nutcracker. Back at the barn, Sarah's sanding her last lemon-shaped chopping block. Sarah took 7 sorry lumps of pine and created 7 sweet citrus-shaped lovely lemon chopping balls. With a silky smooth finish sealed with luscious olive oil.
I have really enjoyed making these, and they're a simple project. They're approachable if you want to have a go at home. You've got a piece of wood that you can sand on all sides and just a saw to cut out a shape. It's a really fun thing to do. And you get the added bonus that now I have to go and test drive it to make sure it works. So I'm off to find something that needs a lemon putting in it.
Sarah's success is measured in sales, and she always seeks out the best opportunities to maximise profits. Hosting regularly her own furniture and clothing sales from home,
Just sold the sofa.
advertising and selling online,
Get that online.
or meeting commercial buyers in person to sell direct.
Seeing this is really refreshing, and it's good, and people are going to want more of it. It's going to grow, this thing, I think, that you're doing.
With opportunities galore in the things we throw out, Sarah's always looking to make money for nothing. Back at the dump,
Really interesting. You sure?
Bob's wooden blocks almost went up in smoke.
Was that caravan or the fire. So she creates something, which it is created. Good luck to her.
Sarah transformed them into a set of sensational citrus fruit-shaped chopping boards. In the hope of making a juicy profit, Sarah visited her local watering holes to sell her lemon slicing balls.
Do you fancy one?
Yeah, definitely.
All you've got to do, have a good look at them because they feel really nice, have it, and just make me an offer. Anything over £5 and I'm probably going to say yes.
So 15?
Amazing.
Happy?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Definitely.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Nice one.
She is now back in Walsall to see Les to hand over the cash and to show him what became of his wood blocks.
Hello. Hi, Les. Hi, it's Sarah from the tip.
Nice to see you again.
How are you?
I'm fine, yes.
Wow, you've got a lot going on here.
An awful lot going on here, yes, and more to do, as you can see.
I remember when you came to the tip, I took 2 different types of wood away from you.
Yes.
One was some little blocks I think you were going to use that were leftover flooring bits.
Yes.
And I had a look at those, and I didn't think I could do anything with those.
Not really,
But
no,
those
I
big
didn't.
chunks, I think, did you say you were going to use them for blocking up the caravan?
We do, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they were really cool. So shall I show you what I did with them?
Go on, fire
Did you
away.
have any ideas when I took them away?
None at all.
Okay, well, I made them into little chopping boards you can use for cutting up your lemon on. What do you reckon?
I think they're fantastic.
I managed to get, I think, 6 out of the chunks of wood that you
Yeah, yeah.
you dropped off. So I made them into 6 little boards.
Very substantial wood, you see, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was nice. So they're
Ideal
really,
for the job.
really chunky.
Yeah, lovely. It's great.
And then I thought, having made them, I thought I've got to take them somewhere to try and sell them. So I've been round all the local pubs.
Yeah.
Now have one of your chopping boards on their bar to cut their lemons up on. I just said to the guys there, anything over £5 I'm going to be really happy with. And so different people in the pubs bid me. And actually, all together, we managed to sell your boards for £60. So I bought that back for you.
Oh dear, no.
No, no. it
No,
is.
no.
No, do you know something?
Don't.
No, let me explain.
You can explain as much as you like. I'm sure you know a charity you could give that to.
Well, do you know something? This is money for nothing because it was made out of nothing and we bought it back for you. We'd love you to take it if you'd like to give it to a charity. That's absolutely
I certainly
lovely.
will be able to do that, and I will do that.
If you'd like to give it to charity, that's great. If
Thank you so much.
If you'd like to spend it and
I'm
think about...
touched. Truly touched.
Oh, that's so sweet. Les, it was really lovely to see you again and nice to
pleasure
see all
meeting
all the bits that you're getting on with here.
Yes, sure. Yes,
Take care, and I
thank
hope to
so
see you
much.
in Sussex in a pub very soon.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
All that was involved in the making of the lemon chopping boards was some elbow grease. Sarah managed to sell them for £60, making it all profit.
I think they're absolutely fantastic what she's done with them. I mean, I've always wondered what on earth she could make out of them, because to me they're scrap. But what she's done is absolutely fantastic. I think possibly there could be a chance that I shall be having a go myself.
Back in Manchester, Anthony's waiting on Sarah to pick up the renovated brown chair. They didn't see eye to eye on the fabric, so Anthony's dying to find out what Sarah thinks of the finished product.
In the past, she's always had a really good reaction to my work, so I would very much think it'd be exactly the same. So yeah, quite looking forward to it.
I left Anthony with the brown chair challenge. Really knackered, not attractive, and definitely looking past its best. I'm hoping that with his 2,000-year-old styled fabric and all of his creativity, he's managed to make it look fantastic.
Before, this unremarkable brown chair was dreary, dull and down in the dumps. Now it's been radically transformed. Anthony has pulled out all the stops to give this chair a striking personality and a quality finish. Contrasting geometric designs on lush hand-woven fabrics ensures this chair doesn't just stand out from the crowd, it demands to sit centre stage. But what will Sarah think?
Hello, you all right? I'm really well. How are you doing? What are we doing? High-fiving? Are we... You're so intense.
Ta-da!
Never. Where's my brown chair gone? What have you done with
This
it?
is the new look brown chair. Blue is the new brown.
It's amazing that just the look of it.
Almost killed me.
Are you telling me that there were problems along the way?
Not so much problems, but challenges. We had a few kind of design changes along the way, but we thought that would kind of give it more of a modern look to it.
And so talk me through this, because that's quite a bold stripe down the back, isn't it?
Where the fabric originates from, it's all about kind of colour and intense colour. It's going to be the right customer will literally just fall in love with it, and it'll be just, there's no hard sell involved in this. It's just walk up, I love it, I'll have it.
And to feel it, it's like patting a really nice dog, isn't it? It's really, that's a good thing. It looks great. Is it comfortable?
To be honest, I've not sat in it yet.
Should we have a go?
Well, it seems Anthony's turned Sarah round with his Mayan masterpiece. It's bolder than she expected, but it's not the end of the world.
It's really comfortable. Really cool. Go on, have a pew.
Put your feet up, Anthony. You deserve it.
After a late night in a workshop, it's nice to be able to sit in something comfy.
All right, don't get too comfy. Let's get down to business and that £800 budget.
It did take a long time, but we're still on budget.
Really?
Just.
I think it looks absolutely lovely. Really cool.
For £800, I would hope it looks cool. But Sarah now has to find a buyer who agrees. Back at the dump, Don's dilapidated armchair was destined to be ditched, as Mrs. Don deemed it a disaster area.
Her indoors doesn't want it.
Really?
And the cat's been at it, it's all been scratched to death.
But Sarah saw it could be something special if left in the skilled hands of Anthony Devine. Sarah sold the chair to Smithers of Stamford, who specialise in vintage and retro pieces.
It's original, and you can see that it's handmade, can't you?
They have all the colours in it, all the different colours. I don't think it'll be on the website for long.
No.
And she's back in Walsall to show Don what became of his armchair and hopefully hand over some cash.
Hello there.
Hi, Don, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, really well, really well. I've got a few things to talk about with your old chair.
Oh, right.
Now, I
Brilliant.
remember when you were throwing it out, I think you said your wife didn't like it anymore. Is that right?
That's about it, yes.
I've got some pictures of it, how it ended up, and I just
Right.
wondered if you think that she'd give it house room the way it ended up here. What do you think?
Oh, my goodness me. Right.
Does it look like your chair?
Yes, I can recognise it, but yes, you've done a brilliant job. If that came back here, you'd want all the room decorating to match it.
Yeah, oh, well...
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at that.
It went off to an amazing upholstery studio in Manchester.
Right.
And the guy there stripped back every single part of it. It was just a frame, and it was a really lovely wooden frame. And it's got some beautiful hand-woven fabric
I was
on it.
looking at that, yeah.
To do something like that is not cheap, so I can understand why people throw things away. It cost £800
Did it really?
to restore it to its former glory, or to give it a new lease
Is the
of
bill
life.
coming here?
Not that bill,
Oh,
actually.
no, that's all right then.
And yeah, well, actually, it cost £800, but I have managed to sell it.
Oh, brilliant.
And at a profit. And
Yeah.
part of the reason I'm here today is to give you £120,
Oh,
because
gosh,
that's how much we raised from the profits from it. So that's all for you.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks very much.
Lovely.
I wasn't expecting anything.
Anthony charged £800 for his labour and that handmade Guatemalan fabric. Sarah sold the chair for £920, making a tidy profit of £120 for Don.
So is there anything on your list that you need to spend £120 on?
Well, yes. There's the. I've just had to buy a new tyre for the Land Rover, and they're quite expensive now because they're special.
Yeah.
So that it'll go very nicely towards that, and thank you very much for that. Yeah.
Lovely to see you again.
Okay,
and
thank you. Thank you very
yeah,
much.
enjoy your Land Rover proceeds.
Yes, all right.
Take care.
I'll do that. Right. Well, thanks very much indeed.
So while Don counts his cash, Paul is making the finishing touches to the drill press turned lamp. The only thing is, it's nothing like what Sarah asked him to make.
It is an absolutely cracking day here in Margate today, and I can't wait to see what Paul has done with our drill press. It was quite a tall order. I'm hoping he's made the nutcracker to end all nutcrackers.
When she dropped it off, the old drill press was in a sorry state. But Sarah and Paul were convinced they could turn it into a designer nutcracker. However, Paul has totally transformed the rusty drill press into a shiny and stylish contemporary lamp. By modifying the stand, adding a Ferrari gear shifter to the handle and a repurposed fire extinguisher for the shade, Paul has created an incredibly bold designer piece. The question is, will the unexpected lamp do Sarah's nut, or will it light up her life?
Hiya. How are you? Is that it?
Yeah, it's hidden. How you doing?
I'm really well. How are things?
Good.
How was it?
OK, Paul, it's time to come clean about the lamp. Good luck, mate.
Is that it?
That's it, yeah. It's not quite what you think it was going to be, but it is what it is.
So what happened? Was it difficult to make? What was the? Well, shall I just see? What is it? Let's see.
Let's just go for it.
Oh my word!
So it isn't quite, as you can see, it's a lamp, but
I absolutely love it.
Oh, thank goodness.
it wasn't quite what I was thinking. I was quite excited about making a nutcracker because I've never made anything quite like that before.
Forget the nutcracker. I mean,
Okay.
that is sweet. It is amazing. Does it move?
It does move. So there's a little lever on the side that kind
Yeah.
of fixes it in position, and then you've got some height adjustability on that.
I think it looks amazing, and I can't wait to see it turned on and stuck on a desk. And can we try it?
We can turn it on.
Oh, it's a beautiful filament bulb as well, isn't it? I think you have just transformed it. That was a rusty, seized, industrial but pretty hideous piece of kit when it arrived here, and what you've transformed it into is a designer piece of fantasticness. And I'm going to have to think really carefully about where I go and sell it and make sure I hit the right mark with it, because I think it's one
Somebody with a large desk, I think.
big desk and hopefully a big wallet.
Yeah. Cool.
Back at the dump, Bob was hard-pressed to think of a use for his old drill press.
I've no idea what we could use it for. It's a difficult shape to work with. You prop a door open with it, but that's all I could think of.
But it lit up the imagination of the rag and bone man, and now its future looks bright. Sarah gave Martin of the old cinema first look at the lamp.
He's matched the cord, he's brought out the red, he's got some dull and he's got some shiny, and that's good. It's just a nice mix of textures. I like it.
Martin bought it to add to his collection in his London shop. The rag and bone man charged £350 for the table lamp. It was sold for £450, making a profit, obviously, of £100 for Bob.
So the good news is I've sold that fantastic light that the rag and bone man made out of that old drill stand, and I've made £100 profit. But Bob doesn't want the money, so I'm going to give it to children in need.
Sarah saved 3 items from their demise at the dump. The timber cut-offs are now pride of place in pubs across Sussex. The old brown bedraggled chair is now a stylish and striking armchair. And the rusty drill press has been thrust into the limelight as a top-notch table lamp.
So we've given a whole new lease of life to some blocks of wood, a drill stand and an old chair, and turned a profit too. Maybe next time I'll see you at your tip and make some money for you.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
Sorry, Spotty, before you throw that away, is there any chance I can have a quick chat to you about it?
Sure. That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, maker and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old stuff into new stuff and sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
Look at that absolute box of joy. These are just fantastic.
In her search for tip treasure.
We've got to be able to make something out of that, haven't we?
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
I've got a little something for you.
Yeah, I thought you might. Oh, this is a hard one.
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Oh my word.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
Well, I love this, so I would really like to have it.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
That is incredible, isn't it?
Sarah's at the Bredbury Recycling Centre in Stockport, just outside Manchester, where they can have over 200 cars a day through the gates.
I am loving this place. It's so busy. There's cars coming in all the time, and in the back of them, I know there is great stuff that I can make into something fabulous. So I'm off now to have a proper old rummage.
Remember that Sarah has special permission to rummage about today, so don't you go pestering people at your local recycle centre, or you'll be the one getting thrown out.
I love rifling through the rubbish.
Sarah's on the lookout for 3 items with the potential to turn into hard cash for their owners.
We're looking for stuff that we can recycle, so I'm thinking there's not much in there, but I think you should take the bunny home.
Some things, though, are just destined for the dump. But coming in at the far end, Mike and Judith might be able to give Sarah a step up in her search.
There's a ladder just coming up here, so I'd really like to take a look at that. I don't know if they're actually throwing it away, but must be able to do something good with that. Hiya.
Hiya.
Sorry to disturb you, I know you're busy. I was just wondering, are you getting rid of all of this today? Or?
Yes, we are.
Really?
Yes.
Where, where's it come from? What's happening? What are you doing?
Well, we're clearing a house of wife's late auntie.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
So-
a lot of hard work, really.
A life leaves behind a lot of stuff, doesn't it?
It does, it does.
I'm just quite interested in the ladder. If it'd be okay to have a look at it and get it out and see how it works and all that kind of thing.
no problem with that.
Lovely, thank you. So was this only ever for domestic use? Was it just in the house, or was it?
I think it was just domestic use, yes.
I love the fact that it's got all the markings on it. It's so funny, isn't it? Because you wouldn't think that a ladder would tell the story, would you?
You wouldn't really.
I
no.
love it.
There is another set of ladders.
Pair of step ladders is always better than one. If you have some, bring them down.
Okay.
Thank you ever so much.
Sarah knows a moneymaker when she sees it, and with 2 sets, she can double her potential profit. But what does Mike think she'll do with them?
Well, I'm not sure really. She might be able to strip them down and re-varnish them or repaint them, but it need a bit of patience.
I'm really excited about this ladder. And the really good thing, they said they might be coming back with another one, and that is a whole new ball game. 2 of these, who knows what I can make out of it.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, as a society, we chuck away far too much stuff, and if it can be used, that's great.
Well said, Mike. So that's the first item found, but what to do with the ladders? Well, Sarah knows a man who might have a few ideas. Rupert Blanchard is one of the most imaginative bespoke furniture makers in the country, ever on the lookout for undervalued materials to rework into contemporary designs.
I work mostly with reclaimed, salvaged and abandoned materials. Basically other people's waste. I find some kind of beauty in it and spend a lot of time and give rubbish a lot of attention to try and bring it back into use. Something that someone's really given up on. I like giving things a second, a third, a fourth chance. Bringing something back into use is incredibly satisfying.
Rupert's been making furniture for over 10 years, and in that time has developed a thing for drawers.
Oh, look at that drawer. Look at that. What a beautiful drawer.
He's the man to make old wood useful again, but making use out of those ladders might be a big challenge. Back at the dump, the cars just keep flooding in.
There's too much going on. I can't keep on track of it all.
With one item under her belt, Sarah's got a spring in her step and has now set her sights on Andrew's boot.
I'm sorry to bother you when you're busy, but I was just wondering, we are looking for things that we might be able to make into other stuff.
Yeah.
Is there any chance I could, have a look and see if it's something? Yeah. Oh, they're heavy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wow, so what, they're the suspension, or?
Yeah, that's what keeps the car on the road, basically.
They're really cool. Any chance I could take them away and see if I could make something?
Yeah.
Andrew's springs may have come off his Flash Jag, but it doesn't mean they're worth much now. It'll take a bit of creativity for them to turn a profit.
We've got to be able to make something out of that, haven't we?
Well, what does Andrew think can be done with them?
Well, she had four, she'd have a coffee table or something like that, and maybe even a stool.
I was worried about their appearance at first, but I know that you can get things powder coated, which means sprayed in beautiful colours, or you can get them dipped in materials like chrome or copper. And then they'd make fantastic lamp bases. And a lamp on an occasional table, people are going to pay £100, £150 for one. And I've got 3.
She'd be an absolute baby.
So, thanks to Andrew's baby donating her old suspension springs, Sarah's onto a moneymaker. And she already has someone in mind who might be up to the challenge. Beck Simon is one of the country's best artist blacksmiths, creating high-end interior furniture and bespoke metalwork commissions. She's a woman that can bang, grind and weld metal into money.
Working with found objects is quite different from what we normally do, because we work with our clients and we produce designs and we work with them. So this is kind of like really freeing up the mind and seeing, what object we've got and how we can make it work into something really cool, modern and desirable. So it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun, is it? Something tells me those springs are going to give you more bother than they're worth. In the meantime, that's 2 items found that Sarah can offload onto her designer pals. But now she needs to find something she can sink her own teeth into. But with the day getting on, she seems to be grasping at straws. Well, sticks.
See, that might be your next...
The catapult.
Your next candelabra or something on your dining table.
You won't believe you could get a full tree in a car.
And it looks like word spread round the dump that Sarah's making money out of their rubbish.
Then he only send it to me, not him. All right now.
You'll be lucky. But what's this? Eagle-eyed Sarah might have just spotted her own personal project, because Eric could be throwing out just what she's been looking for.
I'm really sorry to bother you. I can see you're busy.
Yes.
I'm just looking at your Monopoly sets. Can I have a quick look?
They're my daughters originally.
Oh my word, you've got hundreds of bits there.
Yeah, hundreds of them, yeah.
We're looking for things that we might be able to make into other stuff, and things like this would be lovely to get hold of and see if we could do something with. Yeah. Would you mind?
No, I wouldn't mind at all. No, I'd rather somebody else have them.
And you've got another one there as well. May I have a quick look at that?
Yes, that's the very old one. See, that's when she had it, when she was 8.
Wow, that's amazing. May I open it?
Yeah, when she was 8 years old.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
letting me take them. That's brilliant.
Absolutely.
Sarah can see potential profit in her own personal project. But what does Eric think she can do with it?
Your guess is as good as mine. But I'm glad if you can recycle them. I prefer to recycle anything.
There's 2 sets of the, I want to call them charms, because I think they look like little jewels to me. So altogether, I think as a collection, they make some fantastic jewellery. Lots of potential here, and something that I'd really like to play with myself and see what I can make. So lovely. I'm really pleased with that little lot there.
All the toys,
from Disneyland from 1986 and things like that. I've come to a point where I've had to let things go.
I really like the board because what we're doing here is pretty much a game of chance, so that pretty much sums up the day, doesn't it? I'm hoping there's no luxury tax. I definitely don't want to go to jail.
Right, stop playing about now. Down to business. How much do you think you can make from it?
I'm aiming for 100 quid from my Monopoly box. I think I can do it.
100 quid profit to return to Eric. It's like landing on chance and getting a bank dividend in your favour. And with that, the list is complete. 3 potential money makers. But wait a minute.
Oh, hello.
Again. It's Judith and Mike keeping up their promise of a second set of ladders.
Great, you know, a pair makes it really exciting. It more than doubles the potential of what we might be able to do with it.
So now the list is complete. Rupert will reimagine Mike and Judith's ladders, Bex will bend Andrew's springs into shape, and Sarah will take a chance on Eric's Monopoly sets.
We have had a fantastic day here. I've got some amazing pieces and just the right people lined up to make them into something fantastic and to make some money along the way.
In the southeast corner of England, Margate was once famous for fish and chips and getting sand in your ice cream. But now, Margate's had a reclamation regeneration. With its old town now home to a bustling vintage clothing and retro furniture scene. And right in the heart of it all is our Rupert. And Carlos the cat. Sarah's about to surprise him with some old ladders.
I hope it's something that I'm familiar with and I can identify its history.
Rupert,
You brought a ladder.
do you like a ladder?
You brought Wow Years ladders. How could these end up going to landfill? Beautiful ladders.
I thought that they were just lovely. I loved the fact that the stuff they were covered in was the story of the house that they come out of. They were part of that home.
This is the bedroom, that's the dining room, that's the hallway. Is there anything particular you want me to play with, or am I allowed to just go wild with these two?
So I'm seeing maybe a couple of pieces. Do you think that's the direction to go?
Well, I think they started out life as 2 separate pieces, and although I'd love to join them together some way, my initial feeling is to make 2 pieces, but 2 identical pieces to make a matching pair. Perhaps one of the ideas is to make a metamorphic chair, which is a kind of chair that they used to use in little studies and libraries and places where they didn't have room for both a ladder and a chair. But somehow I'd like to bring another element into it. So chairs that flip around, they turn into ladders, they flip around again, they turn into a coffee table. Maybe there's some way that the 2 matching elements can lock together and become something new.
Rupert's transformer chair is more commonly known as library steps. First built in the early 19th century as a space saver, they could be used as little stairs to reach topmost bookshelves in libraries, whilst doubling as domestic furniture. But the question is, how much is it going to cost to construct?
There's got to be somewhere around a couple £100 per item to design and produce the final piece. But we kind of have to see if you're what we can do once we've deconstructed it. We learn more, and you have a better idea about what the final outcome will be.
At that price, I've got real potential of making some money for those people and surprising them with some worthy, proper chunk of cash, and that would be just the best outcome.
We'll give it a good go. Right.
Wow, I love Rupert's ideas for the ladders. A pair of things, always more saleable than one, and metamorphic furniture, these things are going to be fab. So chair, ladder, and possibly table, can't go wrong.
I want to do what's right for this piece of rubbish.
You and me both. So, it's £200 each for 2 items. Or is it £400 for one big item that fits together? Either way, at that price, Sarah's confident of a tidy return. Sarah's next stop is away from the hustle and bustle of seaside salvage and into the heart of the English countryside. Tucked away in amongst the quaint villages is the place where metal goes to die. And then to be reborn. Sarah's ready to surprise Bex with the suspension springs from Andrew's Jag to see if she can, something to do with lighting.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what Sarah's going to bring today. Probably something really strange. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to having a look. I don't know what it's going to be and that, but I guess that's part of the challenge. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what it is. So I'm just eating an apple. There we go. Oh wow, springs.
Well, at least you know what they are.
We use these, there was one there, we use them for making tools with, so love them.
I was worried you couldn't
Yeah,
heat them up and...
we can sit them in the fire. It's harder to work than normal mild steel because it's high carbon, but no, we'll be able to do things. What do you have in mind?
If they melted and were all really like fluid columns, we might be able to make some lamp bases out of them.
Oh, okay. Unravelling it and stretching it out into a longer line. What about something like that?
What? So we can make a floor lamp out of it?
Yeah, completely. Like the mid-century ones that you get, it's like a marble base and then it comes up.
That would sound great. And maybe if I could scavenge a lampshade, almost like an angle poise lampshade, to go on the end.
Yeah.
That might work.
Perfect. Sounds good.
In order for me to make a profit, is there any way you can get it done for, say, 250?
It's quite a gamble with this because the steel is slightly tricky to work. So what I can say is we could do £250 worth of work and see, try to do at least one and see where we get with that. And obviously, if it's quite smooth running, no burns, then we can attempt to do another one.
Great. I'll leave you to get on with it. If you can make one, I'd be really pleased. More than one, that would be excellent.
Okay, perfect. Leave it with me. See you later.
Bye.
Finish my apple now.
Sarah's putting Bex under an awful lot of pressure.
Wish me luck.
If Bex can get it done for 250 or under, Sarah's on track to make a chunk of money. But there's also the light fittings to budget in, and they could start eating into the profit. So, with two items safely in the capable hands of Rupert and Bex, it's time for Sarah to get to work. And she's taking her item back to her cottage/workshop in the Sussex countryside,
She's been running off and trying to go and see the new lambs in the field.
where she's got guard dog Bramble watching over the money-making Monopoly sets. At ease, Bramble.
This is my Monopoly moment. I've just looked at it. Look, it's an American one. I didn't notice that when I saw it the other day. Baltic Avenue and Mediterranean Avenue. Oh, that's quite cool. I've never seen a US one before. I had a quick look at these pieces the other day and I was wondering why it had a jockey in it, because I've never seen one of those before, but that must be the American version.
Sarah's decided to ditch the American board and focus her attention on the little metal pieces. But what to do with them?
I was thinking that we should be able to turn these into jewellery, and I've done a bit of research, and I think for a dozen pieces I'm looking at roughly £30 to £40 to get them plated in silver. Maybe if I can turn a dozen of them into something to wear as a pendant, I think that maybe we might get £15, £20 each. So over £200 worth of profit potentially here. Now that has got to be a surprise after just chucking out a Monopoly set at the tip.
It was actually the niece of Charles Darrow, the accredited inventor of Monopoly, who came up with the idea of using charms from a girl's charm bracelet as the Monopoly pieces, way back in the 1930s. So really, Sarah's repurposing them back to their original purpose, kind of. Having objects silver-plated can be done by mail order, and so it's quick and easy and relatively cheap to do. But before they're shipped off to be silver-plated, Sarah's drilling holes in them so that chains can be threaded through to make necklaces or bracelets.
Don't look what I'm doing with the dog.
Ouch! The poor dog's getting the rough end of the stick. Don't look, Bramble.
So these are my 14 fabulous pieces. So I'm really pleased with these, and I think they'll make lovely charms. And I'm going to get them all silver-plated, including the jockey, to make a little memento for Eric, just in case we don't make any money out of this at all.
With just £30 to £40 of silver plating to budget in, if Sarah sells them all, she could be laughing all the way to the bank. Back in Margate, Rupert has started drawing up blueprints for his transforming, multi-purpose, metamorphic library steps. And if you think that sounds difficult, remember he's only got those ladders to work with. Rupert starts this mathematical mind melter by taking the ladders apart.
It's falling apart very easily.
He unscrews the hinges to see the raw materials he has to work with.
So now it's not a ladder anymore. It's going on to its new life as a multifunctional piece of furniture.
With the very detailed blueprints drawn up, he prepares to start cutting. But one miscalculation and the whole thing could be ruined.
It's taken quite a while to work out the exact perfect angle I need to cut. So I've only got one chance of getting this right. Once it's cut, and I can't just glue it back together.
Rupert's using a circular saw with an all-important guide rail. This ensures accuracy to within a millimetre, setting the precise depth and angle at which the wood is cut. Timber!
A little while ago that was a ladder, and now it's a pile of bits. I think I'm going the right way. I'm not entirely sure yet. There's a lot of complicated angles and cuts to make. Yeah, there's still a lot of problem solving to do.
Well, you'd better get a move on. There's 2 of them to do, remember?
Somehow, this needs to now flip together. This is a tricky bit. Somehow, this has got to work through 2 angles, which hinges generally don't do.
It all hinges on this. Will Rupert's calculations match up and make fold-away furniture? Yeah, I can kind of see where he's going with this, but it's a long way from something I'd pay a few £100 for.
It all will be revealed.
Well, I, for one, cannot wait. Back in Surrey, Bex is making a start on uncoiling that coiled spring soon-to-be floor lamp.
Twist it. That's it.
Bex's partner in grime is husband Dave, who'll be helping out. To make it malleable, they have to heat it in a furnace to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Then they have to gradually beat out the bends on the end of an anvil.
It's just really awkward, the shape, isn't it?
They only have a short window before the spring needs to be heated again, and again, and again.
It's collapsing on itself, so we need to open it out.
High carbon steel is notoriously hard to keep in one piece when heated, so they'll have to be careful.
Oh, wait.
With progress slow and hot, after an hour of hammering, Bex decides on a different tactic.
We're just gonna unravel the middle bit and then the end bit, and then we'll take it next door, do it on the fire bits so it's slower and stuff. But yeah, it's tough.
Bex and Dave retreat to the relative peace and quiet of their own workshop.
Gone deaf. Well, that was fun.
Once the spring is straightened, they're hoping to recreate the elegant curve of a classic mid-century lamp. But even after all that hammering, there's still a lot to do.
We need to have this finished today, don't we?
And Bex and Dave are feeling the pressure.
We have to make sure we don't get it too hot so it just breaks.
And just as they're making some progress, the spring has snapped.
First disaster.
With time running out and now 2 pieces of metal, it's back to the drawing board. Or chalk table. Or whatever.
So keep the spring in the middle. I mean, we're going to have to now get that together. And then, yeah, it's got that spring detail.
By keeping the coils at the end of the springs as a feature, it may save some time. But how to repair that break?
I know.
Oh, that was quick.
So we'll turn that into a little feature. So we'll have about 3 rivets there. So I guess it's, you know, it gives it an industrial look and it covers up our mistake. So nobody will know.
Brilliant. But before Bex can rivet the pieces together, there's still an awful lot of unravelling to do. Once the coil is flat enough, Bex can turn to the power hammer to take on some of the bashing. A blacksmith's best friend for over 100 years. Without it, they would probably keel over from exhaustion and have biceps like bulldozers.
It's not bad shape from up here.
But then, some of the work still needs good old-fashioned brute force.
Dave, I think I need your body weight.
Get in there, Dave, you brute. After a whole morning of unravelling, Bex and Dave are spent. With still a lot to do, they decide to tackle the rest in the morning after a well-deserved rest.
We've got to cut ourselves off, you know, now, because we're sort of running into our critical time, you know, so, yeah. We need fresh eyes now, because it's got to look nice.
Back at the barn, Sarah's been eagerly awaiting the return of her Monopoly pieces.
Bramble? I've got posts, look, this one's for you. Come on.
Sarah didn't use the Monopoly balls, but sent the pieces off in the post to a specialist silver plating firm, who hopefully have made them sparkle.
I've got my Monopoly bits. I'm really excited about these. I've asked for them to be really well dipped in silver, so they should look shiny.
In the end, Sarah spent £65 silver plating all 14 pieces, but that's still less than a £5 a head.
Oh, wow.
Or hat, I suppose.
Look at them, look.
Luckily, they look $1 million.
Now that's cute. Look at the Scotty dog. And they are so shiny. They've been dipped and finished really well. Is that it? Last boot. I think they look great. Question is, how much can I sell them for?
Sarah's attaching metal hoops to the pre-drilled holes, which a chain or bracelet can then easily be threaded through.
I think they look really good. So I'm hoping that people buy at least one to hang as a necklace, but you could get loads and put them on a bracelet. But I'm going to price them individually.
Because Sarah's going to give the little jockey charm back to Eric, she has 13 pieces to try to make a profit on. Back at the dump, Eric was ready to say goodbye to his daughter's childhood board games.
Can I have a quick look?
I've come to a point where I like to let things go.
But Sarah saw a potential in its little counters.
Oh my word, you've got hundreds of bits there.
And formed a plan to make some money from them.
Your guess is as good as mine. But I'm glad if you can recycle them. I prefer to recycle anything.
With a metal makeover, the pieces are ready to be sold. But with 13 of them to shift, Sarah's taken them online. Monopoly is available in 111 countries, so she's bound to find some fans of board game jewellery there. That's them listed, so it's game on. Sarah's back in Stockport to hand over the profits to Eric, That is, if she managed to shift enough of them to cover the silver plating costs.
Hi there, Eric. Hi, it's Sarah from the tip.
Hello, Sarah.
How are you?
How are you?
Yeah, very well, very well.
All right.
Thank you so much for meeting up again today. And
Yeah.
you remember we took your Monopoly set from the tip. Did you think about what we might do with it?
I thought you were going to make a charm out of it.
So that's exactly what happened. And I've got some pictures here to show you. There they are in the end.
Wow. Absolutely amazed. That is fantastic. I just can't get over that.
So we sold them at a profit, and I've got that for you today.
No, you can give it to charity.
Well, do you know something? I'm going to give it to you and see which charity. If you want to give it to charity,
It
then
will go to cancer, because I'm in remission.
Oh,
and,
really?
We pay every month. We give every month to cancer.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. I'm really pleased that your Monopoly pieces have helped towards that cause. And as a little memento, I don't know if you remember this fellow, but I bought him for you. He wasn't easy to make into a charm, so I thought something for you to remember your Monopoly set by. He's silver-plated, the little horseman from the American.
I treasure it. I can't get over that.
With all 13 sold at 10 quid each, once you take off £65 worth of silver plating, Eric's walking away £65 richer.
It was lovely to catch up with you
Thank
again
you
and to hear
very
your
much.
story
Thank you
and
very much.
keep up the fundraising. That's
Oh,
fantastic.
we do. Look at, we're very lucky.
I'm so pleased I took a chance on that Monopoly set. I think Eric loved that little horseman, and that tiny bit of profit we made, that's going to a charity that means a lot to him.
So, Sarah's back in Margate to see how Rupert's got on with his metamorphic furniture.
Making metamorphic furniture is going to be tricky at the best of times. Making it out of a pair of old ladders, that must be nearly impossible. I'm here to see if Rupert's actually managed to nail it.
Last time Sarah saw them, they were tired old ladders. But now, they're still ladders. But what's that? Ah, you just managed one set.
Well, I've spent quite a lot of time working out how to make a ladder into a chair, so I haven't really got much time left to work on this now.
Oh, don't blame yourself. It was a tall order asking you to do both. I'm sure Sarah will be just as happy with one.
Oh, I don't know. What should I do?
Sorry, Rupert. I think your time's up on this.
Hey, Sarah. Hello. How you doing?
Really well, lovely to see you.
I've got something for you. I've only got half of what I wanted to get ready for you, but this is it.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I can still see a ladder and a chair.
This one was weird. It's taken so much experimentation to get it right. I have run out of time this time, I'm afraid. But you know the way I work, I like to use exactly what you gave me. And with this one, I added a couple more screws. And literally, I've got one piece of ladder left.
That's what you get when you have Rupert Blanchard. You get nothing left.
I added the arms from the metal rail. If you remember, on the top of the ladder, there was a metal rail.
Does it actually work? Does it metamorphosize?
It does, yeah. Shall I flip it over for you?
Definitely.
Who would have believed it? It's incredible. Well, he is a designer with a lot of fantastic ideas. But one instead of two means less profit. Let's hope he won't be budgeting in all that thinking time too.
At the end of our creative chat, when we were sort of going for this metamorphic stuff, we said it was probably a couple of £100 per ladder. I know you haven't done the other one. Are we looking at 200 quid for this, or is it a bit more?
Yeah, I think we're well within the 200 mark. It's taken some time, but it's come well within that. I bought one can of paint and a few screws. That's all well within the budget.
Before, they were ladders needing a step up. But now they're metamorphic library steps. Rupert planned this design with such precision, every cut, joint, hinge and nail had to be exactly right, or the entire piece would have fallen apart. The modern yellow midsection ties together the piece's two functions while keeping the paint splatter effect to tell the story of Mike and Judith's Magnolia moment. It's amazing, but will someone pay more than 200 quid for it? Back at the dump,
There's a ladder just coming up here, so I'd really like to take a look at that.
Sarah pounced on Mike and Judith's paint-splattered ladders.
Some terracotta in it, yeah.
Yeah, look.
Terracotta.
And when a second set turned up, she knew they had the potential to turn them into something special.
She might be able to strip them down and revarnish them, but it need a bit of patience.
And although Rupert only managed one set of library steps, they were brilliant. Sarah invited one of London's top retro design furniture dealers in to see if it would be something that would sell in his shop. And
it won't fly out the door, but someone's going to love it.
He bought it. Sarah is back in Stockport to hand over the profit to Mike and Judith.
Hi there.
Hi.
Lovely to see you again.
Yes, you too.
How are you?
Yes, oh, we're fine. Nice to see you.
And you,
Yes.
lovely day, isn't it?
It is.
I've got a bit of an update about the ladders that you dropped off. So I've got some pictures and things to show you. In the end, we actually ended up only using one because they were quite tricky to work with. We have a fantastic maker called Rupert Blanchard, and he was really enthusiastic about them, had a few different ideas, but in the end, he transformed them into... It's a chair. But it's not only a chair, it's actually a metamorphic chair. So it changes from substantial sitting piece back into a step ladder again.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. That's really clever.
And we've actually sold it as well. We managed to make £100 profit on it.
Wow.
And that £100 is for you.
Well, that's
Thank you very
fantastic.
much,
That's
yeah.
unbelievable.
Any ideas what you might do with £100?
Well, it was my late aunt's ladder, and she had lots of charities that were very close to her heart, so it might go to one of those, or we could treat the family to a drink and a
curry.
Well, thank you ever so much for letting me come back and show you
Yes.
what happened, and I hope you enjoy spending your money.
Thank
That was lovely.
We'll do it right. Okay.
Take care, okay,
Thanks very
bye-bye.
Spending on costs and materials transforming Mike and Judith's ladder came in at £200. The metamorphic chair sold for £300, meaning Mike and Judith are stepping out with £100 profit. While Mike and Judith decide what to spend their money on, back in Sussex, Bex and Dave are clearing up for Sarah's arrival.
A tidy workshop is a happy workshop.
Before, the rusty springs may not have been fit for a car. But now they can drive a hard bargain. The elegant curve of the overhanging lamp is balanced at the base with polished concrete weighed precisely to keep the structure stable. Bex has added details mirroring the spring's original shape to hold the cable flex onto the frame, and the metal is finished with jade oil to reduce tarnishing. All in all, it's as far away from its original use as you could imagine.
Here, Sarah's on her way, so I'm very keen to find out what she thinks of it, so fingers crossed.
Well, because we've worked our guts out on this one, we'll probably go, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hiya.
Hi. How you doing?
Where is it then? Oh my word. It's fantastic. I love it. Can I touch it?
Yeah.
Well, you touch it. I'm too scared. You do.
Come on, it won't break. Again, give it a wobble.
It's not lost its spring at all.
How about you?
No, well, I'm really pleased with it now.
I love the fact it's still got that reference to where it came from.
Yeah, exactly.
And up here, that is really sweet.
Yeah.
Amazing. And this bit.
Do you think you'll be able to sell it? Do you think it's a nice, a nice product?
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
How did we do on budget? Because I think I only left you with 200 quid, but that was before we talked about you finishing it like this.
We had to spend £50 extra on the concrete, and then what was the light fittings altogether? Was that about 40? Because it was like an extra £90 on top of that.
If that's, 300 quid's worth of cost, I think you've done a great job. Because that scale of lighting and that kind of finish has got to be worth a lot more than that, hasn't it?
I get the impression that Bex and Dave will be glad to see the back of this one. Now, all Sarah has to do is find someone to pay more than $290 for it, and she's in the money.
That was good.
Yeah.
Went well.
She seemed to like it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I'm really glad. No tears.
Onwards and upwards, eh?
Back at the dump, Sarah sprung into action when she got a look inside Andrew's boot.
Have they just come off this then?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's what keeps the car on the road, basically.
Andrew and his car had a special relationship.
She's my absolute baby.
But he was happy for Sarah to take its old springs and try something.
Well, she had four, she'd have a coffee table or something like that, and there's something to bounce about on, I suppose, but...
That something became a bespoke standing lamp. Sarah knew that Martin would also be keen on this, and so dropped it off at his London shop. Sarah's back in Stockport to give Andrew the good news. Martin loved the lamp. But how much did he love it?
Hiya. Hi.
Hiya.
Andrew, it's Sarah. Hiya.
Hi, Sarah.
How are you doing?
Not too bad.
Come outside and talk to me about your fantastic Jaguar.
I could talk about that all day long, unfortunately.
Is it your pride and joy?
It is, it's absolutely fantastic.
So when you came to the tip with your springs and we took them from you, did you then think about anything we might make with them?
Not really. I'd assume you could make a small table or something like that.
I have a great designer that I've worked with before called Bex Simon. We had a quick chat about the design and what we might be able to make out of them, and we actually came up with the idea of making a large lamp, a really high-end interior design piece.
I think it's amazing. I must admit, I'm gobsmacked. I really am. It's brilliant.
We gave them £290 to convert that from your spring, and we've actually sold it.
Right.
So we sold it for £450.
Wow.
Which means I have £160 to give to you.
Thank you. Wow. That's not bad for now, is it?
So have you got any ideas about what you might spend 160 quid on?
I'm going to take the family out for a meal.
Lovely. That's so nice.
£290 was spent on work and materials, transforming the springs to a standing lamp. It sold for £450, meaning Andrew is cruising off with the £160 profit. Every item saved from the tip has turned a profit. From the paint-spattered ladders, now a terrific transforming chair, to the old car suspension springs reworked as a stunning contemporary lamp. And silver plating the Monopoly pieces was a chance worth taking.
It is such a good feeling. There's all that rummaging and then the designing and the selling, but the icing on the cake is the look on people's faces when you hand them over money for nothing.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
Sorry to bother you, before you throw that away, is there any chance I can have a quick chat to you about it?
Sure.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, maker and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old stuff into new stuff and sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
Look at that absolute box of joy. These are just fantastic.
In her search for tip treasure.
We've got to be able to make something out of that, haven't we?
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
I've got a little something for you.
Yeah, I thought you might. Oh, this is a hard one.
she can transform her finds into desirable.
I'm word.
Beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
Well, I love this, so I would really like to have it.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
That is incredible, isn't it?
For most people, a trip to the tip is about as exciting as rearranging your sock drawer. But most people aren't Sarah Moore.
It's loads of fun here. There's stuff coming through the gates all the time, and I'm hoping in the trunk of one of these cars is some real tip treasure.
Sarah's been given special permission from the Bredbury Recycling Centre near Manchester to search for 3 items before they get skipped.
We're looking for things that we might be able to reuse
Recycle.
and recycle.
But she's not after just any old rubbish.
Just wondering what that was.
Old vacuum attachment of some shape or form. So,
Oh my word, look at it.
Sarah needs to find things with the potential to turn a profit. And it doesn't take her long to spot her first item poking out of Justine's rather glamorous-looking convertible.
Hiya.
Hi there.
What are you throwing out today?
It's a cast iron soil pipe, having a new bathroom fitted.
Oh, really? I just love the fact that it's got this really old paint on it. And I don't
I
know...
did speak to my decorator about that, and he said that to rub all that down and repaint it when he paints the outside of the house is not cost effective, because it would be about a day's labour just to rub the whole pipe down.
Really?
And it had to be changed anyway because of the new bathroom.
I know it sounds really strange that somebody might want to take away a soil pipe, but we're looking for old stuff, you know, particularly stuff that has a bit of integrity and like we can remake into stuff.
Right.
I'm not sure if anybody will take on a soil pipe, but would you mind if we kept it just to see?
Not at all.
Really?
Do me a favour by taking it.
You might want to wear some gloves for this one, Sarah. A soil or sewage pipe is usually attached to the side of a building to remove waste from the upstairs toilets.
And there's just one more section to it.
Keep them coming, Justine. After all, you can never have too much old soil pipe.
It looks like it hasn't been used for a while. Has it not been used?
Oh, it's been used.
Really? I don't want to think about that, do I?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. If we just pop it here, that would be great.
By the looks of things, this pipe has seen quite a bit of action. But exactly how old is it?
It's a very old terraced house, a 1926.
Okay.
It was built, but it's the original cast iron pipe.
Yeah, well, do you know something? It's going to a better place.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Bye. Bye.
Sarah seems happy, but what's Justine thinking?
I'm just glad to get rid of it. I don't know what she'll do with it.
Justine does have some concerns, though.
I'd have put my makeup on if I'd have known I was being on the television.
Not to worry, Justine. While you pop off to the powder room, Sarah can take a closer look at her first item.
It's a really old cast, probably Victorian downpipe. It's really battered and I'm not quite sure why I've saved it, but I do know somebody who might have some good ideas to turn this old thing into something valuable.
Beck Simon is a renowned artist blacksmith that can bang, grind, weld and smelt metal into bespoke beauties. Bex is normally commissioned for unique pieces of artwork and has no idea what's coming her way.
Working with found objects is quite different from what we normally do, because we work with our clients and we produce designs and we work with them. So this is kind of like really freeing up the mind and seeing, you know, what object we've got and how we can make it work into something really cool, modern and yeah, desirable. So it's going to be fun.
Let's just hope Bex is still smiling when she sees Sarah's pipe dream, and that it doesn't just all end up causing a stink. One item down, 2 more to go, and as Sarah's search continues, the dump is definitely getting busier.
Oh, that's classy, isn't it? I love it. That is a special little pony, isn't it?
I don't think so, Sarah. There's only one ride left for that old nag.
Every time somebody pulls up, who knows what's going to be in the back of that van? Could be it.
You might be right, Sarah, but Richard and Tom look pretty keen to dump that old blanket box, so you'd better be quick.
Hiya. I'm really sorry to bother you. I'm up here today trying to find stuff that we might be able to make into other things. Would it be all right just to have a look at what you're dropping off and maybe chat to you? So whose is it? What's it doing here? How did it get here?
Well, it's a bedding box. It was my mum's. She's moving house. We've tried to offer it to a charity shop, but they didn't want to either. So
really?
Yeah, it's a last resort tip.
I think it's really quite cool, actually. Would you mind if I took it away and tried to make something out of it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
By all means.
Thank you ever so much for your help. I really like that. That's made my day. So thank you so much. I'll get in touch. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. And I think we're going to make something really valuable out of it too.
What about Richard and Tom? Do they think there could be any money in it?
Give it a bit of sanding, make it really stand out, make it...
Yeah, I mean, it's still in good nick, isn't it? So it's seemed a shame to get rid of it, but like I say, we had no other option, so...
Good luck to her.
Good luck, definitely. Look forward to seeing what the final product looks like.
I really like this old blanket box and I think it's got heaps of potential. I'm thinking cocktail cabinet, I'd like legs on it, I'd like fantastic doors, and I'd like a price tag to match because I think that this little beauty is going to turn a real profit. And that means I can surprise those lovely lads who dropped it off with a whole load of cash.
So Richard and Tom could be in for a real windfall, especially as Sarah has got just the man to tackle the blanket box. Rupert Blanchard is one of the country's leading bespoke furniture makers. He searches the country for undervalued materials to rework into contemporary designs.
Basically, other people's waste, I find some kind of beauty in it and spend a lot of time and give rubbish a lot of attention to try and bring it back into use.
Rupert's been working with reclaimed materials for almost a decade and sells his high-end designs all over the world.
I like giving things a second, a third, a fourth chance. Bringing something back into use is incredibly satisfying.
Well, let's hope Rupert's satisfied when he sees the salvaged blanket box. Sarah has already found 2 items at the tip. Now she needs to search for her third and final item, which she will work on herself. But time is running out, and the crushers have already swallowed most of the day's offerings.
I just find it difficult to watch that because they're just crushing great stuff. So I think I'm going to have to go and get back to work now because that's just too scary. Lots of things, just sometimes it's just not quite right. What's it for?
The toilet roll holder.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen one like that before.
Hang on, Sarah. Vicky's just pulled up with a trailer load of potential treasures.
Hiya. Sorry to bother you. I was just wondering, before you chuck everything out, if it'd be okay to have a look at what you're throwing away and just see if there's anything we might recycle?
Yeah.
Are you clearing something out, or?
Yeah, my granddad's house.
No.
So a lot of my grandma's old belongings.
Okay.
Sadly, but bit of everything. So some old wardrobes and cupboards, and then like sewing machines.
Okay. And would it be really bad to just rootle around and have a look?
Help yourself.
Really?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
There are some sweet little bits in here. Really lovely, and I feel a bit funny rifling through them. They're really sweet things. But sometimes, you know, it's like you get to a stage where it doesn't fit in your house, it doesn't go with your look or whatever. There's a few bits in here that certainly has an appeal. I really appreciate you letting me have a look, especially as it's your family stuff. If it's okay, I would love to see if there's something in there and then come back to you, and that's brilliant. If you're happy, I'm just going to take this off.
You go.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Sarah's found her final item. But exactly why is Vicky letting go of her grandma's stuff?
Helping my granddad clear out my grandma's old room. He's finally ready to let go of a few things of my grandma's because he's getting on a bit. We needed to clean out the room so he's got more space to move around. It'd be nice if it could be reused for someone else who'd get pleasure out of it, because I know my grandma certainly did with a lot of these things, so it would be nice if it could go elsewhere rather than in the bin.
So this is a really eclectic little collection of stuff. Part of the stuff she dropped off were these plates, this china. Now, I haven't had a proper chance to look at them yet, and I'm not sure if there's going to be any value in this box, but I couldn't let her throw it away without having a proper look. So you never know, there might be some value in here yet.
Well, let's hope you're right, Sarah, because it's now time to try and turn your refuge picks into pounds. Working on the soil pipe will be artist blacksmith Bex, while Rupert will be unleashing his creative carpentry on the blanket box. And Sarah's hoping to find some hidden treasures in Vicky's grandma's box of china.
We have had a fantastic day here. I've got some amazing pieces and just the right people lined up to make them into something fantastic and to make some money along the way.
Sarah's first stop is Surrey, where, tucked away down a country lane, is blacksmith Bex and her husband Dave's workshop.
So I'm waiting for Sarah to come. I don't know what she's bringing. So, yeah, let's hope it's something really interesting.
Oh, don't worry, Bex. It's interesting, all right.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Look what I bought you.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's a downpipe. I've got like a whole house worth of downpipe.
Oh, wow.
So probably, what have I got? About 15 feet of it altogether.
Gosh, wow. God, it's got beautiful pitted.
Yeah, it's got some good finish on it. It is lovely, but it is a downpipe. There you go. Do you want to hear the plan?
Oh, go on then.
This is really exciting. Okay, so bear with me because it takes a bit of imagination. So I was thinking that if we could cut them in half,
Yeah.
and if we could have lots of half little tubes, you know, like sort of like guttering sort of style,
Yeah.
and have, you know, like tube, we can make ourselves a lounger.
Oh, right.
And I can get some little velvet cushions made to make it up into a round again.
Oh, wow.
And then have it like, you know, like a luxury, amazing chair that you have in the corner of the sitting room.
Oh my gosh, that sounds really nice. Really nice.
With Bex up for the challenge, it's time to hit the drawing board.
What you want to see is you want to see the half, don't you, like this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then you've got the cushion going on the top, like that's what you want to see.
And it could be sort of like that with an extra one on the headrest and more here.
Oh, right, I get you.
So if we're talking about, you know, a frame, getting all of these pieces into position and the legs, how long, you know, what kind of money are we talking about for that?
I reckon for both of us working on it, about 600 quid to do that.
Got 600 quid on the frame. It's probably going to cost me a couple of £100 to get the cushions done. So an 800 quid piece.
Another challenge on our hands.
I'll leave you to it, shall I? Never say I don't spoil you.
As Sarah heads off, there's one all-important question on Bex's mind.
When do you think the last time some...
Probably a few days ago.
No, seriously?
I expect so.
Ugh.
This has been ripped off our house.
I'm going to wash my hands. Have we got some detergent?
Have you given them a sniff?
Have you?
Go and smell your hands.
It might be dirty work, but it's not cheap. With a budget of £600 for the frame plus an extra £200 for the cushions, let's hope Sarah isn't flushing her money down the drain. Sarah's next stop is sunny Margate on the coast of Kent. Once a mecca for British tourists in the 1950s, it suffered a major decline over the years due to cheap package deals sending the holidaymakers overseas. But today, Margate is a place where vintage is an advantage and reclamation is the order of the day. And one man leading the way in all things repurposed is furniture redesigner Rupert Blanchard.
I'm really looking forward to Sarah turning up today and see what she's managed to discover. Hopefully it's something fun, but I'm really happy to play with anything that she's come up with.
Let's hope Rupert is still in a playful mood after he takes a closer look at what Sarah has brought him.
So, blanket box. What do you think?
Blanket box? Well, Didn't expect this. It's rather unusual proportions. Quite a high thing and it's all veneered plywood.
Yeah, I don't think it has a huge amount of integrity to it. It's not really solid, and it was probably something that was quite cheap when it was made. And it's light, isn't it? You can tell.
Yeah, but that's good. Big but light. So, what are we going to do with that?
OK, so I had a few thoughts about this. Part of it was I was wondering if it's something that goes up on legs and made into some kind of cocktail cabinet, or new, perhaps turning it round and using the back as the front, or even turning it on its side and making it into something like a desk, or using it that way.
You're saying some sort of desky, cabinet-y thing.
Rupert doesn't seem convinced. The question is, can he see the potential that Sarah saw when she salvaged it?
I don't know.
Is it something that you think is workable or not? Because it's OK to say, I'm not sure that this is...
Yeah, no, I can definitely work with it.
Great.
Work with it. Just coming up with the thing that's right for it.
Is this something then maybe that I leave with you for a few days, maybe give you a call and we can catch up and see if you had some thoughts about it, or if
I think so. Feeling that it will be... it'll keep me warm through the winter from the fire. No, of course it won't. It'll end up being something great.
So Sarah's going to leave Rupert to it in the hope that a good idea does come his way.
Can't say it's my favourite of all the pieces I've ever worked with, but that's my challenge really, to make it my favourite piece. Every piece I work on I try to, you know, if I'm not happy to have this in my own home, I don't want to work on it.
Let's hope Rupert has a moment of inspiration soon. Because without a plan, Sarah has no idea what the budget might be. But at this stage, she's just hoping the blanket box doesn't go up in smoke. While Sarah waits to hear back from Rupert, she's headed to her farm to see if there are any hidden gems in Vicky's grandma's box of china.
Now, I absolutely love a little box like this because I just don't know what's in it. I had a very quick look in the dump and this caught my eye, this sweet little jug, and I just couldn't stand the thought of somebody chucking that away because, honestly, that's 1940, something like that. It's just too sweet to get chopped and broken. So I don't know what else is in here. I'm looking at the plates and things and thinking there's probably not a lot of value, but I just thought it's worth checking just in case. At least it's vintage. Giftware, Stoke-on-Trent. I think there's sentimental value rather than actual cash value. Sweet little cottage garden, maybe in a vintage shop, you might get a couple of pounds for a plate like that. But condition's not brilliant. Foreign wear, made in Japan. Oh dear, saucer that went with that. There's a few breakages in here. So there'll be something from Woolworths or something like that. So no value there, I don't think. Great, oh well, we know how much that was. Look, a little nest of bowls for dipping or something. 99p from Super Deal. Probably not worth 99p now. Now that's more exciting. Look, that's Clarice Cliff, and her stuff is really collectible. Especially the early stuff, and I'd say looking at that shape, which has got those real Art Deco lines to it, that that's an early piece.
You might be right, Sarah, which means this bowl could be from the 1920s, when Clarice Cliff first became a famous ceramics artist.
It's got a couple of nibbles around the rim, but I still think the shape of that's got real appeal. That's a find. As far as I'm concerned, in that box, this is a find. And really worth saving from going in the tip. Right, what else? That's its ladle. Now that's cool. That's another great piece. I'm really pleased with that. That is 25 quid probably. So that, I think, is a little gem, but I'm hoping that will bring some proper money in for Vicky.
That's it, Sarah. Nothing like a bit of elbow grease to ease the wheels of commerce.
Because Clarice Cliff is so collectible and valuable, you do get people trying to make forgeries and fakes. But you can see just by this wear here, this is a genuine piece. It's been around for ages and it's well used, so this is definitely the real deal.
Of course, it's not all about brawn. Research is just as important.
You can see, you know, this book's got all sorts of things in it, but there are loads of pages just for the Clarice Cliff stuff because it's so collectible and people absolutely love it, which is really good. Makes that really quite exciting. Okay, so that is a Bobbins pattern Stanford bowl. So that is the same shape as this one.
Having discovered exactly what it is, Sarah now wants to place the bowl and ladle in an online auction. Serious Clarice Cliff collectors love her bizarre wear designs and bold colours, so Sarah's taking great care to capture plenty of good photos for the auction. Let's just hope her attention to detail lures in some big bidders. Meanwhile, at their West Surrey workshop, Bex and Dave are trying to psych themselves up to start work.
So we are working with the pipe, making it into a chaise longue.
Yeah.
It's pretty disgusting, really, isn't it? You're touching it.
Well, yeah, well, someone's going to have to touch it.
And hence when this...
Yeah. Well, they're just downpipes from someone's house, so they're basically poo pipes from someone's toilet, really.
Definitely not eating my sandwiches after working on this.
While Bex gets on with the design of the frame, Dave has drawn the short straw. He's working on the pipe. How are you feeling about that, Dave?
Yeah, try not to crack them and just cut them as neatly as we can, as quickly as we can.
That's it, Dave. Stay focused on the task and try not to think about what might be inside. First, he needs to mark, then cut the pieces of pipe in two. He'll then send the dimensions of the new half pipes to Sarah so she can make the cushions. Meanwhile, Bex meticulously bends the sections of the frame into shape. True to his word, Dave is making short work of cutting the pipe. And Bex's frame is coming along too. Now she just needs to test the final shape.
So professional. So where does my head come to on that? Oh. There. Am I in? Right.
Well, yeah, you're at the top.
And this, do we need to cut that down?
No.
Is that a good... Yeah?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
fine as it is.
It's not very comfortable.
This is no laughing matter, and neither is the state of the insides of the pipes. Ugh. Luckily, Dave's on hand again to clean them up once and for all. Now, as soon as the pipes are dry, they can be sealed with varnish and attached to Bex's frame. Back in Margate, Rupert has finally come up with a plan for that bothersome blanket box.
So, another piece of fun. Very badly made, very bad condition, sadly unloved piece of furniture. We came up with the idea to make this large sideboard literally by blowing this one apart, almost like a Christmas cracker that you pull apart in the middle, and either end of the Christmas cracker remains our chest, and in the middle is a brand new section. And hopefully we're going to make a big, impressive piece of furniture today.
First, Rupert has to decide where and how he wants to cut the box in half.
So I want to cut through two angles in this piece, not straight in the middle and pulled apart. I really want to give it a slight dynamic edge. So I'm going to completely freestyle this. It's going to be quite random. I'm going to match up the line on top. So my next score line will be straight across the lid. And again, I'm not doing a straight line, I'm going at an angle. It's going to be a very angular piece.
It's time for Rupert to make his first nervous cut on the lid.
So this is the scary bit. This is the bit where it might collapse.
With the lid safely cut, it's time to tackle the rest of the box.
It always seems a little bit sad when I've cut straight through a piece of furniture. Old vintage furniture, for me, it takes on some kind of human quality. I'd never intentionally put a healthy piece down, but I'm doing it for the right reasons. This is going to be a brand new piece and it's going to be cherished somewhere. Last cut. One more chance for it to fall apart. This one's going to be the worst. There you go. So, a lot of weird angles, but slowly this cabinet's getting bigger now.
With the old piece successfully cut in half, Rupert can now build the new middle section. He's making a simple shelving unit, and in keeping with his ethical ethos, Rupert is using recycled wood. With all the pieces secured together, what finish is Rupert thinking?
I think the middle section at the moment will be probably one bold primary colour.
Did you have any specific colour in mind? Let's hope Sarah likes custard. Otherwise, this piece could still be finding its way onto the bonfire. Good luck, Rupert. Meanwhile, Sarah has placed the Clarice Cliff ladle and bowl in an online auction. She's now nervously waiting to see if they fetch a good price. But the auction is almost over.
At the moment, they're stuck at £41. I hope I've got more bids out there for these things. At the moment, there are 6 people bidding on it. 3 minutes. It's making me really nervous, especially with you lot watching. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. I just want a little bit more for it. 1 minute, 25 seconds to go and it's still only at 41 quid. That's really disappointing. I definitely think it's worth more than that. They're probably all doing their gardening or something. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damn. Oh, it's gone up. Somebody's bid right at the last minute. Okay, so the bowl and ladle have sold for £50. I'm pleased with that. I'll take £50 and to be able to hand that money over to somebody who's going to throw the bowl and ladle away, that's money for nothing.
When Sarah first met Vicky at the tip, she was performing a sad task.
Are you clearing something out or?
Yeah, my granddad's house.
No.
So a lot of my grandma's old belongings.
Horrified by the thought of seeing all of Vicky's grandma's stuff slung in a skip, Sarah decided to take a chance on a box of unknown china.
It would be nice if it could be reused for someone else who'd get pleasure out of it, because I know my grandma certainly did with a lot of these things.
Sarah's gamble paid off when she discovered the Clarice Cliff bowl and ladle.
Now that's more exciting. Look, that's Clarice Cliff and her stuff is really collectible. That's a find. As far as I'm concerned, in that box, this is a find.
Although Sarah was slightly disappointed with the final sale price, hopefully Vicky will still appreciate the effort and, of course, the little extra spending money. Sarah is in Bram Hall to hand over the profit she made on the Clarice Cliff bowl.
Hi there. Hi there,
Sarah. Hi there. Hello.
And this is my granddad Ken.
Hi there, Ken. Hi there. Come on out a bit. I've got something to. I've got a little something to show you. I wondered if you had remembered in the box of china there was a bowl that looked like that. Does that?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
When I saw the back stamp on the bowl, I turned it over. It said Clarice Cliff on it. I really got quite excited about what you might have popped in your box. So I did a bit of research, and a bowl like this, because of its very strong Art Deco lines, is actually quite collectible. So I popped it online to see what sort of interest I could get, and it turns out that a collector saw it and really wanted it and paid £50 for it.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, so that £50 actually comes back to you. So who would like £50. Grandad.
Thanks very much.
Any ideas what you might do with £50?
Well, I was thinking I'd have to get a new set of crown green bowls.
Oh, that's a lovely idea. I really think that's, well, from one bowl to another bowl, that's very appropriate, isn't it?
With a straight online sale and no material costs, Vicky and Sonia's granddad Ken gets to pocket the full £50 profit from the sale of the bowl.
Well, I actually found that quite emotional because it's just such a lovely story that Grandma's old bowl is going to buy Ken a whole set of new bowls.
In Surrey, the final rivet is going into the frame of the new lounge chair. Now, Bex and Dave can do their finishing touches. Dave is stripping back the outside of the pipe to reveal the different layers of paint, while Bex is welding the final fix to the frame.
I think Sarah's just round the corner, so we're just putting the last one in, but it's looking really nice.
When Bex first saw the humble soil pipe, it had only just been torn off the side of a building. But now, by marrying the old pipe with a new steel frame, she's utterly transformed it into a luxurious lounger. The elegant lines, riveted finishes and rustic pipe all combine to form a chair that's just bursting with individual style.
Well, this is a really exciting moment because it's not often that you pick up a lounger made out of a poo pipe. I can't wait to see what Bex and Dave have managed to do with those old pipes, and I'm also a little bit nervous because I've got to show them the cushions that I've made for it. Hello. That is amazing. Its shape is lovely. I really like that organic. It looks like sort of a track off a caterpillar machine or something, doesn't it? It's just got that beautiful sweep to it.
Yeah.
And is it sanitised? Is it clean?
Yeah, it's all clean. Washed and lacquered and everything.
Doesn't smell. It doesn't smell at all.
That's lovely, isn't it? All the different paint, layers of paint.
That is amazing. The contrast between this metal and then your new metal is really beautiful, isn't it? Because each one is really bouncing off the other. And this is great detail, really clever. So nice to give it that luxury look.
Yeah.
It's really beautiful. You've done so... Is it comfortable? Have you sat in it? Have you tried it?
Well, it's not bad. It does need its cushions, though, definitely.
I feel really nervous now.
Before Sarah completes the new lounger with her cushions, she's decided to take it out into the garden.
So Sarah's putting the cushions on the chaiselong. So, yeah, we're eagerly waiting to go and have a look. So, yeah, what do you think?
I think she'll have done a really good job.
Yeah, I hope so, because I'm a rubbish liar. I'll just go... then cry.
Do you want to come and have a look?
I like the way it's like through a curtain.
Oh, wow. Oh, all the colours are the same as the back. Oh, wow.
Is that a good oh wow?
Yeah, no, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
With the cushions meeting with Bex and Dave's approval, there's only one thing left to check.
It's lovely. It's really cool. It's really relaxing.
Thank goodness for that. When Justine pulled up at the tip in her fancy-looking convertible, no one could have guessed what she was planning to dump.
Hi there.
What are you throwing out today?
It's a cast iron soil pipe.
But if Sarah was surprised, Justine was shocked.
I'd have put my makeup on if I'd have known I was being on the television.
Undeterred, Justine helped Sarah to unload her grim cargo.
It looks like it hasn't been used for a while. Has it not been used?
Oh, it's been used.
Really? I don't want to think about that, do I?
Yeah. I'm just glad to get rid of it. I don't know what she'll do with it.
Well, Justine, the humble soil pipe has now been glamorously transformed into a luxury lounge chair, which Sarah had absolutely no trouble in selling to the trendy London furniture store, The Old Cinema.
Justine, lovely to see you again.
And you?
Much nicer surroundings than last time.
Yeah, the tip.
Now, since we have had your pipe, have you thought about what we might be able to do with it?
To be honest, I didn't really think that you would be able to do anything with it.
After a bit of debating about what we should do,
okay,
we turned it into. Are you ready for this?
Go on.
Because this is
I've no idea.
a really good transformation.
Oh wow!
Your downpipe is now a lounger.
Gosh.
It is now a high-end interiors piece of furniture.
Oh, I could have had that in my house then.
Yeah, you could. You could.
I'm absolutely stunned.
We had to spend £800, but I'm really pleased to say that it did sell for a profit.
Right.
We sold it for £1,200, so
Oh
that
my
means
gosh.
I've got 400 quid's worth of cash to give to you for your pea pipe.
Oh my gosh. Thank you very much.
It's an absolute pleasure.
Wow, didn't expect anything.
Work and materials on the downpipe lounger cost £800. It sold for a whopping £1,200, meaning Justine gets the £400 profit.
With the money, I will put it towards taking my mum on holiday in September for her 80th birthday.
So spending a lot of time and money renovating an old downpipe could have been money down the drain, but I'm really pleased to say it was money for Justine.
So, with 2 items successfully sold, can Sarah make it 3 out of 3? It's time for her to see the final item in Margate.
I'm a little bit worried. I left Rupert with a really old-fashioned looking blanket box and a quite tall order to turn it into something amazing. So fingers crossed, he's managed to pull it out of the bag.
When Sarah last saw it, the blanket box was old and flimsy and just moments away from being turned into firewood. But now, Rupert has blown the dull old box apart and joined it all back together again with a vibrant and contemporary middle section. The end result is a bold and substantial 21st century sideboard. But will Sarah like it?
How are you doing? Another item ready for you?
I think it's genuinely, absolutely smashing. How on earth have you done that?
It's a bit nuts, this one. I haven't done much that's unrecognisable to the original piece.
Apart from slash into it.
I slashed into it. I have made what was a piece of furniture that didn't have much of a useful function anymore in home into something that hopefully does now, into a very big sideboard by literally pulling it apart.
It's stunning. Can I have a closer look?
You can, yeah. Obviously, I have used a new section in here. This is made from OSB or Sterling board, which is actually the waste chippings around a tree when they've taken the main lengths of timber out of a trunk. So it is a sustainable product. I've restored the original piece, other than cutting it in half. I have actually restored it by repolishing it and refinishing it. You might actually like to lift those up and find that there is
oh my word!
The original function of the cabinet is still there, so the piece still exists in its original form.
Genius.
You know, you can tidy the living room in at a moment's notice when the kids have been playing. Exactly, and either end that does the same thing.
I think it is the work of a genius. I think the fact you've got that storage in there as well, I really wasn't expecting that when I saw it. And this slash of fantastic colour, and you know, anybody else, I'm sorry Rupert, they'd have just cut it in half. They wouldn't have put those angles on it and made it look like that. I think it is inspiring stuff you've created here, because it was such a light, insignificant piece that I dropped off to you. I didn't think that anybody would be able to make anything that looks like this, and this is stunning.
It certainly is, Sarah, and let's just hope you can give it a stunning price tag to match. Back at the dump, brothers Richard and Tom were at pains to bin their old blanket box.
We've tried to offer it to a charity shop, but they didn't want to either. So
Really?
yeah, it's a last resort tip.
Would you mind if I took it away and tried to make something out of it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah?
By all means. It's a shame to get rid of it, but like I say, we had no other option. So who'd have thought? Yeah, it's somebody would actually want it. So.
Little could the boys have imagined that the charity shop reject would be transformed into a contemporary sideboard.
This is great.
And when Sarah showed it to Martin, one of the country's leading retro furniture dealers, he snapped it up on the spot.
This isn't just recycling something, it's taking something and making it better and fun and artistic, and it's really creative stuff.
So now it's time for Sarah to reveal to Richard the fate of his old blanket box. And she might just have another surprise for them in her back pocket.
Hiya.
Oh, hi.
Nice to see you
Yes,
again.
nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah, really well, really well. Remember your blanket box?
Yes.
It turned out to be one of the things that was really good to use to do something else with, so I thought I'd come back and show you what we did
What
with
are
it.
the chances?
What do you reckon?
I was not expecting that. It's definitely original and, yeah, quite unique as well, isn't it? So.
And we've actually managed to sell it.
Wow.
It made £100 profit. And
Really?
that is for you.
No
for
way.
Your blanket
Okay.
box.
Unbelievable.
Any
Yeah.
ideas what you might do with £100?
It's just a shame, like brother, isn't it? Because obviously the pair of us took it, didn't we, to the tips. His 21st coming up, so possibly. Yeah, treat him, you know, on his birthday maybe.
I think that would be a great use of the money for him.
It's nice to receive something for nothing, really. So it's yeah, it's lovely.
I hope you get to benefit from it as well.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
Okay, take care. Really nice
All
to see you again.
And you,
okay,
and you.
bye-bye.
Thank you.
Transforming the blanket box into a stylish sideboard cost £400. It sold for £500, meaning the £100 profit is Richard's to be as generous to his brother as he likes. Today, all three saved items have made a profit, from the Clarice Cliff Bowl being snapped up by a keen collector, to the old soil pipe repurposed to a lounger with poise, all the way to a blanket box transformed into a terrific sideboard.
That's brilliant. That's 3 things saved from being lost forever and 3 people walking away with money for nothing.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
But just before you throw it away, would it be possible to have a quick look at it?
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skid.
I am a passionate buyer, user and renovator of second-hand stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old into new and I sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
That's vintage gold, isn't it? It's really exciting.
In her search for tip treasure.
I love it.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
What are we going to do with that?
Oh no!
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Amazing.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
That's £80 profit.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's unbelievable.
The bustling Merchants Way recycling centre near Walsall can process up to 2,000 carloads of rubbish a day, and they take all sorts.
I just love the fact that you never know what you're going to find. Check these out. Aren't they cool?
Sarah wants to be able to prove to the dumpers that they could be making some serious reddies from their refuse. To do that, she's been given special permission from the council to search for 3 unwanted items before they get binned.
I like your Christmas trees.
She may have just missed out on some festive treats, but with more vehicles arriving every minute, it doesn't take Sarah long to spot her first item, nestling in the back of Judith's car.
Hiya, are these yours?
Yes, yeah. Well, they're my mum's, but they're mine.
OK, I'm sorry to bother you. Is it all right just to have a quick chat about them?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
What, are they a pair of bedside cabinets?
Yeah.
Lovely. Would it be possible to bring them out and have a look? Yeah. Wow, they've got some age, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah. I think about 1950s, I think.
OK, and have they been in your family?
Yeah.
They're in good condition, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
Lovely. So do you remember these growing up? Were these...
Oh, yeah, yeah. They were Mum and Dad's wedding present.
Fantastic. So they'd have had them since new, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah.
His and hers?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I'm looking for stuff like this that I can maybe do something else with. If it would be OK to take those away, I'd love to see if I could do something with them.
Yes, yes, certainly, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. They're lovely.
It's a shame to be throwing them away, but if something's going to, be done that's nice with them, it's nice to see that.
I love this little pair of cabinets. They're really sweet and they're really useful. I'm not quite sure, though, if I should decorate them, add some details to them, or just leave them the way they are. But I'm sure I can make money out of them.
And Sarah knows just the man to help her turn old cabinets into new money. Jay Blades is a builder turned philosophy graduate turned furniture restorer. Jay has his finger on the pulse of modern design interiors, reworking the very best of British craftsmanship and bringing it into the 21st century.
I've always had a passion for the kind of heritage that the British designers have produced over the years. Traditionalists would love to keep it as it is, but to be reintroduced into the market, I like to just add a bit of colour and add something a bit quirky. I really enjoy adding my bit and not necessarily worried about other people's reactions. It's more about, do I like it? If I like it, then it's good.
Well, here's hoping Jay has a soft spot for this 1950s wedding present. Sarah's now searching for her second item, but she's still found time to try and inspire Nigel about what to do with his old shelves.
Well, I'd love to make something out of anything, but I've tried it as a planter and I just can't find any use for it in my brain, so...
Yeah, I know they do sort of upright vegetable gardens these days, don't they?
Yeah.
So you can, put them against the wall and grow stuff.
In fact, I'm going to take that back on the little strawberries.
That's a really good idea.
I'm taking that home with me. I'm glad you just pricked my conscience then.
Nice work, Sarah, but be careful or there'll be nothing left for you. And don't even think about it. You know you can't just grab something out of the skip, so behave yourself. Instead, why don't you sneak a peek at what treasures Richard might be about to tip?
I've spied something exciting in the back of your car. Sorry to bother you.
OK.
Is that yours? Have you had it for a long time?
I've had it, nearly 40 years, but it wasn't mine originally. It was given to me, and I've been just using it to keep tools in.
Really? And what, you just had enough of it now?
We're moving house and trying to clear out a lot of stuff that we don't need anymore.
It's got a great shape to it, hasn't it? And it looks so battered and worn and really cool.
It's got character.
Yeah, I really like that. I'm looking for things that I can repurpose or upcycle or turn into other things. And there's something about that is just so beautifully worn. You can't recreate that, and it's really quite appealing for me.
OK, well, it's all yours. You want it.
I'd really like it. I really would. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I absolutely love that. Thank you very much for letting me have it.
You're welcome.
Well done, Sarah. I had a feeling Richard was going to come up trumps. But what does he think you'll do with his old toolbox?
Yeah, I haven't got a clue. I can't imagine, but it'd be interesting to see. I can't wait to see what she does with it.
I absolutely love this, and there's something about its chunkiness that is shouting laptop or some sort of place where you put some technology. It'd be amazing if you opened it up and you had a screen on the top and a keyboard in the bottom. I think this could be a portable office. Lots of space for other things.
just really cute, and it's got just about the right amount of patina and wear on it that makes it really appealing to have on your desk. A chunky little piece of loveliness.
Are you sure, Sarah? A 21st century office in an antique box. It all sounds a bit far-fetched. But if it's something electrical you want, then there's one man that might just be able to help. Meet Horse, electronics superbrain. Horse was chief engineer for a world-renowned audio recording company for over a decade. He's now taken his love for restoring vintage sound equipment and made it into a business.
My name's Mark, everyone calls me Horse. I'm electronics engineer by trade. I enjoy refurbishing vintage equipment. I'm also interested in kind of antique radio equipment. It's always a shame to see stuff like that go to waste. I think it's great that you're giving a second life to something that would have essentially just been smashed up, thrown in the rubbish. So yeah, it's definitely a job and a passion.
Horse might know his way around a circuit board, but let's just hope he doesn't get his wires in a twist when Sarah presents him with this empty old toolbox. Sarah's now got 2 items crossed off her list, but she can't relax just yet. She still needs to find her 3rd and final piece. And it looks like she's not the only one who's hard at it.
Emptying garden waste. We cut my friend's garden and get rid of the stuff. It's hard work though. We gotta get on with this. And then, like I said, we still want to work.
Keith looks relaxed though. He's about to dump an old sofa.
Hold on, boys, hold on. There's no missing what you've got in the back of the car. Is it time for a new sofa?
Well, no, I've just cleared the house actually. My sister's been renting the house for a few months. She lives abroad.
Okay.
And of course, hard foundations came down. They wouldn't take it, so I just pick it up and throw it in the back of the car.
I'm impressed you got it in here. It looks like quite a big piece. Should I help you get it out? And would it be possible to have a closer look at it?
Oh, dearie me, Sarah. I know things are getting desperate, but surely you can't be serious about Keith's tatty old sofa.
I'm after big pieces of furniture that I can refurbish, perhaps bring into, modern design and that kind of stuff. So for me, this is a really exciting thing to see here. It would be great if I could stop it going into the skip and take it away and try and do something to it. Lovely, thank you.
Keith seems in a bit of a hurry to get away. Mind you, I'd be keen to see the back of that sofa too. But what on earth does he think Sarah will do with it?
Well, I don't know, because Sarah says she can do a lot with it. It'll be really interesting to find out, to see what she can do with it.
It certainly will be interesting, Keith. But is Sarah still feeling confident about tackling this charity shop reject?
Part of me looks at this and thinks, I'm not sure I can take it away with me because I just hate the colour. But underneath it, I know it's got a clean, bright white cover, and once I've exposed that, I think I'm going to feel a bit more positive towards it, and I can cover it in some really bright, exciting fabrics and make it saleable. Everybody needs a good, comfortable sofa, and this is one of those.
If you say so, Sarah. But one thing's for sure, Keith's not hanging about any longer, just in case you change your mind.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Bye.
So, the sorry sofa completes a hat-trick of salvage swag for Sarah, which she now has to try and convert into hard cash. The bedside cabinets will be reworked by Jay, the old toolbox will be placed in Horse's capable hands, and Sarah will be trying to bring a smile back to the sad sofa.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. I've had a great day here raking through the rubbish, and I think I'm going to clean up.
Sarah's first stop is deep in the heart of the Black Country, Wolverhampton, where a thriving arts and crafts scene is emerging. And leading the charge is woodworking genius Jay Blades. As ever, Jay has absolutely no idea what Sarah has in store for him today. So exactly how confident is he feeling?
Depending on what she brings, I will be able to see if I can work my magic on there. But also Sarah will have some ideas that might not be commercially viable. Also, she might have some ideas that are commercially viable, but might cost more for us to actually make.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Jay.
How you doing?
I've got a little something for you, but I might need a hand.
Okay. These are quite cool.
I'm glad you said that.
These are very cool.
I'll tell you what, they're quite light,
Yeah.
which is nice because I've been carrying them around a bit. So, what do you reckon to these nice pair of bedside cabinets?
Yes, you can do quite a bit with these. The thing that I would kind of do with these would be try to restore the outside and then inside just go a fusion of colour and hopefully put some holes in here so it becomes kind of like a more modern thing so people can charge their phones in there and stuff like that. And I might, depending on how the cover comes out, I might introduce a colour there, but I won't introduce a colour that's going to make this look a bit too out there. It's going to blend in.
Actually, I like that. I think a little pop of colour at the bottom, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
It makes them fresh and maybe change the handles on them maybe as well if you find something appropriate.
Yeah.
But obviously, you know what I'm like, I've got budget in mind. How much do you reckon it would cost?
I'd say this would be about £75 for the two, because I'll have to remove the backs, work on the inside, and take off the doors, restore the actual... That might be a problem there.
Bloomed a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. Depending on how good the veneer does come up, I think you would definitely double your money on these ones. Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's potentially great news. With labour and materials estimated at £75, Sarah could be in for a tidy profit. But only if Jay can bring those 65-year-old bedside cabinets into the 21st century. Next up, Sarah's off to Manchester. Famed as being one of the founding cities of the Industrial Revolution, it is perhaps best known today for its football teams and thriving music scene. But it is also home to a man called Horse, one of the country's leading audio engineers. And he has no idea what Sarah's bringing.
I'm expecting anything at all, really. I'm hoping it's something that will possibly lend itself in some way towards being some kind of audio device, as that's kind of my main kind of thing. But I've no idea what it's going to actually be.
Well, let's just hope for Horse's sake that Sarah's changed her mind about that futuristic office-in-a-box idea.
Hiya.
Hiya.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Should we go into the workshop?
Yeah.
Go on.
Thank you.
Right then, what have we got?
Well, it's quite sweet. Actually, looking at it here, it seems like there's bits on it that really need some work, but I think it does still open. And inside, it's good, sturdy, wooden construction.
Yeah.
So I thought...
Yeah.
I thought maybe it makes a noise. That's as far as I got. I got some sort of amazing speaker.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's something that you put in here and you open up like an old record player, or, you know, I have no real plans for it other than the fact that it would be so nice if you could make that.
Something to make a noise.
What do you think?
Because it's got a handle, I'd want to make it portable, but you could still make a decent sounding kind of like a ghetto blaster sort of thing, and make it rechargeable possibly. I'll look into that as well. I was thinking maybe have it so that it doesn't open, so that you can actually just house the system inside. Speakers in here.
That looked a bit dodgy. Do you think it'll stand the process? Okay, that sounds good. I totally agree. If you don't need to see inside, there's no point in making it complicated, is there?
Maybe makes it a bit easier. Maybe have like a panel on the back or on the side with adjustments on.
Okay, and so to make something like that, what kind of value are we talking about in terms of what I need to pay you?
I reckon probably 300 to 350, probably.
Okay, and so that sounds quite expensive, but what do you think the retail price would be for something if it's got really good sound quality?
Yeah, I mean, if it like, I don't think 450 is out of the realms of possibility if it does sound good, you know, and if it looks good. I think this has got the potential to kind of
break.
To you know, sort of to look weathered enough to be cool, but not quite, you know,
useless.
Yeah.
Horse certainly has a big challenge on his hands, and it's a big risk for Sarah too. With labour and materials estimated at £350, converting the box into a speaker is not going to be cheap. So let's just hope Horse can make it sing. It's time for Sarah to head home to the idyllic countryside of West Sussex. It's a far cry from the tip, and Sarah's dog Bramble is happy to see her home. But lurking in the barn, there's something that isn't quite so welcome in this beautiful landscape. The salvage sofa is so unappealing, even Bramble's turning her nose up at it. But don't worry, Bramble, Sarah's sure to have a plan.
This sofa has got a lot of substance to it, but it's definitely lacking in style at the moment. I'm looking for a way to update it, make it look fresh, make it look exciting, and make it look saleable. And I think my best choice is ripping off the covers. I'd like to surface stitch some new fabric to it to give it a really light, floral, refreshing look. First things first, let's get rid of the maroon.
That's it, Sarah. Don't forget to check down the back. It might be the only way you make any money on this item.
That's quite promising, really, isn't it? It's well made. It's improved immeasurably already.
Sarah should be pleased. Not only is the sofa in good condition, it also has the regulation fire safety tags attached. But she can't leave it looking like that. No offence, Bramble, but dog hair and white sofas, it's not a good look. So what exactly is Sarah going to cover it with?
I found some of these old linen pillowcases that I've had for ages that I got at a car boot sale. They're really nice. And I'm hoping that I might be able to make the back cushions for the sofa out of those. And I've washed everything else, but I don't quite know what I'm going to do yet. So I'm going to go and start laying things on the sofa, find out if I've got enough fabric, and then get stuck in. Come on.
But it's not just Sarah's fabric that's worrying her.
There are swallows in here, and I think they're about to fledge. I hope they have. So those are baby swallows having flying lessons up there, which is very sweet for them, but I really don't want anything they might leave behind going on the sofa. I think if the swallows are in here, I'm going to take the sofa outside.
With the sofa safely out of harm's way, Sarah can finally get started.
So the plan is to cover the whole of this frame as it is in these lovely strawberries and chintzes.
Sarah managed to scavenge these feather cushions back at the tip, but before she can cover them, she has to tackle the sofa. First up, Sarah has to staple a base layer of fabric to the sofa's wooden frame.
And when you're doing this kind of thing, don't hold back on the staples because they're cheap, but the effect you want needs to be really tight.
It takes quite a while to get the first layer tightly wrapped in place. Bramble's found a way of entertaining herself though.
Excuse me.
But if the stapling wasn't taking long enough, it's going to take Sarah even longer to hand stitch all the extra patches on. So we'll find out later if she really can turn these rags into riches. Over in Wolverhampton, Jay's ready to work his magic.
We're starting on the bedside cabinets that Sarah's brought in, and just trying to get my colour scheme to make sure that everything works. What I'm hoping to achieve is keeping this as it is, as neutral as it possibly can, so trying to bring this back to its former glory. Then inside the door, the wow factor inside. So I'm hoping to paint this one colour and then have wallpaper on the door and probably wallpaper on the shelf that's inside there. And I'm just checking to see if this colour lifts this wallpaper. So the colour that I see that has the minimal amount is a blue that's here. So rather than copying this blue, I'm going for that blue what's right there. That little minute piece of blue, I'm trying to just lift that.
Having decided on his colour scheme, Jay can now get cracking on wallpapering those shelves and doors. He starts by applying an even coat of PVA glue to the wood and the paper. Then, this is where you need a steady hand, Jay. And mind you don't get any creases. Sarah won't be able to sell it with a lumpy finish. And that looks perfect. Now, while the paper dries, Jay can paint the insides of the cabinets with the carefully chosen paint. With the first coat now on, Jay wants to see how it's going to look with the wallpapered shelf.
That is really, really cool. I am really, really chuffed with that. Now, this has passed the test of it being in my house. I would have this in my house. Just the way that looks now, like, I haven't even put the door on, and the shelf alone just makes that. I really like it.
If Jay likes the cabinets that much, maybe he could buy them off Sarah. Well, you never know. Back in Manchester, electrical engineer Halse has got all of the components ready to build the new speaker. He's even made a new handle for the box out of one of his girlfriend's old belts. But today, he's really stepping into the unknown.
The next bit is going to be the point of no return, really, which is drilling a hole and then jigsawing out the holes for the speakers. It's a bit out of my comfort zone because I'm not really that used to doing it, but yeah.
More at home with his circuit boards, just how confident is Halse feeling about a spot of carpentry?
I could have measured it completely wrong and then I've ruined the box and any chance of doing anything good with it, but I don't know, fingers crossed.
Oh dear, this doesn't look too promising. Let's just hope Halse kept his receipts for the speakers, otherwise one slip with that jigsaw could prove costly. With the first hole cut, it's time to see if Halse's measurements add up. Will the speaker fit or fall straight through the hole?
Just double check, that's... Oh, there we go. Not too bad.
Nice one, Halse. I never doubted you. Now, you just need to do it all again for the second speaker. With both speaker holes successfully cut, there's just one more piece of carpentry required.
There's going to be a control panel for the volume on-off. I've pre-made that out of a piece of checker plate that they'd normally use for kind of fire escapes and things. I thought it looked quite cool on this, but I just need to make the actual hole on the side of the box now. So there's going to be some tidying up to do, but eventually this is to make, this piece of wood is so that it's further recessed to protect the control knobs, but it's going to sit back like that. I'll have to tart this up a bit, but it's roughly there, it's fine. I'll have to put some edging around there as well, some leather or something, but yeah, I'm quite pleased with that.
With the box now virtually ready, Halse just needs to wire up the electronic components and the new mobile speaker is good to go. Meanwhile, in West Sussex, after hours of stapling and sewing, Sarah has almost finished the new sofa.
So the more I sew onto this sofa, the more I like the look of it. I have patched all the way around really tightly, and I know you can see the stitches, but it's all part of its handmade charm. I can't make it look much neater than that, so I thought I might as well really go for the rustic look. So I've just sewn these panels of vintage offcuts all the way around here using a curved upholstery needle.
With the patchwork complete, now all Sarah needs to do is to add the cushions. She made some basic covers for them earlier by using more of the vintage fabric.
I can hardly remember what it looked like when it was maroon. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness indeed, because the old sofa was so tired and worn, it was even rejected by a charity shop. But now, Sarah has utterly transformed it. With just a bundle of vintage remnants, she's made the sofa bright and welcoming and just bursting with old-world charm. And after all her hard work, I think it's time Sarah put her feet up.
So, I hardly want to sit on it because I just know I'm going to have to plump up the cushions again, but now that is a really good selling point because this is so comfortable. It really is. It's lovely.
Sarah's success is measured in sales, and she always seeks out the best opportunities to maximise profits. Hosting regularly her own furniture and clothing sales from home, advertising and selling online,
Let's get that online.
or meeting commercial buyers in person to sell direct.
Seeing this is really refreshing and it's good and people are going to want more of it. It's going to grow, this thing, I think, that you're doing.
With opportunities galore in the things we throw out, Sarah's always looking to make money for nothing. Back at the tip, Keith's old sofa made quite an impression.
Hold on, boys, hold on. There's no missing what you've got in the back of the car. I'm impressed you got it in here.
Having served its purpose and been rejected by a charity shop, Keith was only too happy to let Sarah take the sofa away.
Sarah says she can do a lot with it. It'll be really interesting to find out, to see what she can do with it.
Well, after covering the sofa in beautiful vintage fabrics, Sarah decided to put it up for sale in one of her barn sales. And the response was overwhelming.
Just sold the sofa.
Now it's time to show Keith what she did and to see if there were any profits from the sale.
Hi, Keith.
Hello, Sarah.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Nice to see you
Nice
again.
to see you too.
I've got a few things to show you about
Right.
the sofa that we took. I've got some pictures on here. That's the one, isn't it?
Yes, that's the one, yes.
So we started off, we stripped off all the covers from it, and I actually chose some vintage fabrics to reupholster it. And looking completely different, I think.
Wow.
What do you think?
Fantastic. I just can't recognise it. Yeah?
It looks good, but did it make any money?
We did go through a bit of a process with the sofa, and I spent £120 on it.
Oh, right.
But I did manage to sell it for £1,200.
Wow.
So Keith, I've got for you £1,080 for your sofa.
Oh.
All yours.
Thank you. Wow. Absolutely flabbergasted. I really am. From the day when I took the tip, I did not expect today things to happen.
With £120 for materials, Sarah made the sofa 10 times more valuable, which means Keith really is walking away with £1,080.
And I just wonder if you'd have any plans for what you might do with over £1,000.
Well, I think put it towards a holiday.
Oh, fantastic. That would be great. Well, I tell you what, I am so pleased to have worked on it. I love the fact that that might take you somewhere, and it was really cool to have saved the sofa and made it into money.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank
you ever so much.
Thank you so much.
Over in Wolverhampton, Jay is applying the finishing touches to the bedside cabinets.
Well, Sarah's due any minute to come and pick these up, and I'm in a bit of a rush to try and get these finished. So excuse me while I crack on.
Jay?
Hello.
Hiya, how are you doing?
I'm very good, but I'm not ready for you to see them just yet.
Do you want me to come back in a minute?
Just give me 2 minutes and I should be ready.
I'll go and have a coffee. I'll see you in a sec.
All right.
Don't worry, Sarah. I think it'll be worth the wait. When she last saw them, the 65-year-old bedside cabinets were looking tired and worn. But now, with a delicate restoration of the veneer, a splash of colour and designer wallpaper on the doors and shelves, Jay has reinvented these relics for modern living.
Looks gorgeous.
Jay's pleased with them, but it's now finally time to find out what Sarah thinks.
Oh, there they are.
What do you think?
They look fab. They're really shiny, aren't they?
They are really shiny.
And I'm loving the blue. It's a good colour combination. May I look inside?
Of course you can.
What
Go
have you
for it.
done?
Well, basically, we've painted the blue inside and on the lip at the bottom, and then put some wallpaper on the shelf and also some wallpaper on the back of the door, and drilled some holes in the back so you can load up or charge up your phone or your laptop, whatever you've got on the side of your bed.
Well, I think what you've done is given them that really fresh update that means that people who have a funky house will love these, and they didn't look like that before. So I think what you've achieved on that budget is really quite impressive.
Thank you.
I think Jay has really managed, just with a light touch, to make those cabinets look contemporary. He's put that lovely designer wallpaper in there and that popping blue colour on the base. And now I have a chance of selling them for some real money.
I think Sarah's reaction was really, really cool. She really liked them, and hopefully she should be able to sell them. As I said, they will pass my house test, so let's see if she can do it.
When Sarah first met Judith at the tip, she was letting go of her parents' old bedside cabinets.
Wow, they've got some age, haven't they?
Yeah. I think about 1950s, I think. Mum and Dad's wedding present.
His and hers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant, thank you so much for that.
It's a shame to be throwing them away, but if something's going to, be done that's nice with them, it's nice to see that.
Top vintage furniture dealer Martin couldn't agree more.
Who did that?
Jay Blades.
Did he? It's amazing. I like that. Bedside tables, and particularly a pair, are really desirable things, so they're easy to sell.
Martin was so confident the cabinets would sell that he bought them for his shop. Now, Sarah is off to tell Judith what happened to her parents' old wedding present, and hopefully to give Judith a gift of her own.
Hi there, hello again. Hi, it's Sarah. Hi there. How are you doing? How are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah.
I've just got a couple of pictures and things to show you about your cabinets that you dropped off. We had a look at them and we were wondering about turning them into a cocktail cabinet or doing something with them like that.
Yeah.
But actually, I took them to a designer called Jay Blades, who loves colour and gets really passionate about furniture and updating it, and mainly keeping it just the way it is. He had some good ideas about turning them into sort of slightly more modern bedside cabinets so they could keep their original use.
Yeah.
So I've got a couple of pictures I can show you of them. He had an idea.
Oh, they look lovely.
Do you like them?
Yeah.
So what
and the picture inside, that's lovely. Mum would like that, she would.
She wouldn't have minded a bit of colour on there and that kind of thing?
No, she would have liked that, and she would have liked the thought of they were being used, not just discarded.
I gave Jay a budget of £75 to update them, and so he did all that painting and the restoration of the veneer and that kind of thing. And they were bought for £125. So that means
that's lovely.
I have got a little £50 present for you.
Thank you very much.
So
Thank you.
I hope that's a good return. And I wonder, with £50, is there anything particularly to do with that kind of money?
I think I'd like to buy some flowers with the money for Mum and Dad. That would be nice. Mum loved flowers as well. So.
Oh, that's really lovely. It's nice to think that it goes back full circle.
Yeah.
Breathing new life into the cabinets cost £75. It didn't take long for Martin to snap them up for £125, meaning Judith can enjoy shopping for flowers with her 50 quid.
Well, I am delighted that Judith approved of what we did with her cabinets and the fact that she thought her mum would like it too. And spending that money on a big bunch of flowers in memory of her mother, well, that's a very sweet idea.
In Manchester, Sarah is on her way to collect the third and final item. When she last saw it, the old toolbox had some charm, but no longer had a purpose. But now, Horse has turned it into a fully functional and stylish mobile speaker. complete with a rechargeable battery, Bluetooth connectivity and even a USB charger. So how's he feeling about Sarah coming to see it?
I think there's quite a transformation, so I think hopefully she's pleased with it. I think it looks quite cool, but then I'm a massive nerd, so I quite like the idea of a Bluetooth-powered speaker, but I'm not sure everyone's that fussed about it.
I love surprises, Horse. How's it gone?
Pretty good.
Oh! You're nuts. Do you know that? You are nuts. Look at that. Wow. So, you've been really busy, haven't you? What on earth have you put inside there to make it like that?
There is a very hefty battery, so you've always got this kind of compromise between battery life and weight. So that's the battery. I mean,
Okay.
it's, you know, it's not short of a car battery really, but it's going to last.
Okay, so normally this won't be on show, will it?
No.
That's right.
Normally,
Okay, so
normally these are shut, and then there's also screws to put in the side just to properly seal it, because you wouldn't really want it open. So, yeah.
Horse, you're really clever, do you know that? It's got an instantly attractive look about it. And what, this bit here, so this is,
Yeah.
talk me through what gadgets you've got in here and how it works.
So that's sort of, so on and off switch is the big switch there. Main volume control. That's an input just so you can plug anything into it that's got a mini jack connector from like a smartphone or whatever. This switch either turns it to the input, or if you turn it to the right, then it engages the internal Bluetooth receiver, so you can just use it without having anything connected to it. This is the voltage that the battery's at.
Okay.
So when that drops below a certain point, you'll kind of lose volume and fidelity, so it just kind of tells you whereabouts you are. The USB charger there that will send power to any kind of USB device.
So you can charge something on there as well.
You can.
And I think it's that kind of attention to detail that just makes it so lovely. It feels like it's a well thought out design. Well done, it's cool.
Ace. Brilliant.
Ace? You've aced it. I absolutely love it.
Shall I demonstrate?
It's a really good mixture, isn't it, of kind of retro and
Yeah, I think
new.
so. I think so.
I want to go on a big picnic right now and have something really coming out of that somewhere. You know, it needs to be taken out, doesn't it? It needs to go on a journey because of what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's completely made for that purpose, so yeah.
I think it's absolutely amazing, so thank you so much. I'm going to take that right now. Well, I think this really speaks for itself, don't you?
Well, the speaker's a definite hit with Sarah. Now, if she can bear to let it go, she needs to try and sell it. When Sarah first spotted Richard's old toolbox at the tip, it was coming to the end of its useful life.
I've had it, nearly 40 years.
Really? And what, you just had enough of it now?
We're moving house and trying to clear out a lot of stuff that we don't need anymore.
It's got a great shape to it, hasn't it? And it looks so battered and worn and really cool.
It's got character.
Yeah.
The characterful box just needed a new purpose, and with Horse's help, that's exactly what it got. Now it's time for Sarah to show Richard what happened to his old box, and hopefully she's got some profits to share with him too.
Hi there, Richard. How are you?
Sarah. Yeah.
Hi there.
How are you?
Yeah, very well. Nice to see you again. I've just got a bit of an update about the box or case or whatever you called it. What did you call it?
I think it's a case, but...
And I know that when we caught up at the tip, it was something you said you just used for storage and you'd had for,
That's right.
for ages. When we took it away, did you have any ideas about what we might do with it?
None whatsoever. So I'm quite excited to see what you've done.
We decided we'd make it into the most amazing boombox.
Oh, excellent.
A music machine, the like of which you've never seen before. I've got some pictures to show you. It went to a chap called Horse, and he turned it into this fantastic machine. And he has plumbed in the most amazing sound system in there.
Yeah, that looks amazing. It's a work of art. It's beautiful.
Now, normally at this point, I'd say I've spent £300 on it and I've sold it for X, but
At the moment, I haven't sold it.
Right.
But I've got high hopes for it. It's such a great looking machine. I personally would absolutely love it. So, but what I'd like to do is, when it sells, just come back to you and give you the money for it.
Wow. Thank you.
So, despite this amazing transformation by Horse, the search continues to find this unique speaker a new home. But the costs of £350 and no profit generated, this could be a potential loss for Sarah of 350 quid.
So I'm really disappointed that I wasn't handing over money to Richard, but I've got high hopes that his boombox will sell and I'll be back here with some cash soon.
So, Sarah's managed to make a profit on 2 of the 3 salvaged items. The bedside cabinets, beautifully brought back to life by Jay. I'm sure it won't be long before Richard's utterly unique speaker will be blasting some sweet sounds. And of course we have the unwanted sofa transformed into a showstopper by Sarah.
We have transformed, restored and repurposed 3 things that were destined for the dump and handed over some money for nothing. Maybe the next time you take a trip to the tip, I could do the same for you.
How do you make money for nothing? The answer could be hiding in the 20 million tonnes of household waste we throw out every year.
But just before you throw it away, would it be possible to have a quick look at it?
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I am a passionate buyer, user and renovator of second-hand stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I turn old into new and I sell it for a profit.
Sarah's ready to sift through as many boots and bin bags as she needs to.
That's vintage gold, isn't it? It's really exciting.
In her search for tip treasure.
I love it.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
What are we going to do with that?
Oh no!
she can transform her finds into desirable,
Amazing.
beautiful, valuable,
Cha-ching.
and hopefully saleable items.
That's £80 profit.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's unbelievable.
Today we're at the Whitley Recycling Centre near Guildford, where 800 tonnes of waste is dumped by Surrey locals every month.
It's so exciting. People are flooding in here all day long, and I'm going to turn their old into gold, their trash into cash, and make some money for nothing.
Remember that Sarah has special permission to rummage about today, so don't go pestering people at your local recycle centre or you'll be the one getting thrown out.
What are you clearing out? What's going on today?
Sarah's combing through cars looking for 3 unwanted items to turn into cash for whoever's dumping them.
I'm loving the look.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
It's my smart look.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Sarah. At the far side of the centre, Philip may be about to dump just what Sarah's been looking for.
That's vintage gold, isn't it? Any chance I could have a word with you about your sewing machine?
Of course.
Are you throwing everything?
Everything must go.
Wow, so how long have you had this?
I don't know. I think it's been probably around for about 40, 50 years.
Right, yeah, it
That I
looks
recall.
about that age, doesn't it? Sorry.
That's right. Heavy's great. It hasn't got the sewing machine in it as well.
Probably.
It has. It has.
Do you actually want it?
I really want it, yes.
There's such a lot of things to dispose of today.
The sewing machine is more than enough for now, Philip. But what do you think Sarah will do with it?
Hopefully, if she's a good girl, she'll learn to sew on it.
Careful, Phil. That attitude's about as out of date as the sewing machine.
It is absolutely beyond use, but it's these legs and this lovely flywheel and all the bits down here that I think are where the money is. But everybody has made tables out of these things, so I've got to find something to make out of it that is really original and inspired. And at the moment, I'm lacking the inspiration. I'm hoping, with a little thought, this could be something fantastic and actually quite valuable.
So that's the first item all sewn up. Sarah may not be sure how to transform it into a moneymaker, but she knows a man who could. Rupert Blanchard is one of the country's leading reclamation and bespoke furniture makers. He's used to turning Sarah's foraged furniture into something saleable.
I'm really looking forward to Sarah coming and see what she's managed to discover. I hope it's something that I'm familiar with and I can identify its history, but I want to add something to it, so I want to completely destroy it and turn it into something brand new, but retain somewhat of its past story, its past history, its past relationship with someone, and really build a new relationship with it now, make something brand new, and start making new stories.
Rupert does love working with unloved items, but Sarah could be stitching him up with this one. So, Sarah's saved her first item from the skip, but she has 2 more to find. And another piece of classic manufacturing has just pulled up.
I absolutely love it. How long have you had it?
I've had it about 5 years.
Well, it's lovely to see it being used.
The car's not up for grabs, Sarah. Get a move on and find your next item. Ah, wait, Emma might have just the thing. Go on, have a sneaky peek while she's away.
Wow, I wonder if I'm going to be able to have that. Look at that. I think it's made of metal, and that makes it really easy to use, so I'll just see if I can get hold of that. Hold on. Hi there. I'm looking for things that I might be able to recycle or make into something else.
Okay.
And I was wondering if it might be, you might share this or let me have it.
You can have it. No, you're welcome to
Really?
take it.
Oh, it's quite heavy, isn't it?
It's not that bad.
I know, actually, in the scale of baths. No, I thought
it was going to be heavier.
Well spotted, Sarah. Spending most days at the dump, you're due a bath.
That's brilliant. I love the shape of it.
Exciting.
Well, thank you ever so much for letting us take it away.
No worries,
That's
have
great.
fun.
Thank you.
Sarah clearly sees potential with Emma's bath, but what on earth could she make from it?
I'm thinking she's going to make some kind of weird 60s seats or something.
I love this bath. It's made of tin. I'm going to be able to cut it up and make something fabulous out of it. And I reckon if I made 2 armchairs, I could make 500 quid out of this.
Emma's guess wasn't too far off. So, with Sarah's second item in line for a radical redesign, she'll have to call in the services of a designer who loves heavy metal. Beck Simon is one of the country's best artist blacksmiths, creating high-end interior furniture and bespoke metalwork commissions. Beck's is normally specially commissioned for unique pieces of artwork and has no idea what's coming her way.
Working with found objects is quite different from what we normally do because we work with our clients and we produce designs and we work with them. So this is kind of like really freeing up the mind and seeing, you know, what object we've got and how we can make it work into something really cool, modern and yeah, desirable. So it's going to be fun.
It would seem bath chairs are the obvious choice. So how will Beck's make them stand out? Sarah's successfully found 2 items for designers Rupert and Beck's. Now she needs to find a third she can apply her own skills to. And with the day getting on, she may not get to be so choosy.
Oh, hang on a minute. There's that.
A plastic plant pot. I think we'll keep on looking. But as luck would have it, Elizabeth may have just saved the day with her box of old taps.
My husband, when he did the central heating years and years ago,
Yeah.
couldn't bear to ever throw anything away.
Oh, I'm like him. I can understand. I can understand
And
that.
so I'm gradually getting rid of them because they're no use to me. But if they're, I was going to put them in the recycling.
Well, do you know something? I'm looking for things that I might be able to add to projects or make something out of.
Right.
And yeah, these are just what I'm after. Something really chunky and old, and they've got that classic look.
That would be really nice. Yes, I'm just only too pleased for them to be reused.
Thank you so much.
When we moved into our house many years ago, and my husband had old pipes, couldn't throw them away, of course, and redid it, and they've just been in the garage ever since.
Look at that absolute box of joy. These are just fantastic. They're not perfect. They're in a bit of a state, but I have to be able to make something brilliant out of these, don't you think?
Okay, bye-bye.
It was great meeting that lady, and it was really sweet that she let me have those taps and things, and I just hope I can do them justice and make something lovely out of them.
Sarah's 3-item search is complete. Philip's sewing machine will be going to Rupert, Bex will work on Emma's old bath, and Sarah will be hoping to create a cash flow from Elizabeth's taps.
It's been a fantastic day here today, and I've met some great people. But I've also been making some really big promises about what I'm going to do with their rubbish. And I think I might have my work cut out.
Sarah's first stop is the seaside resort of Margate. For over 200 years, the town has been a popular holiday destination for Londoners. But with the recent opening of the Turner Contemporary, a cultural renaissance has been happening here, and designer Rupert Blanchard is at the heart of it. He's looking forward to another special delivery from Sarah.
I did hear from Sarah that she's going to bring me something that she thinks is going to really challenge me this time. I'm not so sure. She's not seen some of the rubbish I've actually worked with, so I'm happy for her to bring it on.
Rupert, I have got something I need a hand to bring in.
Okay.
It's heavy.
Is it an elephant?
No, it's definitely not. Well, it might be the elephant in the room, but come and have a look at it.
Okay.
Oops.
Watch your toes.
That's fab.
There you go.
Let me pop that up there. I think it still opens up.
Still working.
Just about. Is it beyond repair? Is it beyond use?
Nothing's beyond use, nothing's beyond repair, is it? It's all, we can do something with it.
I was wondering if maybe we could use it as some kind of flip-up thing where somebody's got a screen, either their laptop in there or it's the TV screen or something like that.
So it's a possible home office-y thing.
Perfect.
I think you're saving it just about the right point before it does crumble. The sewing machine itself and the mechanism still works, so maybe you'll turn a handle and your screen comes up. Maybe you do something and it actually appears. There's definitely a lot to play with.
What do you think?
That is a challenge. I think this one might take a couple more cups of tea.
Or perhaps something stronger.
Well, you can't hurry creativity, can you? But I've got every faith in Rupert's designs, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he comes up with.
I really want to do something new with this. Something quite exciting, and maybe I need to think about its original use and how to push it further into the modern world.
So, because Rupert has absolutely no idea what he's going to do, we can't estimate a cost for this job. Let's check up on him later, when he's had a chance to think. So, while we leave Rupert to put the kettle on, we travel further inland to the Surrey countryside. We're waiting for Sarah as scrap scavengers Bex and husband Dave. Sarah thinks a bath is just what these two need.
It's a bath.
Don't take it personally.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's tin. It's not one of the cast iron ones, so it's not too heavy, but it's metal, so I thought of you.
And obviously how dirty we are. We need a bath.
Tin baths are a cheaper alternative to heavy cast iron, It should make no difference to the sale price once they've turned it into... What's it being turned into?
So I was sort of wondering whether this could be a pair of armchairs. I was just wondering if we could cut in each end off to make a kind of like cool armchair.
That would probably work quite well.
What I haven't done is actually sat in it. Do you think maybe we should put it on the ground and sort of see how big, you know, is it possible to get two out of it, do you think? Pop it down.
Okay, you sit that side, I'll sit this side.
Two birds in a bath. You've got the taps end, I win.
I always end up with the taps.
OK, so my end's comfortable. How's yours?
I'm sort of quite propped up, but that's OK.
The only thing I was wondering about, just having a couple of holes in it so we could put a cushion pad on it, so maybe just in the base, a cushion pad so you don't slide out of it.
Yeah, no, definitely.
If I get out, will you shoot you across this place?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we can go for that. Definitely give it a go.
Give anything a go,
It's a clever idea to turn the bath into two separate saleable seats to double the potential profit.
Oh, it's quite cool up this end.
As long as we don't break the bank making it.
I suppose we're looking at £30 to £40 to get a cushion made if I was to make up a very simple square to go in it.
If we've got, say, 400 to 500 to do what we need to do, I reckon we could have a good go at it with that.
Fab. Well, that sounds like a great plan. Shall I leave it with you?
OK.
Don't sound too enthusiastic, Bex. 2 bathtub armchairs. That should be easy, right?
There's quite a few unknowns as usual, aren't there?
Yeah.
How much enamel's going to stay on it, how much the shape's just going to fall apart.
But we will remain positive.
That's more like it. The armchairs should cost between £400 to £500 to make, plus a little extra for the cushions. Selling them for any more than that means Sarah's in profit. So, with Bex about to crack on with the bath, and Rupert, well, hopefully he has some idea now of what he's going to make. It's back to the barn and time for Sarah to make some money from a pile of plumbing.
So I picked up this whole box of taps at a tip and thought, brilliant! That would be so easy to use. There's so many of them. They're really old-fashioned and charming looking. But now I've got them all back home, I just don't know what to do with them.
Why don't you get them all out and maybe something will come to you?
That one's quite cool, but...
So?
Any ideas?
What's with you and Rupert today? Get those creative juices flowing.
I thought maybe I could use them to make some really smart lighting, you know, have some blue bulbs coming out of them, but really it's very complicated what's inside them. But then I'm wondering, maybe with these sort of angular bits, if I can make a towel rail, something useful for the bathroom. I think I should put them back somewhere where there is water involved, otherwise they'll just look inappropriate. And hope that there's some way of fixing them together, perhaps onto a backboard that would make a really cool place to hang a towel.
Towel rail, that'll do.
They're quite good. There's one there. Okay, so I've got 2 of those.
Except I didn't see a rail in that box.
And I have got this piece of copper pipe left over. It's not brilliant, but I'm thinking maybe... Yeah, it does fit.
This one's starting to come together.
If it could sort of come out of the wall on those bits.
And because it's all made from plumbing, it'll be a heated towel rail. Am I right?
Yeah, it's never going to be one of those heated... I mean, it could be if I got it plumbed in, but I think it should be decorative only because I've got no budget to spend on this and I just want it to look pretty cool and a pretty quick fix.
Cheapskate. So, while Sarah puts together her pipes, back in Margate, Rupert's had a bit of time to think about what he'll do with the old sewing machine. And we're no further forward.
This one is my biggest challenge to date. There's a lot of very easy things you could do with it, but I want to come up with something new. This is approximately 100 years old now. It's broken, the wood's delaminated, metal has rusted, corroded and snapped. Depending on what you want to do with this, you could spend hundreds, you could spend nothing. My preference is always spending nothing.
With no idea how this is going to turn out, Rupert plunges right in.
I'm going to start by taking it apart, lay out very neatly what I've got to work with, and hopefully that will help me in the design process.
First, Rupert carefully removes the original sewing machine, pulls out the drawers.
These are quite genius things, how they're put together. There's so many different components.
And finally, Rupert unscrews the wooden top from the cast iron base. Rupert subscribes to the art of knolling, which essentially means taking things to pieces, laying them out neatly, and then having a think.
So I've taken Sarah's Discovery apart now into many, many components. There's a lot of beautiful little elements and lovely little design details going on. But what I do with them, I still don't know. A few more cups of tea.
More tea? I'll just go and get an ice cream while you think, shall I? The Singer Company, who manufactured the first practical sewing machine for general use, was established back in 1851. By 1900, Singer was producing 40 different sewing machine models, and by... Oh, I've had enough of this. I can't stand it. Rupert, tell me you've got something for us. Hooray! Something new, and it's a big bit of wood. Rupert, what's the plan?
I've gone through so many options trying to come up with the right one. So I think I'm trying to do some kind of table, but with something a bit extra, an extra little twist, an extra little kick to it. I'm not going to say quite what it is because I want to surprise Sarah. People are either going to love or hate this one.
Ooh, a surprise. I like a surprise. Some kind of a table with something else. Excellent. For the tabletop, Rupert's using some reclaimed wood he had lying about. And while we were away, he's also applied a spray varnish finish to the metal base to stop rusting. Rupert really wanted to make this piece unique and even reached out to social media for inspiration.
I put it on Twitter after a while of coming up with lots of different things to think what other people thought. And one of the things that was read, I did think of this before. I wanted to do like a rotisserie chicken, turn it into a barbecue, but you have a chicken on it and push the pedal to slowly turn.
If that's the kind of ideas you're considering, I can't wait to see what your secret surprise is. Back in Sussex, Sarah's one step closer to making a towel rail from the box of old taps. But she still has to source a wooden back panel that will eventually fix the rail to the wall. But luckily, Sarah's a hoarder of all things, well, of all things. And after a quick trip to the shed, she usually finds something she can work with.
I'm trying to find a backboard that I can mount the whole towel rail on. And I had this bed, in fact a pair of beds that I have had for about 5 years, and they are completely broken, they've fallen apart. But I've always loved the wood and thought one day I might use it in a project. So that will work really well. It's really heavy, it must be mahogany or something. And it's old, I think it's French. It's a really good green colour. And that, I think, with all that copper and gold, pretty much untouched, would be perfect.
So, with the back panels scavenged from herself, it's time for Sarah to plug in those power tools. She's using an electric jigsaw to cut the old bed frame the correct length for the towel rail. Next, it's time for the power drill. She's using a flat wood drill bit, which is perfect for bigger holes.
Hopefully that's all right.
Quite an achievement for just over an hour's worth of work. But will anyone buy it? Sarah spent just £12 on extra metal fittings to attach the rail to the backboard. So she's got to make more than £12 from it, surely. Meanwhile, back at the forge. Bex and Dave are about to start the process of turning the bath from something you lie in to something you'll want to sit on.
Are we just cutting it in half?
Sarah was hoping to get 2 saleable seats out of it, one from each end. But do the team think it's a possibility?
We've never done anything with a bath before.
Apart from washed ourselves after work. And then it's pretty grubby.
It can't be worse than that. Or maybe it can. Beck starts by drawing up plans for the frame. But what can they do to make it not so bathy?
There's got to be something about the design that moves it on from being half a bath in a frame to a considered chair.
What about if we made a big frame and turned it into a swing? A bucket swing. No.
Maybe keep on thinking. Dave gets to work cutting the first seat from the plug hole end. Dave's very careful not to chip away at the enamel, which could spoil the finish. Once it's removed, he'll have a better idea of what needs to be done next. But first off, how are you going to plug off the plug hole?
Why don't we get a plug?
Genius.
Put a plug in there.
Yeah, a bit quirky.
Yeah. And get some taps.
That'd be uncomfortable. That would be like how I have a bath. Somebody else gets the comfy end. Too much information.
You said it. But you know the old saying, the couple that bathes together stays together.
Okay.
In the interests of keeping costs low, Bex and Dave are using scrap iron they had lying about, which they are bending into curves to form the base the bath will rest upon.
With this, again, because we're working to a budget, you know, we can't really order in, you know, the steel that we need, so we're just looking to see what we can use. So it's really testing your design ability. You know, you're not sort of sat down, drawing it out, you know, having a big sort of conversation with a client. You're literally, right, here it is, let's get on with it.
I can see this starting to come together. Sawing the bath in half has left a sharp edge on the seat, but Bex is hoping to keep it as is.
We'll test it out at the end with bare legs.
Your legs?
Yeah, have to shave them first.
Still too much information. Bex is welding extra support beams to the base, as the curved steel will be too soft to support some people's bottoms. While Dave is giving the bath a paint job. But it's taken a lot to get to this stage with time running out. So, instead of 2 bath seats, it looks like Sarah will just be getting 1.
We were going to build the front and the back one, but again, it's taken us longer, as per usual. So we'll probably have to give her a call and let her know what's going on.
To be honest, as long as it doesn't cost a fortune to construct, I'm sure Sarah will be happy. Back at the barn, Sarah has downed power tools and is nearing the end of her own restoration project. She's attached the rail and bits of old taps to the wooden back panel, and now is nailing more bits of broken bed to the sides for a classy finish. When Sarah found the old taps, they were headed for the skip. But now, it's a modern, funky towel rail. Sarah used matching black steam valve handles that make the piece more industrial than domestic. The extra materials Sarah used were compression joints, which form an L shape attaching the rail to the backboard. And the backboard? Well, it was an old bed, but I think it does the job nicely. All in all, a quick and effective turnaround, Sarah.
Just for a change, I have to say, That was refreshingly fun to make. It's really quite simple if you're using any of these compression joints that you can get at plumbers merchants, because they literally tighten up together and give you a really secure join. Probably not waterproof if you don't really know what you're doing, but certainly good enough for making this kind of thing. So probably all in all, it was only about an hour and a half to make, and I only spent £12 on materials. So hopefully enough here to make some profit.
I'm sure you'll find some plumbing lover to buy it for more than £12. So go on, get it sold. Back at the dump, Sarah loved the look of Elizabeth's old box and asked if she could tinker with her taps.
That would be really nice, yes. I'm just only too pleased for them to be reused.
Sarah was smitten,
Look at that absolute box of joy. These are just fantastic.
and Elizabeth was happy to say goodbye to the old relics.
We moved into our house many, many years ago, and they've just been in the garage ever since. But brilliant if they're going to be reused.
Sarah's sold the towel rail to a trendy London shop, and now she's back in Guildford to show Elizabeth what she's done to her husband's taps, and to hand over any profit.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth, it's Sarah from The Tip. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
I just thought I'd update you about what happened with your taps.
Yes, right.
Were you wondering what we might do with them?
Well, I couldn't think of anything, actually. They're just old taps to me.
Yeah, well, we had, it was actually something that I worked on. So I had a good look at them, and I was thinking about all sorts of things, maybe turn them into lighting or something like that.
Oh.
But in the end, I thought that it's probably better to keep them in the kind of water environment. So I turned them into a towel rail.
Oh, my goodness.
What do you think?
That's amazing, isn't it? Yes.
I know these were your late husband's.
Yes.
I hope he would approve. They've actually...
He would. He would.
So after the stuff has been made, we try and sell it, and they were actually sold for £75.
Goodness me.
What do you think about that? Do you think...
I can't believe it.
And from that £75, I've got £63 to give to you. So let me...
Oh, thank you very much. I'll send that to his charity.
Did he support a particular charity?
Well, we had two. Because he had dementia, he used to go to a day centre, so half of the money went there, and the rest went to a place called the Rainbow Centre, where my little grandson attends for disabled children.
Sarah's rustic take on a towel rail cost just £12. The item didn't hang around too long and was picked up for £75, giving Elizabeth a chance to spread some love with the £63 profit.
Thank you very, very much.
Absolute pleasure.
So, while Elizabeth heads off to spend the spoils from the towel rail, we're back in Margate, where Sarah's about to pop in on Rupert and finally find out what his super secret surprise is. When we left him, there were talks of rotisserie chicken barbecues and all sorts. Now Rupert's putting on the finishing touches. So hurry up, Sarah, and get in there. The wait is killing me.
I love it here at Rupert's place because I think, like me, he might be a bit of a hoarder. I can't wait, though, to see what he's done with our sewing machine table, because when I last left him, he was scratching his head and he hadn't got a single idea about what he's going to do with it. So, who knows?
Before, the old crumbling sewing machine was no use to anyone. Now it's a very cool, functional work table with a desk fan that is operated by the original foot pedal. Rupert, you're bonkers. Rupert used a very simple finish to the metal to maintain some of its history. A clear wax on the tabletop brings out the natural grain of the scavenged wood. But the secret surprise of the day is that fan. Rupert has rigged the original Victorian engineering to turn the blades with a push of your foot. It's a one of a kind.
Hiya.
Welcome back.
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Yeah, really. Hey, is that my sewing machine surprise?
So do you want to see it?
Yeah, go on then. Come on.
A sewing machine surprise because it doesn't actually have a sewing machine anymore.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I thought maybe a rotisserie chicken, maybe a giant pencil sharpener, lots of things that I spent a lot of this week failing at, and then I decided, on a hot day in the workshop, what better than a fan?
I absolutely love it. Let's see it in action.
Yeah, so there's a little hidden hole under here.
Okay.
And so now for the pedal, I'll get it going.
It's genius.
Well, it's, I just really wanted to use the action somehow. The sewing machine itself had completely seized up. There are some bits missing internally, like someone had already taken parts off of it. So I started looking at it and realised it's all about the base. The base is a real classic.
Yep, Rupert's bringing booty back with his big, beautiful base. Go on, Sarah, give it a whirl. I don't know who's going to buy it, but it sure looks like a lot of fun. And all for only £200. Sarah might be laughing all the way to the bank. Back at the dump, Sarah was poring over Philip's ancient sewing machine.
I think it's been probably around for about 40, 50 years.
Sarah wanted to do something extraordinary with it.
The challenge will be to make something that's really amazing and quite different.
Even if Philip didn't.
Hopefully, if she's a good girl, she'll learn to sew on it.
And after I don't know how many cups of tea, Rupert lived up to the challenge and he certainly made something different. Sarah invited one of London's top retro furniture dealers in to see if it would be something that would sell in his shop, the old cinema.
It's good, it's interesting, it's really fun, isn't it? I love this. Does it work? Yes, it does.
He was blown away by its originality, but questioned who would buy such a thing.
It can't go into someone's home. I couldn't sell it. But I love it.
He took it anyway. Sarah's returned to Guildford to tell Philip that his sewing machine became a foot-powered fan and to hand over the profit.
Hello again.
We must stop meeting like this.
Well, it's much nicer here than the tip, isn't it?
It is, it is.
Now, I remember when I met you at the tip, you were clearing out lots and lots of stuff. You had a van full of it, didn't you?
Unfortunately, yes, this is true.
I thought there were all sorts of interesting things in there. And the piece that actually was really heavy, but I'm glad that we took, was your sewing machine and the table that went with it.
Do you know, I was so glad you took it as well. It was such a relief to have somebody help me off the van with that. And it's got nothing to do with age. I deny it entirely.
But we did take it to an amazing young designer called Rupert Blanchard, and he created the world's first table with a fan on it using the mechanism from your sewing machine.
Oh, that is brilliant. Actually, I was completely not expecting that. That is so funny. I mean, it was going to be thrown onto a dump and you saved it. Well done, you.
I'm delighted to say that somebody bought the rather useless, useful piece of equipment that Rupert managed to create. And a lovely round number. I've got £100 here to give to you for the fan table. So it's money for nothing for you to do with whatever you'd like to do with that.
I really don't know what to say, but I mean, I was about to throw the whole thing away, and to get this back, absolutely brilliant.
It was lovely to see you again, Philip, and I'll see you at the tip.
Rupert's labour and materials came to £200. It was sold for £300, giving Philip a profit of £100.
Well, that's another unusual transformation that I think got approval. I think it's fair to say that Philip is now a big fan.
Oh, Sarah, shame on you. Sarah's had success with Rupert's fan table, but it's time for our bathing blacksmiths to reveal what they've been up to. Bex and Dave are putting the finishing touches to their bright blue bath chair.
Just leave that dangling down the back.
Ah, little plug holes, isn't that nice?
Look at that!
Not bad. Quite pleased with that.
Well done, you two.
I have seen baths made into furniture before. I have a feeling what I'm about to look at has never been done before.
When Sarah brought it to them, it wasn't fit for any bathroom. But now, it's a bathing beauty. Bex and Dave have really outdone themselves with this piece of funky furniture. I didn't know they had it in them. The base of the chair has been welded, riveted and soldered to support the bath securely when sat on. They applied an undercoat primer to the enamel to ensure a smooth finish, and the bright blue paint harks back to its watery past. And to finish it all off, the plug hole features are just lovely.
It is amazing. It's really modern and really funky, isn't it?
We didn't want to keep the bath just the white bath colour. And, you know, I wanted to have that feeling of water. And
oh, look, I love the chain.
Sarah's even brought her own little cushion to give it her own test drive.
It's comfortable as well, isn't it?
Yeah. It makes you smile because it's got humour attached to it, but also in a very cool sort of way. So, because I keep feeling really chuffed with it.
How much to spend, I don't care.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard Sarah say that. And just as well, because Bex and Dave have gone slightly over budget with this one, racking up £400 worth of labour costs, plus about 80 quid's worth of paint. Sarah will be looking to slap a high price tag on this when it comes to be sold.
So just in case that wasn't clear, I absolutely love that chair. It might be over budget, but as far as I'm concerned, it's got bags of style and it should sell really well. It is an inspired piece of design.
That was a brilliant reaction. I mean, it is quite a striking piece. It's still got the bathy feel about it, but, you know, in a quite cool way. It's good, yeah, really pleased with the blue. The blue was a good choice, wasn't it? And the brown. The brown was a good choice too.
Back at the dump,
I wonder if I'm going to be able to have that. Look at that.
Emma wanted shot of her old bath, trading it in for a new model.
It's actually cheaper to buy.
A whole new one.
Sarah had grand plans for it.
I reckon if I made 2 armchairs.
And Emma agreed.
I'm thinking she's going to make some kind of weird 60s seats or something.
And that's kind of exactly what they became. Kind of. Now Sarah's back in Surrey to show Emma what Bex and Dave have achieved.
Hi Emma, hi there, Sarah from The Tip.
Nice to see you.
And you, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well. I've just got some pictures to show you of what we did with your bath.
Oh, lovely.
We took it to Guildford to this fantastic artist blacksmith who's called Bex Simon.
Oh, wow.
And she and her husband have been doing some lovely things with this. And your bath has been turned into a somewhat glamorous, I would say,
oh my gosh.
seat.
Oh my.
It has been completely sprayed blue,
Yeah.
all the stuff that was, all
Oh,
the white
that's
bits of it,
lovely.
and they have made a lovely frame for it, and they've kept some of the little quirky bits on it, like the chain and the plug and that kind of thing. What do you think?
I'm amazed, utterly amazed.
Normally at this point I'd like to be saying, I've sold your bath and I'm here to give you some money for nothing, but as of yet your bath hasn't sold. If it does, or when it does I should say, it would be great to be back in touch and I'll be handing over some money for nothing for you.
So, despite this wonderful transformation by Bex and Dave, the search continues to find this unique chair a new home. But with costs of $480 spent and no income generated, this could be a potential loss for Sarah of £480.
If they do make any money out of it, which would be absolutely lovely, I would like to give any profit to the RSPCA in Wormley for Donkeys and Horses Sanctuary. I think they're overrun with little ponies and donkeys that need some extra care, and a bit of cash would be lovely.
Well, Emma loved what we did with her old bath, which is always a relief. And now I've got to redouble my efforts to sell it because the money would be going to such a great cause.
So, Sarah's managed to save 3 unwanted items from the jaws of destruction.
3 fabulous transformations that have come so far since we left the tip. The bath is now a stylish seat, the old sewing machine, a hip desk with extras, and the taps, they haven't left the bathroom, but they have got a whole new purpose. It just goes to show. Once again, with a little ingenuity, you can make some money for nothing.